In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop e6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh, fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
And we are back to the seaside gem that is the Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, where history and chess collide. It's round 7, and just like that B-roll, it might be beautiful and calm there on the outside, but I can tell you, in reality, it's cold, it's stormy, just like it will be on the chessboard as we see hundreds of players congregate to make their mark in chess history. And such a beautiful sight to see. A festival, a Super Grandmaster tournament, and of course a Grandmaster tournament. I can't wait for the second half of the event to begin. And there we see the players congregating. It is a sight to behold for our eyes. And I can't wait, and I'm ready for all the action. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska, and it's my absolute pleasure to have with me one of the quickest minds in chess, the absolutely brilliant Daniel Naroditsky. Now, Daniel, it's absolutely brilliant to see you do so well on the chessboard this last month.
I'm so flattered, Yovi. What an introduction. What a job you've done commentating the Tata Steel Chess Festival. It's called a festival for a reason, and what an honor and privilege it is for me to participate in commentating and bringing all of this incredible action to the people across the world and to the people watching on site in Tata Steel in Europe, in North America, whether it's early or late. You do not want to miss this incredible annual event and this pivotal round, Yovi.
Yeah, absolutely important round, because we are crossing into the halfway mark where people really need to pick up their pace. And talking about picking up the pace, let's have a look at the standings after round 6. Because it almost feels like it's a tale of two halves. Here we have at the top Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Praggnanandhaa. They are killing it, 4.5 points. Gukesh is there. But Daniel, I just want to take your attention to the second half, the second part of that table, where we see a lot of players just yet to score in terms of wins.
Well, I think Nodirbek will be happy that you're taking my attention away, because let's just say Abdusattorov is not Abdusatisfied. After letting that win slip, apparently winning the World Championship title. It's like those video games, plus 5 lives, as well as world prestige. But indeed, Yovi, you look at Arjun Erigaisi. Yeah, that's not a mistake. He's 13th out of 14. He is not used to being at the bottom of any tournament standings. He's had one of the roughest events in recent memory. He's losing a lot of rating. But the good news, and potentially the bad news, is that Tata Steel is a very long tournament. But for Arjun Erigaisi, still time to take the plane out of the nosedive. But that time is running out. He needs to start winning stat.
Absolutely. And there we see the standings. So let's take a look at today's pairings, because as Daniel mentioned, it's a marathon and it's a good one as always. First up, we have the two winless players, Max Mamedan and Arjun Erigaisi. Will Wei Yi, defending champion, manage to strike against Leon Luc Mendonça? And then we have the creative Jordan van Forest struggling here, but he's got tournament leader Praggnanandhaa.
Who will be the first to take the world champion down at the Battle of the Generations? Hare Krishna versus Gukesh. Giri Abdusattorov will be a crowd favorite. Nodirbek trying to bounce back from that missed win yesterday. Of course, Vladimir Fedoseev, always an upstart, always exciting. He plays Keimer and Fabiano Caruana. One of the tournament favorites, he takes on Alexei Sarana, who has had himself an excellent event. He has acquitted himself very well indeed, Yovi. It is not easy to come here and just play as solidly as Alexei Caruana has. 1 win, all the rest draws, no losses. So many great stories thus far.
Yeah, so many great stories. Alexei Caruana winning yesterday against Fedoseev. And you know what they say about chess is that often, once you start winning, you often get onto a roll. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he can display his fine form and continue that winning streak. Fabiano Caruana, you mentioned it, rating favorite to win this event. On 50%, he needs to get rolling. I mean, it's really just a matter of time for some of these players. They need to start making their move right now.
Oh, absolutely. You think about Anish Giri and that first round. I don't know how many times I watched the video from those final few moves in Gukesh versus Giri, the heartbreak, the raw emotion, the nerves. Anish 1 move away, 1 tactical blow away from starting the tournament with a win with a world champion. And that's the sad reality of chess, right? How brutal it is that you have that 1 moment at the start. Now you're sitting there. You haven't won a game yet. But this might be his chance. He's got the white pieces against a frustrated Nodirbek. Will it be an aggressive Nodirbek? Will his seconds advise him to play solidly? That remains to be seen, Yovi. But I'm very excited to see the openings and the mindsets that we're going to see today as the players get ready to start a huge, huge round.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. Yeah, you mentioned there, Danya. Anish Giri playing Nodirbek, that is such a crowd favorite. And Anish, yeah, that was devastating. I mean, he was on the verge of playing a brilliant game. And I mean, really fantastic tactics abound. And it was just goes to show the unfortunate nature of chess that sometimes you can have these positions where 1 blunder takes everything away from you, and other positions where you can make 10 mistakes in a row and still the evaluation doesn't really change that much. It's just one of those things.
Yeah, it's just not fair. It's just this game we choose to play, this game we choose to commentate. Why? It's just so brutal, so much pain, and the pain of a loss. It doesn't even come close to compensating the brief euphoria of a win, as we see international master and famous study composer Johann Effect. He will not be affecting the fighting mindset of the players today, as Wei Yi assumes his seat. And for Leon Mendanka, man, compared to the challenger section, this is a slightly different caliber of race. All the players have upgraded their cars. There's Ferraris instead of Fords. Life is a little bit tougher for Leon.
And here we see rating favorite Fabiano Caruana. Well, on the live rating list, he's just dropped out of the 2,800 rating. So he's looking perhaps to start winning some points, get back there. I mean, how much does rating matter to these players, Danya?
Honestly, I mean, at this point, I feel like every time I check, there's like 3 different players in the 2,800 club. Now it's, Magnus and Hikaru. While, there's been all sorts of carnage around them, they've just sort of been chilling, enjoying their ratings. But for Fabiano, it's a tradition to play in Tata Steel. He's won this tournament before. He's played in Tata Steel for over a decade. So it's really not about the rating. It's about the prestige. It's about playing good games. And of course, a little bit of rating gain is nice, but they can worry about that later. As we see Caruana looking off into the foreground, 90 seconds to the start of the game, Yovi. Dutch punctuality, the game starting exactly on time.
Yes, and there we can see Anna Maya, and also Leslie, one of the production team there. And this is incredibly important. Nodirbek. Yesterday, we saw him stride out of the playing hall as he misses. Complex win, I would say. It was quite deceptive against reigning champion Gukesh. Today, he has the black pieces against Anish Giri, who, as we know, always comes to the board incredibly well prepared.
Yeah, if you have the misfortune of playing Anish Giri, then you'd like to do it with the white pieces. I did not have that pleasure in the World Rapid. He will be prepared, armed to the teeth. Will we see E4 or D4? That's a big question. Of course, Gukesh, he expects himself to win this game. He's got white against one of the elder statesmen of Indian chess. Let's just take a moment to appreciate Hari Krishna. He might be at the tail end of his career, but as he showed from the very first round where he defeated Erigaisi, he's not just here to, collect some half points. He's here to strike some blows, and he is still such a formidable opponent. You know that Gukesh is taking him just as seriously as anybody else.
Yeah, and Dania, this is also another fascinating battle because we all know that Hari Krishna was one of the seconds for Gukesh at the World Championship match. So, what do you play against someone who knows your repertoire?
Yeah, do you agree to play a3, a6, and then start the game? Just sort of a, kind of a manual official random. Like, okay, let's a4, a5, knight a3, knight a6, and then we can start preparing. No, of course, like Gukesh will choose something. The territory is so vast that chances are they'll quickly merge onto territory that neither of them is too familiar with. But Gukesh is full of surprises, as is Arjun Erigaisi. That guy, given the white pieces, the black pieces, the green pieces, he's playing for a win from the very first move. You just know that, especially given his tournament standing.
Yeah, this is definitely one game that he will be looking to unbalance because Max Varmadan, also having a tough time of it. Must say though, Max Varmadan, he's renowned for his creativity. He's been a second for Anish. He's also been a second for Jordan Van Foreest when Jordan won the Tata Steel event back in 2021. We'll see what Max comes to the board armed with. One thing for sure, we're going to be guaranteed fighting chess. I love these situations where both players have some stake in it. They really want to win. And talking about Jordan Van Foreest, well, he's got the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. Pragg, one of the tournament leaders. Does Pragg want to consolidate? Or will he be seeing that Jordan is the perfect contender to try to seek some kind of play against with the black pieces?
Well, given Jordan's, reputation for opening prep, Pragg, he tends to be very pragmatic in his opening approach, truly. Of course, we sometimes see the Pragg which plays the delayed Schliemann, like he did against Vidit in the candidates. But I think everything will depend on Jordan's mindset. If we see e4 or d4, with the black pieces, traditionally, you don't mind a draw. But as the tournament starts moving on to its second half, if you're not in that group of leaders, you might need to start taking more risks with the black pieces. And that's why I love Tata Steel. There's just so much breadth and so many different openings, so many different storylines written each round. You just got to love it. And the players love it. Look at that thunderous applause, that loud clapping, obnoxiously just slamming his hands together as Nodirbek. Game's about to start. Screaming, all the shouting, Jovi. These players need to learn some manners, man.
And there we see the handshake, Dania, and we are off. And there we see Anish open up with the first move.
That far to the left, I think that's c4. You just never
like
know
C4.
exactly.
Yeah, it's on a light square, but again, I agree with you.
a4? I mean, we saw a successful application in some tournaments, but the English, of course, nice and reliable. Nodirbek responds, I think, with e5.
Well, that's a fighting chess already. Because if Nodirbek really wanted a solid game, he'd take that e-pawn and move it one square backwards. But, we're now in the territory of a reversed Sicilian, where white just plays a Sicilian defense, but with that extra tempo. And now the bishop develops to its light square on the longest diagonal. So, interesting stuff.
Almost a kind of, procedural matter-of-factness that they're playing these moves with. Just going through the motions, but they're not really going through the motions. Of course, they've just made these moves so many times throughout their careers. And I'm glad that you've referred to this as a reverse Sicilian. I think that that's not emphasized enough, Jovi. And, for some people, it's a revelation. They're playing an accelerated dragon with an extra tempo for white. Of course, that extra tempo gives white pretty major initiative in the center. Actually, not a line that you see that often in high-level chess. This early d7, d5 by black with an open center. We're going to get a really exciting battle from the very first moves here.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely huge. Wow. I like the fact that Nodirbek has said, I'm fighting it out today. There is not going to be a steady, calm draw, no close positions. Instead, everything is going to get opened. So, yeah. And there we see the people, the spectators just watching, crowding round. And also, I love this moment because when you're playing in front of such an audience, you can't help but feel inspired.
Yeah, you don't need to, stage any photos. The photos are already staged. You got this, you got that massive group of spectators behind the enclosure. You got Nodirbek. The chances that he's looking directly at his opponent sometime within the first 5 moves, very high. He likes to gauge his opponent's state of mind. I definitely experienced that. He exerts a lot of psychological pressure on his opponent. So Anish Giri, of course, no stranger to high level chess. He is not one to be affected by such psychological overtures. And here we go, the bird's eye view. As all of the games are now firmly underway, Yobi, we have our usual smattering. Ruy Lopez in the top left, a sort of a ready by Fabiano Caruana. I wasn't ready for that. And gotta say, of Keimer in a Moscow variation Slav. Feast for the eye.
Yeah, then there's certainly some feast for the eyes because there we see on the bottom row, it's a very interesting dynamic because that's the row where you have the closed positions where you're not going to see a break in the center too often. And I want to draw your attention to the game between Gukesh and Hari Krishna there in brown, which is there the second left from the bottom because that's a French defense. And you remember at the World Championship match, the one opening that Gukesh was struggling against was against the French defense. So I find it quite psychologically intriguing and quite amusing a little bit that Hari Krishna employs that one. And I also want to go to the bottom right, just to draw your attention to that being a C3 kind of Sicilian. Positions very close, where White has just pressed the very indulgent H button. It has moved pawns H3, taking away the G4 square from a piece. So that one is very close at the minute, and that's going to be very intriguing in the middle game. And there we have lots of theory between Fedoseev and Keimer in a semi-Slav. So, Dania, which one of these positions takes your fancy?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask that. Can we just spend the entire time monitoring all of the all of the games at once? Now, of course, the long time control gives us the luxury of really zeroing in on one game and not really missing the action on the other board. Okay, let's start with Gukesh. We got to give the world champion his due. And first of all, okay, you mentioned the world champion. I was like, what? Oh yeah, there was a world championship that just happened, and the French made several occurrences. I think it's time to stop being surprised. I think it's officially time to stop being surprised. And this is a note to self kind of thing when we see the French in top level chess. It has come back with a vengeance. It's incredibly popular, and I'm facing it all the time in Blitz. I think it's officially time to announce the French as firmly part of the cool kids trend of openings, and the advance has very much made a resurgence as well.
Yeah. And you know something, Dania? It's a kind of well-known story, but when Alpha Zero first taught itself to play chess, it tried out the French defense. And it played it hundreds and hundreds of games, and they said, no, it's not good enough.
And
Then
it
went
quit
to the
chess.
Cairo and played it again. No, not enough for equality. And then went to E4, E5. But can we rewind all the way to the beginning and see, how did the game start? Obviously, we know it's a French, but as you mentioned there, Gukesh choosing an advanced variation. So remember in the World Championship, Gukesh was meeting this particular variation with knight to c3. Here it's like, no, let's go for something different.
And of course, Hari Krishna's preparation would primarily concentrate on knight c3, but e5 can't come as a total surprise to him. The advance, its reputation has improved as new weapons have been found in recent years. Bentala responds with one of the main lines. Of course, the most popular move here is to deploy the queen to b6. But the British GM Gawain Jones, he, among other players, found one of those dangerous weapons that have revived the advance after queen b6. One very disquieting prospect is this move bishop d3. And the point is that if black takes on d4, white simply short castles, and who needs to recapture pawns? That's what they did in the Middle Ages. We're about development now. A very dangerous position for black. So instead, bishop d7 was played, bishop to e2 by Gukesh, knight ge7. Black focuses on minor piece development. And after short castles, we see a trade. Now, I've seen this line played with a knight coming to g6. I think Giri had a game in the World Rapid where he tried this line. The drawback of putting the knight on g6 is that white has this typical positional plan g3, h4, and h5. eventually kicking the knight away. So after knight f5, we already see Gukesh taking quite a bit of a thing. Not a position that I'm particularly familiar with theoretically, Yovi. Structurally, obviously, we're still in pretty normal water.
Yeah, structurally, I would say yes, but I was just going to highlight one decision that White made a move earlier, which is to castle, because whenever I played the French advance, I had a rule of thumb that when the Black Knight came to e7, that was the moment for White to go knight a3, and the reason is that you really want to be meeting knight to f5 with knight to c2. So here you just go knight to a3, knight, and then c takes d4 happens, and c takes d4, then the knight comes to f5, and then you're ready to go knight c2. You just reinforce control over d4, and you play to dislodge that knight on f5 with an eventual knight to e3, or you can even go bishop to e3. It doesn't really matter. The knight's actually a great defender, great piece there on c2. And this is the way that I prefer to play it because, yeah, as you mentioned, there's g4 in the air, and I love pushing pawns, and I'm maybe not going to apologize for it anymore.
No, this is such a great point, and this is why Black often deploys the knight via h6. It's precisely to discourage knight a3, because then Black can trade on d4 and trade on a3. And I won't bog down in the details because we've already the train left that station. Gukesh castled. Hare Krishna tries to take full advantage, and very important for newer players to realize that g4, tempting as it may be, it almost always runs into knight f5 to h4, and as one chess cliche that's said too many times goes, pawns do not go backwards. But this is the best illustration, and bishop to g5 never works because knight takes f3 comes with a check. So that is why the knight is more stable than it appears. You don't have to play h5 like you do in the King's Indian. Knight to c3 by Gukesh. I quickly looked up the position. We're still in fairly known territory. A lot of top-level games still from this position. Black's main move here is rook c8, closely followed by bishop e7. So we're unlikely to see queen b6. That would be kind of mixing up the plans. Black focusing on development instead, most of the time.
Yeah. It's definitely you focus on development with this particular variation, and you only do queen to b6 when the pressure gets, when everything has been resolved, all the potential has been resolved on the king side, so there are no g4s anymore, and then you can kind of start working on targeting d4. So, interesting battle. I love the mind games. Shall we take a pause from this one and go back to our beautiful bird's eye view and see what developments have occurred in the other games?
Yeah.
And
moves coming in fast.
They are coming in fast. And again, my eye is drawn to the bottom right there, Varmadan Arjun, because this was something I did in my teenage years. And it was just, develop your bishop to unusual squares. And then the whole point is that you're going to play for an eventual big center. So that's going to, again, very, very tense. It doesn't need our immediate eyes on it. Where is the fire happening?
Actually, if I may, and I promise I'll be quick, but I actually think, at the risk of overstating the case, Arjun has already made a very small boo-boo. And yes, I'm influenced by the fact that he's taking his time here, but I feel like he might have slightly mixed up his responses to two different lines. So if I may just quickly comment on this, it's not apocalyptic, it's not a disaster, far from it, but he might already be facing the prospect of a slight disadvantage. So Yovi, after knight f6, the standard move, sort of when I was coming up, was bishop e2. And one of the appeals of this line for newer players is that it comes with a trap attached. Something tells me Arjun would not have missed this move. In fact, Warmerdam plays something similar. But bishop e2 is the most popular move by far. David Anton Guijarro in recent years, he was the first player I noticed was playing h3, which is a more flexible approach. And of course, knight takes e4 is still not possible. To my knowledge, the main move here is knight to c6. And I'm not sure if white intends d4 or some sort of queen c2 line. But Arjun plays bishop d7, which I know is the typical response to bishop e2. But here, Max shows the benefit of keeping the bishop on its initial square. Now it drops into d3, and this is a different approach where the bishop usually moves back to c2. And once it does, white is ready to play d2, d4. And black needs to meet that plan with something. You cannot just allow white to dominate the center. And I don't think bishop d7 is considered to be the most accurate approach.
No, it's not the most accurate approach because I mean I can see the appeal and other particular lines, but one of the great things about h3 is that you rule out the bishop to g4 lines. That's gone, and if white is able just to tuck the bishop back to c2, complete development with the king, and then go for d4, then white has a very, very comfortable position, has all the prospects of pushing. So it's a really interesting, and one of the lines that you mentioned earlier, instead of bishop to d7, was that knight c6.
Hmm.
And I remember that in the bishop e2 lines, that we would always we would always just give up the pawn on e4, we'd go d4, with the idea that, I don't know whether it's working here, but it's a very instructive trick that after c takes d4, you don't have to exchange pawns in the middle, but knight
Yeah,
takes
I'll show it
d4
this
is going
way.
to be met by, yeah,
Mhm.
d5.
Yeah, the knight is chased away, and there's nothing black can do. Either you lose that knight or you lose the other knight. If I remember correctly, this is an old line. The benefit of trading on d4, and sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Yovi, is just an important subtlety here. After d5, black arrives to the party first with queen a5 check, and he's therefore able to preempt the prospect of a fork on a4. So the line goes on. White, essentially plays for long-term compensation here. I don't know what the current evaluation is, but I'm looking at reference, and Jose Martinez Jospin is just tearing everybody apart in this position. He's got like 5 wins from this position, including a game against Anish, I think, entitled Tuesday. The point is that if black plays bishop c6, white has this lovely little move, queen e2, and then you just pre-move bishop c2. It doesn't matter what black does. Black can play e5. Congratulations. This makes d4 even stronger because, amazingly, how many times can black get his piece trapped in this line? This is ridiculous. Knight d7, boom. Now your bishop's trapped. This is wild.
It's wild and very much according to the Peruvian school of chess. Have you noticed that certain countries tend to have a certain style, usually in the fashion of their top player? So for Peru, it would be Julio Granda Zuniga, and he has a very natural style. So it's not very theoretical, but he's an expert at putting their pieces on fantastic squares and then just harmonizing the pieces. And since then, I've noticed that Jose Martinez has the same other Peruvian top players, the Daisy Jorge Corey and Daisy Corey, the siblings, they also do the same. They just play very quiet openings, but somehow or other in the middle game, they come to life. They manage to coordinate the pieces together and then they strike. So, yeah.
It's inspiring, and Julio Granda Zuniga is just a legendary player. Just his feel for the position. He's the OG. Never read a chess book, never studied an opening, and yet just is able to reconstruct the best moves. His understanding is the stuff of legend, and as you said, so many players following in his footsteps. Well, we will follow all of the other top games. As Arjun Erigaisi, you can just tell, right? He's not taking such a long thing by accident. Bishop d7 was a clear mix-up. That's the move against bishop e2. That's not the move against h3. And sometimes, when it rains, it pours. And so far, just nothing has seemed to go right for Arjun Erigaisi. We'll see if he can turn this one around out of the opening. Yovi, I'll put you on the spot. Where do we go to next? Maybe the top row, feeling a little bit lonely.
Yeah.
The back row. Where do we go?
The back row with Etienne back row. No, okay, so we do have to pop in on Fabiano Caruana against Alexei Serrano. That is a heavyweight Catalan, a lot of theory there. But the reason I'm drawn to it is because it's Fabi. And Fabi, he's all prep. And if we rewind, maybe just to show everyone how we got here, even it's still an interesting decision. So c4, e6, Alexis Serrano. When I've actually once been in the position that Alexei has been in, playing black against Caruana, and I remember on my computer when I was preparing, I was like, well, how do you prepare against the player who plays everything and who knows everything?
Yep.
And then in the end, I gambled and I thought he's going to play e4. He played d4, and I was like, well, there goes my preparation.
Yeah, I've been there twice. I do not recommend. And this time, Fabi chooses a Catalan, so mainline Catalan. Alexei responds with one of the most topical lines, d takes d4. And here almost everybody in recent years has been omitting queen takes c4, which used to be kind of automatic. That line has been analyzed to exhaustion. And instead, a4 has been all the rage. Very positional line here by Fabi. He's not going for the opening gill. He is going for a typical long Catalan struggle. You lull your opponent to sleep, maneuver and maneuver and maneuver and maneuver. And eventually you squeeze out a tiny advantage by move 80, which is, how they wrote the scripts, the Catalan script. So Fabiano still deep within his preparation, trying to take Alexei Serrano, a very dynamic player, onto uncomfortable territory. Speaking of uncomfortable territory, if we may jump to Ben Forrest Praggnanandhaa, because that game, Mount Krakatoa is exploding here. And Pragg has a knight on h5 that is trapped. You might remember that he did something similar with colors reverse against Hikaru in an English in the World Cup. Here we have a Sicilian, so everything has been reversed, and Pragg is the one whose knight is trapped. Is this by design?
Right.
What on earth is this?
I think, Dania, we rewind because I first of all, I want to know how the knight got to h5, and I want to know whether this is preparation. And I can see from the clock times that it indicates that both players are in their prep. And, and it's not just one piece that is imprisoned, it's the bishop on b5. Pragg, his trademark is the counterattack, and his last move there, a6, really showing me his true colors. But maybe we can just go back, do an action replay just very quickly, just to humor me. Sorry, Dania.
No, I'm just as curious. This was apparently a Sicilian defense, old Sicilian variation. Yeah, unlike that new Sicilian. Yeah, down to the new. Let's get back to old school. Knight to c3, so it's a 4-knight Sicilian, which is sort of a branching off point for a lot of different lines. Typically, if white plays d4, the point is black will take and now probably play the Sveshnikov or a rouser with d6. But no, Jordan kind of maintains the anti-Sicilian spirit with bishop to b5, which is also a very well-known move. And now g6, one of the most dynamic responses in the position. And immediately e5 already takes the game to very dynamic territory, knight h5. That's how the knight got there. It's not going to stay there for long because white's going to get his silverware ready. Boom, the knight is trapped. But d5 by Praggnanandhaa. And do we take the knight here? No, of course not. Who would ever take a free knight? Well, it's not free because bishop g4 wins the game for black. This knight on f3 is toast. So Jordan plays the move h3 to cover the g4 square, but that gives Pragg time to set up counterplay against white bishop, which may also get trapped after presumably bishop a4, b5. Man, this position really stockfishes.
It's crazy, isn't it? It makes no sense to me, especially this g4 idea. Yeah, sure, it's tempting because the knight on h5 is trapped. But there's a high risk going on here for the white king because you can't really take that knight without doing some serious groveling to that white monarch because it's too many open lines and the bishop on b5 is trapped. But I see the evaluation bar says numbers. I don't care about the numbers. Everything is good for white.
Wow, and this is not unknown territory. I'm seeing a game. I'm seeing two games, actually. Both of them, and one of them, Kaido Kolouts versus Titus Stremavicius, two grandmasters in 2023 had this position. And then another game from December 2024. And indeed, both games continued knight back to e6, dialing the knight back and preparing, setting the, rolling out the red carpet for b5 and c4. So the Grandmaster game continued g takes h5, b5. In fact, both games continued that way. b5. Now h6 was thrown in by white. And, oh my gosh, this is crazy. So takes b5, h6. No problem, right? Bishop h8, just another day in the office. Bishop to b3, and black counter traps the bishop with c4. Now white tries to get the most for the bishop, and Kolouts played the move d4, trying to shut down the black bishop on h8. But white's king here, Yovi, is permanently exposed. The knight's going to later move back potentially to c7, and the light squares. White's going to suffer on the light squares, so Ben Forrest better be prepared here.
Yeah, you don't go into this not knowing exactly what to do here because the white king is incredibly drafty and this position is wild. I mean, in the analysis that you looked at, I mean, I could see some resources for white based on transferring the pieces over to protect the white king, because you got to have defenders, protectors. You got to have as many people around. I remember I have this rule of thumb: when your king is vulnerable, the queen, sorry, should be in close proximity to her monarch, because she's a great defender. She's even better an attacker, but she's an absolutely fabulous defender. So, yeah. Um, but how practical, Daniel? I want to ask you this question: how practical is this type of approach from Jordan, where it's incredibly sharp position? There's a lot of risk, and you put one foot wrong, and the position could come tumbling down.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, all of the armchair generals, they write two headlines for the newspaper. One is Van Forest with brilliant preparation. What a daring approach. Just showcases his, tireless efforts in the laboratory if he wins. If he loses, and this ends in disaster, how could Van Forest play so carelessly with the white pieces against someone as well prepared as Pragg? So it's really hard to give a diagnosis for now as we see G takes h5. A few important things, Yovi, for players to understand. First of all, why didn't he play b5? So the reason is, here after bishop b3, you need to do something with the knight. You can't play knight e6 anymore because d5 hangs. And most importantly, if you play knight takes f3 and then you play c4, you succumb to tactics dc bc, and suddenly bishop takes c4 extricates the bishop. As a matter of fact, you have bishop a4 here as well. But the point is the rook on a8 is hanging. So that's actually why the knight has to move back to e6. The second important thing, that black is now threatening to evacuate the knight with knight h to f4. So you cannot fall asleep. You have to take on h5. And this is one of those positions where even the computer often gives you absolutely no clue as to what's going on. I think a lot of people would be inclined to take on b5 if you know that your bishop is going to get trapped anyway. Let's get the most amount of material for it. The problem with that is that if you take twice on b5, the knight can drop back to c7 with tempo, opening up an attack on h3. And, knowing that this is 0.6 gives me absolutely zero relief when I see a king like that on h1, on g1. No, thank you. I'll pass.
Yeah, I will pass as well. It's scary times here for white, but if they ride it out, I guess that they will have the trumps of locking out that dark squared bishop there out of the game on g7, because we saw the idea of going h6, but whoa, this is brave stuff. And I agree with you about one thing, about the armchair critics there. That is very easy for us, having the benefit of engine analysis and take backs to kind of sit there and give judgment. But for the players, they know what they're doing. It is also the psychology involved. And I don't envy them this type of position. Are you, Dania, the kind of player that embraces complications?
I mean, it all depends on the opponent. And it's funny, I lost to Pragg in the World Rapid. It was a really painful loss. And I told myself, I was deciding what to play a few minutes before the round as we see bishop b3. And I decided to play 1e4. But just by complete hallucination, just a mental slip up, I played one knight f3. Like I just had some sort of short circuit. And when Pragg responded, I was like, wait a second, but I decided not to play knight f3 because he knows these lines so well. I decided to play e4 and play what I know. And I was just criticizing myself and scolding myself. And I was so busy doing that I stumbled into a worse position out of the opening. So it's just so easy in retrospect, as they are following that pullouts game. H6 is thrown in by Jordan. And the big moment after bishop h8, will he play d4 or will he open up the position with d takes e4? That will potentially lead to a queen trade. And maybe that is the course that Van Forest has decided to chart in this position. I certainly can't blame him if that is the case.
Yeah. Well, it is fascinating to see the decisions that Jordan takes. And I like the fact that Jordan actually goes for these really unconventional openings. I want to see the twist, and he takes on c4. Do you see how quickly he does it? And one thing I also wanted to stress about these top players is they are not just preparing with their seconds and the engines. They are also working with cloud engines, these super engines. So You are looking at some very deep, very impressive preparation here from Jordan van Foreest.
Yeah, just the amount of ground to cover. You think about it. I mean, Pragg, he deviated from mainstream theory with that move knight h5 on move 5. That was a very rare move. But you think about it, that was 10 moves ago. So just the thought that this could even be preparation tells us how hard these players work. And now for Van Foreest, he has to decide, how is he going to give this bishop back? Is he going to take on c4? Is he going to trade queens and give away the d file? Because potentially the endgame is no less complicated than the middle game. And White's king is still very much a concern. The light squares are still very much a concern. So but this is a game we will keep an eagle eye on as it moves, potentially toward an early queenless middle game. Shall we zoom back out? Yovi,
Yes,
it might be time for our first break. Man, time just flying by.
time is
hours
just
can go
flying
like this.
by. Absolutely. And yeah, there you see we have an eagle eye on all of those 7 games and those beautiful colors. And it is definitely time for our first break. Well, the openings have been played out. The stage has been set. And we are going to be embracing all of those complications that the middle game will provide us in just a few minutes. So see you then.
I kind of want to see bishop takes h1 though. Just that would go down in all the chess books forever for history.
Oh my god! What?
He didn't see it. Oh my god, it's on the board.
There's
Fruja.
no way.
Wow. This is once in a lifetime stuff. Fabiano on the camera, Robert, smiling. He knows he's... Wow. This is immortality stuff.
Yeah, this is going down in the best games book, beating Alireza Firouzja in essentially 9 moves of chess, 2 brilliancies in a row.
The black king is actually trapped on the back rank, whether you allow your rook on a8 to fall or whether you allow the pawn to push forward. And Firouzja's going to resign after 9 moves. There we go.
Game over.
It's over.
How happy you are with your achievements in chess? I mean, are you happy or not?
Overall, yes. True.
My second question is, do you think you're a genius?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
How probable it is that you will be back in top 3 in, let's say, next 5 years?
A bit unlikely.
True.
I'm a bit surprised. I thought you're more of an optimistic guy.
No, it's just waiting has never been like my main preoccupation. I care more about winning titles.
I can add that it causes a lot of reactions in him. He has a big desire to be much better.
No, I was happy to know that
We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
We're finding the core of the
I was
problem.
happy to know that I have big desires still in chess.
Do you think that blitz or rapid, with its importance, can be compared to a classical time format?
Not yet, but it should.
True, but it's like an opinion with many
Yes,
facets.
without a yes and no answer. Okay, to follow up this question, for you personally, blitz and rapid matters as much as classical chess?
No.
Lie.
Finally, getting somewhere.
He wanted to be caught. He wanted to be caught.
I got him with that question.
Yes, you did.
How afraid you are that somebody, while playing you, will be using illegal assistance?
in general, afraid. Like, not with everybody, but I'm pretty sure it has happened in the past.
True.
We are back and straight into the playing hall, the Demorian playing hall for round 7. Soon the tournament will be in the second half, and there we see hundreds of participants locking horns onto the chessboards, and there is one that is so anticipated. Anish Giri against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And we saw Nodirbek there earlier on actually open with a really fighting opening. He decided to meet a potentially solid English there from Anish. And looking at the body language, it looks like that Nodirbek is the one to have unleashed the first surprise. Now I'm here with Dania, and Dania, what excites you the most about this bird's eye view?
They lean, there we go. If they lean any further forward, I mean, their heads might make contact. And just like the kings, you can't have a king on e4 and a black king on d5 unless you're marking the results. Both players just maximum intensity. You just know that with white, Anish is going to come out firing. And I actually think that in this position that they have on the board, there's a really lovely trap that I've seen with colors reversed. So if we can zero in on it, it's crazy that I feel like this trap actually works. So in this position, and we will dial it back and I will rewind and show how this happened. But first things first, if black plays the move knight b6 to d5, which is a natural move because you're defending b7, it loses the game. And my coach showed me this old game between, I think it was Kamsky and Tivyakov from the 1980s, where this exact trap happened in an accelerated dragon. White plays this crazy move, bishop takes d5. Why is it important to take with the bishop? Because you don't take twice. Now you play the move e3. And suddenly, black loses a minor piece. The knight has nowhere to go. It has to go back to e6 to avoid a fork. But now e4 traps the bishop on d5. If Gadakamsky missed it, it was a young Gadakamsky, but still, anyone can miss it. Just remembering that the bishop, the fianchettoed bishop, can give itself up for the knight itself is sort of an invisible move. So a little trap here by Anish. Now, Nodirbek does not have to play knight d5. He can play a move like rook b8 or queen c8. But Yovi, I'm just keeping a little eye on this because crazier things have happened.
Yeah, and I must say, actually, just capturing that knight with the bishop is quite, let's say, quirky. You know, you don't expect that. You'd expect knight takes knight. And also this whole concept of a bishop being there on d5 for black and not having any squares to go to, and also the knight on d4. These are central pieces, right? And normally we say, put your pieces in the center, maximize the potential from them. But here, in just one of those unusual twists of fates, they interfere with each other, and that's it. One of them gets trapped after that sequence. So interesting stuff. Can we rewind a bit just to see how we got here?
Yeah, I was just looking at this position because I saw that somebody played knight d5. Wow. So this is really interesting. So there are still games in the current position. But yeah, how did we get here? It's a very kind of unique type of construction. It wasn't English. It wasn't, you can think of this as a reverse accelerated dragon. Of course, here e4 runs into queen a4 check, an idea that the diligent viewer should be familiar with from the Erigaisi game, where a similar trap was laid in a Sicilian. Instead, knight c6 followed by knight b6, clamping down on the d4 square is black's idea. The bishops come out, rook b1 is still normal. And now this very dynamic idea by Anish, b2, b4. Turns out you don't need to play a3 because of tactics. Bishop takes b4, runs into the lovely knight f3 takes e5, deflecting the knight from c6. And f6 is a rare move by Nodirbek. I'm seeing in Opening Explorer the main line by far is a6, halting the progress of white's b pawn. And here typically white plays a3. But instead, Nodirbek emphasizing a solidity of structure and allowing the pawn to inch forward. Giri does not do it immediately. Notice knight takes b4, now runs into rook takes b4, followed by queen b3 check. What a tricky man this Anish Giri is. Get him out of the middle of playing hall. Look at what he's doing. Trick after trick. And now another trick with knight to d2. Yovi, the guy who played knight d5, is 2,300 FIDE. So not, some clown off the street. In a game in 1994 against Zurab Azmai-Parashvili. And indeed, after knight d5, bishop takes d5 was found by white, and black simply resigned after e3. This is a classical game from 1994. 2 games here continued, 3 games continued c6, including a game between Movsisyan and Marcus Rager from the European Championship 2010. That game ended in a pretty quick draw after c6, bc, knight takes c6, knight f3. Yeah, it's about an equal position.
Yeah, it looks pretty level, although there's level and there's like dead equal, and this is not dead equal by any means. I mean, black has a lot of dynamic play with the pieces. I mean, can't think of a single piece that is misplaced, and white does have, of course, the half open B line to work some magic down. So this is going to be an incredibly exciting battle, and it's interesting with these open positions. Everything tends to hinge on piece play as opposed to pawn structure so much, and pawn advances is all to do with just maximizing, coordinating your pieces in the best way. And it's a beautiful cliffhanger to leave us on. Dania, will he play knight to d5?
That's why Anish is walking around. I'm telling you, it's like he's a little nervous. His heart is like, he sees it, he knows it. And when you set a trap that, okay, you know that there's realistically a 0.0001% chance of Nodirbek falling into it, and he doesn't. But still, you're just hoping. You're playing that hope chess. You're just hoping maybe this is the once in a career situation where, my 2,700 opponent blunders a piece on move 12. No such luck, says Nodirbek. That ain't going to happen. He plays the move c6. And if indeed Anish takes and plays knight f3, black gets the 2-on-1 on the queen side. And if anything, I think it will be Nodirbek playing for an advantage. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a move like a4 instead. Yeah, well, you don't need to come back to the board. Moves will play themselves. They're just going to, teleport. They're going to move the pieces with their minds.
It's a new superhuman skill that's yet to be developed, like the hoverboard. It's there, it's in our minds, it just hasn't been manifested into creation yet. Yeah, well, interesting moment, big moment here for Anish. Capture the pawn or reinforce it, but either way, play is going to get spicy. And it's one of those positions where things are just going to heat up. One person is going to come under pressure, or it's just simply going to fizzle out. And I predict it's going to sizzle with Nodirbek at the helm and Anish really wanting to get that first win. I think that this one is going to get spicy.
Will it sizzle or will it fizzle? That's a new one.
Yeah. It's maybe it's just a British expression. I don't know where I got it from. I'm tend to be like a magpie. I listen to the expressions and I collect them, and then I like to use them. Shall we go back to our beautiful bird's eye view? I still can't get over how wonderful it is just to look at all 7 games in operation and get to pick. I do feel like I'm in charge here by being able to go, let's have a look at da-da. But okay, but we should do a little roundup of what's happening so far, because there are a few games that we haven't cast our eyes on. So let's give a quick assessment on those ones before we choose one to deep dive.
Great idea. Just a very quick executive summary for maybe those who are joining a little bit late. How could you miss the start of the round or choose to sleep in on this lovely Saturday morning? Morning for me, at least. But starting from the top left, we haven't looked at Weyi Mendonca. They're in a Rui Lopez position about equal. We just looked at Anish Giri. He's locked in a very complicated battle against Nodirbek, who avoids falling into the trap. Bobby versus Serrana, top right. That's the red board. I like how I can refer to each board by its unique color. That's a Catalan that we will take a look at pretty soon, because the structure there, a very unique one indeed, with that pawn on f4 and the pawn on d4, kind of a shifted Marozzi bind. On the bottom left, we have Ben Forrest Pragg. They did trade queens, but the position remains very complicated. Will it sizzle or will it fizzle? I think that game might actually start fizzling out if more pieces are exchanged. Great preparation by both players. Gukesh versus Hare Krishna. To the right of that is a French super positional battle. Fedoseev, Keimer, that's a game we need to look at because their structure is really interesting. And Arjun Erigaisi has just played G7, G5 on the bottom right, trying to wheel his way out of a potential opening catastrophe. But who's it going to be a catastrophe for? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, that immediately with the emergence of that move, suddenly things have really, really amped up. They've really notched up a level. So I'm having difficulties deciding because G5 has made an appearance on 2 games. G4 for white has made an appearance in 1. We have unconventional pawn structures. We have trades, closed positions. Can I leave the decision to you? For me, it's on the bottom row. The action is happening there.
Absolutely. I think we need to quickly revisit Arjun's game, and then we can look at Fedoseev Keimer. I'm a little bit worried for Vlad because he's given up the bishop pair. I think Vincent might be tightening in the screws, but that game is moving at a bit of a slower pace. G7, G5, I'm simultaneously surprised, but how can you really be surprised if you know anything about Arjun and his spirit, particularly given his tournament situation and how this game has been going? You know, it's chess wisdom. You want to change the course of the game. You want to put your opponent on the defensive, even if that means sacrificing some objectivity. And frankly, Yovi, this is not such an uncommon idea. You see this in the Italian. You see this in a lot of openings. This pawn on h3 is a hook, which means that g4 becomes a very effective method of blowing up the king side. Of course, if white takes on g5, you see the blue arrow. I did not draw that arrow. We all know what that means. This runs into rook g8, and white can't even keep the extra pawn because the knight will have to drop back eventually, and then bishop takes h3 looks really, really nasty.
Yeah, that's certainly a nice antidote to knight takes pawn. But they often say, and our blue arrow is indicating that when someone plays on the wings, you strike out in the center, and yeah, you put it up, you put the move on the board. I mean, this looks really, really scary, right? G4 is coming, but you presumably you take that one, the bishop comes, and now one of the things that I think is really instructive in this type of position is that you just simply develop your pieces. You don't have to strike immediately in the center. Often it's a good idea to kind of take some time out. If you can, yeah, reinforce the center, because there might be some threats of c takes d4 at some time. But yeah, and then knight to d2 and aha. But I can see the evaluation bar dropped. Does not like my positional approach to things.
I mean, even the computer often struggles as you see it oscillating. But that really bears repeating. The fact that I think a lot of players would be very tempted. DC or D5, we need to clarify the situation in the center. Not always. Sometimes the slow developmental approach is the way to punish this type of dubious play. With that said, of course, D5 is a very principled move. There's no question in my mind that Arjun intends knight to E5. And a very important detail, were the white bishop on D3 here? There's a very common idea of playing knight takes e5, bishop takes d1, and now delivering a check on b5. But here, you can deliver a check all right. That bishop on d1, though, is going to be your worst nightmare. That doesn't work. But again, speaking of the slow developmental approach, you can play a move like knight bd2. Problem with this move, how on earth are you going to get this bishop out of c1? Like, is it going to jump over the knight? Are you going to try to fianchetto it? Because Arjun's plan is very clear. Rook g8, bishop h3. He can get the specifics down, but bishop h6 also looks nasty. So this is why the eval bar is so misleading. Apparently there is a move here. Maybe it's bishop a4 check, but white would have to tread very carefully in this position because the evaluation can flip around with a single inaccuracy.
I would not trust the evaluation bar. I leave this position for computers to play perfect chess, and they will not be feeling the emotions of the game. Dania, I can see that you're calculating furiously.
I'm listening closely. I promise. I don't mean to interrupt. I just
No, it's fine. Knight f to d7.
If you start with a check,
knight takes knight.
Now the idea works because you started with bishop a4, so the train has left the station, and now you play bishop takes d7, and when the smoke clears, white is simply up a minor piece. What does that mean? Well, that means black has to either play the very awkward knight e to d7, taking the pressure off of the knight, or bishop d7, which is undesirable for similar reasons. So, yeah, try spotting this in a classical game. That's just one of many lines that Warmerdam has to calculate. He also has to assess the move d takes c5, which for a more positional minded player like him is pretty tempting option. This one looked far less favorably upon by this silicon fiend of ours.
Yes, and I can see that even though g5 might be technically not the most correct move, well, it's won a lot of fans from our featured chat. They do approve of Arjun's gutsy chess, g5, g4, for courageous, gutsy, everything. I like this kind of firecracker chess that Arjun plays, and really, he had a fantastic 2024, picked up a ton of rating points, and it was primarily due to this type of decision making, taking risks, willing to play out the game against all types of players. And yeah, we will see whether Max will see that the sting at the end of the tale is that after d4, g4, the complications actually favor him after d5.
Yeah, and Arjun's having a bad event. Big deal. It takes more than that to kill a bull moose, and it takes more than that to shake the confidence of one of the most exciting players on the circuit right now. He will be back to 2,800 with a vengeance. We know that, and he is not ready to write this tournament off. Plenty more rounds. There's half a tournament left. We've seen crazy comebacks in Tata Steel before. He might not be thinking about winning the event right now, but getting back to 50%, absolutely a realistic goal for the always exciting Arjun Erigaisi. Shall we have a brief look-see at Fedoseyev's game? Another super exciting player. Of course, in the freestyle chess arena, he needs no introduction, one of the best freestyle players in modern chess. And also not too bad when the pieces are arranged in conventional fashion.
Yep. And freestyle now, the new word for Bishop Random, Chess 960, whatever you want to call it, when you set up the pieces in non-standard fashion. And, well, first up, you mentioned earlier that Fedoseev had given up the bishop pair. So can we look at how that actually happened?
Yeah, I mean, we started with a Queen's Gambit declined. Typically, we see the Rogozin these days, but yeah, Samislav's still a very reputable opening. And Bishop G5, we could have had a Botvinnik variation, which is the craziest lines in chess, but instead Vincent plays H6, and now a big branching off point. Bishop H4 is possible, but Fedoseev plays the more positional line, takes on F6 and E3. He does not want to sacrifice the pawn on C4. Still very known territory, and now Queen to E7. See, this move, Yovi, I do not remember. I'm not a Slav player, but from what I remember, G6 or Bishop D6 is more conventional here. Yeah, G6 is the main move, followed by DC. Queen E7, well, Opening Explorer says this is a novelty. I'll look this up in ChessBase, but Queen to E7, not on my bingo card at all. What about this bishop, you may ask? Well, of course, G7, G5, following in the footsteps of Arjun Erigaisi. More like the other way around, because this pawn landed on G5 first. And of course, the point is Fianchetto. And if black can get E5 in, Yovi, coupled with the prospect of a pawn storm on the king side, which discourages white from castling, Fedoseev better prove that his queenside play is kind of a sufficient counterweight. And that's why he played rook c1, by the way, because b5 right away would have run into the tactic knight takes 5. But the rook is not very happy to be playing second fiddle here. It would rather be on the b file.
Right. And it's an interesting choice here from Fedoseev. I mean, if we can rewind a few more moves, at Queen to E7, it provoked this knee-jerk reaction of going C5. Now, I have a kind of rule of thumb with C5 is that you can only play it if E5 is not impactful. If it comes with no power, IG in an endgame, so you can go C5, for instance, in a late middle game. There's no danger whatsoever to the white king. C5, B4, storm the queen side is incredibly, incredibly effective. In fact, I call this idea the big clamp. I don't know why I do that, but I do. And C5 immediately, this decision in a strategic level, that covers, it really is very risky because e5 now will liberate the light squared bishop. Also, it's a ready-made attack against the white king, because where is it going to go? It has to go castles one way or another. And this b4, b5 looks just too slow. I mean, this is playing for the long term. Black is going to be playing for the short term stuff. So, yeah. And just to fast forward and get to the game position, if we can discuss that. Yeah, I mean, it's so good that you pointed out that b5 is not possible because of knight takes c5. That has been in my repertoire with the black pieces for a long, long time. It's one of those lines and one of those ideas that you see on your chess-based notes.
Yep.
And somehow never quite happen.
Yeah, except in blitz. Like, nobody ever blunders it when it actually matters. I think you made just great positional points there, Yovi, just breaking this position down. I think c5 is a serious inaccuracy. I don't want to keep rewinding and fast forwarding. Just one very quick point, if I may. It is technically not a novelty. Technically, there is a game from 2012, two unrated players, and then there's one obscure correspondence game from a few years back. Now, the reason c5 is an inaccuracy, it can be okay in some positions, but I think castling first was a lot more flexible. And the reason why is that black can't really get away with a move g5 here, because now white reserves the right to open up the center, and this is far more effective with the pawn still on c4. Black basically has to give away the d5 pawn. So if black plays g6, then at the very least, black is not expanding that fast. That's how the correspondence game went. And here white can play c5, followed by a very quick e4, just trying to drive the pawn down and then go after Fedoseyev's plan of b4, b5. Because he put his cards on the table right away, this basically tells Vincent, okay, I'm not opening up the center. You can proceed with your kingside play. And this pawn on g5 is a thorn in white's side. The fact that black can go g4 whenever he wants is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, totally. And it's just going to be a battle. Black is going to expand all the space on the king side, try and get an e5, f5. You probably don't need to rush with f5, in fact, because you don't want to shut in your light square bishop. But it's going to be scary times for Fedoseev if he doesn't handle black's activity on the king side. Yeah. And the knights, Dania. Are you a big fan of having knights against bishops? Because sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. I'm undecided.
I think I am. Yeah, I flip-flop a lot, but I had this rapid game once against Luke Van Whaley in London, actually, 2014, where I had two knights against two bishops with no other minor pieces and queens and rooks. And I really enjoy, in general, having the knights. Also, as a bullet player, you want to have the knight in virtually any position. Knight against queen, knight against rook. Just the knight's propensity for tricks makes it such a valuable asset in low time situations. But here, as we see Vincent castling, maybe not the most exciting continuation, but he keeps all of his options open. It doesn't mean he won't play g4. He still might. But I think he's orienting himself toward e5. I think that's his next move, almost regardless of what Vladimir does. Great stuff for Vincent. You just know Peter Lecko, his longtime mentor, is smiling. He can appreciate this level of opening knowledge.
Yes. And Vladimir Fedoseev coming off a loss yesterday. So, well, would it be 2 in a row for Fedoseev? Now, that would be a disaster. But Vincent, he's getting better and better, right? He had that. Okay, the result went his way, but in terms of chess, I mean, he was in big problems against Leo Mendonça in the first round. But since then, it seems like the ship has been righted, and he just keeps impressing with his play.
And he's stable, right? Doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows. He's just 27-40, incredibly well prepared player, following in the footsteps of Lecko. One of the best positional wizards of his generation, and still with so many great years ahead of him. We have many great hours ahead of us, and many other great games unfolding before our eyes. Maybe it's a good time to check back into the World Champions game, Yofi, but I'll give you the final say.
Yeah, let's head there, because I'm also up on my screen is the bird's eye view, and I'm also looking at these type of positions. So queen to b6 did come, but not in the fashion that we were predicting. We were thinking that black would just go bishop e7, castle kingside, and then icing on the cake, put your queen on b6. But Pentalo is asking the question now, like, how are you going to defend d4?
Yeah, that's a question often received by advanced French players. That is the bane of white's existence. Queen b6 is a novelty. I'm just quickly looking up the position. Still some games, some recent games. Krikor has had this position once recently against Sigurov. But yeah, typically black has put the emphasis on completing the queenside development. So I'm seeing bishop b7 instead bishop b4. Queen b6 makes sense. Is black actually threatening to take on d4? I think so. So one very important point, Yobi, and this is perhaps one of the reasons why king h1 is such an effective prophylactic move. I'm expecting bishop e3 here, but let me just pass with a move like a3. Which knight does black take the pawn with? It's not knight f takes d4. This loses the game. After bishop b3, you see the effectiveness of king h1. These two moves do not come with a check, and bishop c5 always runs into knight a4, or even potentially b4, but I would prefer knight a4. And black's position collapses like a house of cards. However, black can play knight c takes d4. And after knight takes d4, the queen recaptures. White will not have sufficient compensation for the pawn. Therefore, Yovi, Gukesh is taking his time. Bishop e3, what else is on the menu? Could he be contemplating starting with knight a4? What catches your eye? You're an expert in these types of structure.
What catches my eye? Well, you're causing me to blush, Dania, because you know the move that I want to play is g4.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't want to be going knight to a4, although that was my first instinct, but because in the commentator's booth you can basically suggest the wackiest things, and we have the power of take back. So yeah.
No, that's got to be what he's thinking about, because there's no knight h4 anymore, and knight f takes d4 is the wrong knight, and it will be good knight after bishop e3. No, this is absolutely what's on the radar for Gukesh, because bishop e3, it's old reliable, right? You know that this is a safe move, but it's also a boring move, and it gives the black knight an out. But like Hare Krishna could play bishop e7, and anytime you play g4, black could bail out with knight takes d4. So it might be a tiny edge here for white, but nothing major. Gukesh would like to squeeze more out of the opening, especially given that he's playing a French and he's got a personal grudge against this opening after the World Championship match.
Yeah, that's I agree with you. Bishop e3 is a kind of like old faithful that you kind of just simply play the game in a very harmonious way. It's much more positional, because then you just switch tack into playing things like, bishop e3, knight a4, rook c1, and then just take control over the c5 and just argue the bishop on d7, my friend. Where is it going? What kind of life does it have? And then you let them deal with that. If you also wanted to play positionally, you could also go knight a4 and try to do the same thing as well. But for me, being a cave woman, first move, g4. Sorry.
Like it. I need no convincing. I would love to see that pawn. And we've had two black pawns on g5. It's time that, one of the players, the white pieces, really showed their nerves of steel, showed their nerves of Tata Steel. But Gukesh is down on the clock, and Hare Krishna is such a nightmare pairing. He's technically under 2,700, right? It's so easy to just, old and washed. No, wait a second. This guy was 2,760. He's got years and years of experience. He's beaten just about everybody on the circuit. And this is the kind of guy who can play like a perfect game whenever he reaches a structure that's familiar to him. And I think he's gotten a structure that he's comfortable with. He's playing fast. I really like Hare Krishna's chess. Just such a great mentor to the younger generation of Indian talent. This guy isn't even 40 yet, so let's not pretend he's signing up for the retirement home.
No.
I think chess players have a tendency to overstate the case here. Like, he's walking with a cane. I mean, he's like 38. Still has a couple of good years ahead of him.
You just reminded me of this thing where they asked some 5-year-olds to envision the future when they were 40, and they were like, yeah, when I'm 40, I'm going to be walking with a walking stick. They're going to have to help me. I'm going to have gray hair. Yeah, it's not quite like that. But it's an interesting thing about chess. Like, age must count for something, right, when it comes to chess, like in terms of pattern recognition, in terms of nerves. I mean, what would you say is the major benefit to getting older?
I think it's just the pressure is kind of lifted. You feel like you've gone through the motions so many times. You've literally been everywhere. You've played every one of these super tournaments a bunch of times, and you have this benefit of, okay, the pressure's now on the younger generation to prove themselves. You can just sort of sit back and enjoy yourself, and that can be a very powerful driving force. We saw Hikaru benefiting from that, right? You feel like you don't have as much to prove. The spotlight is off you, and that can be a really, really good thing. Well, the spotlight is off Pentala. He literally got up. He's like, I don't want to be seen on camera, but he will take a look at the other games, and maybe it's time for us to do the same. The time control is extensive here, but Gukesh still has to keep an eye on his clock because he's got an hour left after only 11 moves.
Yes, and I completely agree with that. And there we have our bird's eye view. There in the bottom right, we see that fireworks there indeed. They are happening in the way that we predicted in the game between Varmadan
Yeah.
and Arjun. Center push met by the G-pawn advancing 1 square forward. And it is, again, all action on the flank in the game between Fedoseev and Keymer, as Fedoseev also grabs that space on the queen side. And they're continuing the progress on the bottom. We can see that Van Forest, Praggnanandhaa, well, it's an intriguing endgame with rooks of opposite color bishops. Does look like it's headed to a draw, but I would say that Jordan has the more comfortable position there. And casting our eyes to the top, well, there's one game we haven't given any attention to, so maybe we should head there. That is the game between Wei Mendonca, but maybe we can continue the roundup. Caruana against Serrana.
Yeah, I mean, that's just sort of a Cadillac. I mean, that position looks like it hasn't changed in a while. I mentioned the interesting structure, but we can let that game develop for a couple more moves because I don't think we're going to have anything huge. I agree with you in terms of Van Forest, Praggnanandhaa, some impressive prep for both players. White has a tiny edge there, but with opposite colored bishops, I think that might be our first result of the day. If I had to guess, we'll look at that endgame more carefully, but let's give some love indeed to Wei and Leon-Luc Mendonca, who, of course, last year won the Challenger section in dazzling style. But what a challenge in front of him to face all of these monsters, many for the first time. I'll also mention Nodirbek with a puzzling decision. I think Anish Giri now has a small but nagging initiative in their game, but all in due time. This was a Ruy Lopez, I assume? Yes.
Yes, and with Wei playing the knight out to c3 later on. Now, the Lopezes and the Italians, they are some of the most complex positions, actually really difficult to play because no minor pieces have been traded off. There's literally no pawn advances. Everything is really cagey and tense. And talking about minor piece and exchanges, there it comes knight to d5. We did see that you can't really capture the knight on d5 because the piece you'd like to play, you'd like to go knight takes d5, but that's not possible. And bishop takes d5 just forces the knight back, so that's not ideal. So instead, Mendonca just goes queen to d7, and we have again this really tough position where no pawn has advanced beyond their side, and the knight coming to d5 looks very nice. It's something that you can base a lot of central play on. You can support it with c4, d4 at the right time, but it's very much a game of maneuvering. And it's the kind of position that makes me uncomfortable, Daniel.
Wow. This position has occurred before. And
Okay.
actually with black to move. Oh, no. No, this exact position has occurred in the game Lake Wang Lim versus Fabiano Caruana. Chess 24 Banter Blitz Cup 2020. Remember that? That feels like it was ages ago. And they actually followed a very interesting line of play. There was also another game from 2016 where c3 was played. I will mention that Black's idea is very often to move this knight somewhere, and then to eventually, obviously not immediately because of the fork, to chase away White's knight from d5. So if you can smoke this knight out of there one way or the other, you're in pretty good shape. Another way that you could do that if White plays a move like c3 is after knight a5, bishop a2, you can consider now the move knight takes d5, because e takes d5 no longer comes with a fork, but this knight could still get banished to a very unpleasant square. In the Wijk game, he played h3. Caruana responded bishop to d8, reinforcing the pawn on c7. Now c4 was played, and look at what happens here. bc, now knight f6, bishop f6, and bishop a4. What a tricky little move by the Vietnamese grandmaster. And it turns out that bc loses the knight and the game after rook c1, just like that. Bobby played d5 with absolute pandemonium on the board. The game ultimately fizzled out into a draw. Man, we're still in known territory. Crazy. Chess has been exhausted, it seems. No matter what we play, there's always going to be a Fabi game somewhere to be found in that position.
So Fabi, like the new Scarlet Pimpernel, yeah, they seek him there, they seek him there, everywhere. But yeah, okay. But one of the things about these type of closed positions is like this. It's because White can basically choose either to go c3, c4. You can play for building up the position with rook e1. Maybe you might even see an h3, just because I like to include the prophylactic h3 just to cover the g4 square. And at every single moment, you have to be calculating d4, c4. I mean, there's so many possibilities. And as Black, it's not entirely clear, what to do. I mean, you came up with a very nice plan of just kicking back that knight from d5. But there again, it's one of those positions where you can still kind of retain your flexibility. You can kind of move your knight back and try to play for f5. And also this knight a5, when is it good? When is it bad? And so much tension on the board. And I do feel like this type of position is mainly suited to Grandmaster chess.
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Rui Lopez, for forcing us to look at a position that's this complicated. What's funny is Rui Lopez himself, he published one of the first ever opening books in the 16th century, where he advocated that bishop b5 is a better move, in his opinion, than bishop to c4. But he was also the very first chess author he basically invented the King's Gambit. First mention of the King's Gambit, e4, e5, f4, is in that very same book. So that might as well have been known. We might be referring to it in a parallel universe as Rui Lopez, and bishop b5 is something else. So the way the chess openings are named, fascinating. It's not always kind of a direct correlation. Okay, the first player to play a move is the guy after whom an opening is named. Alekhine wasn't the first player to play the Alekhine. He actually borrowed that idea from a much lesser known Soviet master. But yeah, he was the world champion. So that is how chess history is ultimately written. Okay, we'll give Wei time to think about this next pivotal positional decision. Will we see an exchange on e7? Will we see a move like d4? Lots of different paths that Wei could take here.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll come back to this game and head back to our bird's eye view. And, well. So decisions have been made. I'm like a kid in a candy store. I cannot choose, Tanya. So where to go?
Well, first of all, G4 by Gukesh Yovi. I got to give you a shout out. You called it. And what a guy. What a guy the world champion is. We do see G4.
Yeah. Oh, well, I hadn't quite noticed that one, and still I was feeling really excited by the games. But yeah, no, even now, G4, Gukesh, it always plays in a direct way. I'm torn between the games there on the bottom row in the corners, between Varmadan and Arjun, and Van Forest and Praggnanandhaa, because the Van Forest Praggnanandhaa game could fizzle out anytime soon, or could be a situation where Jordan is actually going to press quite hard for a win. He has some trumps in his position. So can I leave the choice to you, Danya?
Yeah, I think we can do everything. Get in a candy store, indeed, except we can get all the candy. We don't have any restrictions. Our parents have allowed us free reign. You can have all the sugar in the world. So let's have a quick look at this end game. Let's try to understand, is Jordan realistically pressing, or will this fizzle out? And how should Pragg make sure that it's the latter rather than the former? And then, of course, we'll take a look at a rather momentous decision that Max Warmerdam made in that crazy game against Arjun. So real quick, we have the opposite colored bishop. How did this happen? People might ask. Well, we saw the queens getting exchanged. Then more pieces got exchanged. Knight g5, bishop takes d5. The bishop coming back from its state of dormancy. But not for long, as it exchanges itself for the knight. Yeah, not a pawn structure that you get every day. Not a pawn structure I think I would ever want to get with either color. I don't even want to count the pawn islands. This is like Federated States of Micronesia here. For both sides, it's like Capablanca would not be happy. But why is white the one pressing, Yogi? I think that's an important question to ask. Because material is equal. Pawn count, 6 apiece. Why is it uncomfortable for black? What factors would you emphasize here?
I would emphasize the piece activity. It's to do with the fact that the rook on b6 has a beautiful target on e6 and also a6. And the bishop on d5 is just simply in the way of its rook. And when we look at the potential, it is only white who can improve. And that's such an important thing, because when you come to these positions of rooks and opposite color bishops, it's all to do with the mini plan. It's not some big idea that you have to follow. Don't be thinking like that. It could be something as simple as, okay, as Dan is highlighting, put a pawn on a5, step 1. Could be another one, which would just take control over the B line. Just make sure you have complete control there. And then you work on maybe getting the white king into the game. Just take a look at the black king. It's completely shut off. Now, the downside is that if white loses control, then the position could completely just sizzle out. We could then see an opposite color bishop endgame, in which case it is completely drawn. But I do feel that Praggnanandhaa here is the one who's going to have to work harder, because how is he going to easily trade off rooks?
Well, he can trade off one pair, right? But how do you trade off the second pair? Because
exactly.
we know that he's going to go rook b1, and rook b8 has been played by Pragg. You know who I would love to have on the white side here as an advisor? Michael Adams. He would just favor this position, and he would twist the knife. Or Young Krzysztof Duda, someone like that, would just play this and torture you forever, make you earn it. Pragg understands this. He's taking his time. He's got plenty of time. He can try to maneuver his king over to the center. This is what the computer advocates for, but not an easy move to get yourself to play. King back to e8, crossing the Rubicon, and eventually just kicking the rook out of b6. Very importantly, if white plays a4, you do not want to fall asleep and allow a5. You want to play a5 yourself so that the rook on b6 does not have a support. If white can drive the pawn to a5, then white's king can get active. That's exactly how these kinds of situations become critical. I have full faith in Pragg's ability to hold this. I think that the chances of a decisive game here are vanishingly low. I think we'll get a draw.
Yeah. Well, we do see that the chances for a draw are high in this position, but Pragg does have to be precise. Let's go. And I think it's the perfect time for... Oh, whilst there, we see the players are about to make the move, but the middle game is brewing. We are well into the action. We are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to dive into all of the complexities that are there in the Max Arjun Erigaisi game. So don't go anywhere.
Rapid or classical?
Rapid.
Rapid.
Over the board or online?
Over the board.
Online.
E4 or D4?
E4.
E4.
Knight or bishop?
Knight.
Knight.
Work on opening theory or endgame technique.
Endgame.
Both.
Face the Sicilian defense or the King's Indian defense.
Sicilian defense.
Or King's Indian.
Favorite opening as white.
1e4.
Yeah, 1e4.
If you can play against any historical chess player, who would it be?
Michael Tal.
World champions from the past, all of them, especially Fischer.
What's your favorite post-game snack?
Something spicy. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually take banana during the games, but post-game it's some snack.
Yeah.
Something spicy is what we prefer.
Coffee or tea?
Tea.
Not both. If I have to drink, I'll drink it. One of them.
Dosa or idli?
Dosa.
Yeah, those.
Favorite cricket player?
Dhoni.
It changes. Right now it's Virat Kohli.
Favorite witty chess player?
Anish.
Anish.
Better player growing up? Pragg or Vaishali?
When exactly is the question, yeah? Growing up, I think till some point I was just trying to catch up. She was just much stronger than.
Yeah, at some point he became very strong.
Messi or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo.
Federer or Nadal?
Federer.
Favorite sports athlete of all time?
Mary Kom, I've been following her a lot.
It keeps changing, but right now, as I said, Virat Kohli.
Cab or auto rickshaw?
Cab.
Auto.
Veg or non-veg?
I prefer veg.
Yeah, if I have to take 1 foot of all my life, I think it would be veg.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. And at number 1 is a huge game from the candidates. This is round 8. Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces against Gukesh Domaraju. Now Gukesh has just lost round 7, the only loss that he had in the candidates against Alireza. And this is how the 17-year-old bounced back right after. Playing with black, it has been a model game against the Italian. A brilliant one. In case you missed it, I highly recommend you take a check on it because the whole strategy was around Gukesh infiltrating from the queen side, one side of the board, and then eventually ending the game with a checkmate on the other side of the board. He's kept the pressure on Vidit for pretty much the entire game. And here, Vidit made the move, G-pawn, moving 2 steps forward, clearing the way for the white rook to attack the queen and hitting the black knight at the same time. 2 pieces hanging. And this is the moment I want you to pause. I want you to channel your inner Gukesh. I want you to channel your Puzzle Rush God mode. Black to play. One of the wackiest positions from the candidates and one of the most beautiful moves of the candidates. Here, Gukesh played the stunning rook takes knight. Black has got 3 pieces hanging. White has got 4 different captures, where all roads lead to Rome, and Rome is checkmate on with its king on h4. Let's take a look at all the different captures. If white picks up the knight at the edge of the board, rook takes pawn is game over. Instead, if you capture the rook with the g-pawn, queen to g3 is checkmate. And after rook takes knight, my favorite, the most beautiful, if you capture the black queen, who needs a queen when you can get to the king? G5, a small pawn move with big effects. That's checkmate on the board. Take a look at this. Let this position just sink in. Absolutely crazy stuff. G5 would have been game over. Nothing can be picked up. Instead, after rook takes knight, with it captured the rook with the e-pawn. This only delays the inevitable. A check on the board. The king forced to move forward. And now, after the knight retreats to h7, giving another check, Vidit resigns, as the only move is picking up the knight, and queen takes pawn would have been checkmate.
It's giveaway time! Do you want to be part of the Tata Steel Chess tournament, but you can't make it to Wijk Aan Zee? Well, we are collaborating with Chess.com to organize a special online tournament that you can be part of. The tournament takes place on the 26th of January during the Tata Steel Chess Festival. And of course, we have special prizes to win as well. The winner of the tournament will be the new owner of this chessboard, which is signed by all the masters and challengers of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2025. Number 2 will receive a 1-year Chess.com Diamond membership. Make sure to check out the description for more details and how to join the tournament. May the best player win!
And yes, there is a tournament for everyone, so get ready for the Tata Steel Online Chess Blitz Tournament this Sunday, January 26th. In this Blitz arena, players will compete for 2 hours and try to rack up the most points. First place will take home a chessboard signed by all the masters and challengers in this year's Tata Steel tournament. And second place will win 1 year of Diamond membership on chess.com. You must join the Tata Steel Club on chess.com to enter. So use !Tata Blitz or visit go.chess.com/Tata_Blitz to throw your hat in the ring. So everyone, sign up and get playing because there are prizes to be won and there is chess to be played. And talking about chess to be played, well, I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska, alongside the absolutely wonderful Grandmaster Dania Naroditsky, and we are taking you through all the action of the one and only Super Grandmaster event at Tata Steel. So Dania, let's dive straight into the bird's eye view and have a look at what's happening. Now, I did leave everyone on a cliffhanger, and that was the Warmadan against Arjun game.
And we said Tata, but only very briefly. And now we're saying hello to complications on virtually all the boards. I don't know why the players do this to us, but they just wait and then simultaneously, like 3 or 4 games, heat up really, really quickly. I'm looking at the top right, Fabiano. We haven't looked closely at his game because it's been sort of a standard type of Catalan battle, but now the black rook on b6, that's anything but standard. So that's one interesting game. What are the other hotspots? I'm looking at Fedosseev Keimer. Vincent has just played the move e5, crashing through in the center. H5 by Hari Krishna, trying to fight back for the f5 square. And of course, Warmadan versus Arjun, very concerning for the Indian GM. We saw him play g5. Applause, take off your hat. But objectively, his position remains very dubious. So where do we go first?
I don't know. I'm spot for choice, and it's like the situation with London buses. You wait for ages, and then they all come at once, and here it is. Every single position has exploded into action. Well, not every, but a lot of them have. Okay, I'm a woman of my word. So let's dive in, quickly check in on Warmadan Arjun, and then let's make a beeline for the other exciting games.
Okay, e6. So first of all, Yovi, first things first. After g4, Warmadan chose a different approach. He didn't play hg. He counter-struck with d5 and mutual destruction, gf-dc. Of course, black cannot continue to eat because white will eat first. Sadly, there's this obscure rule in chess where you have to respond when your king is attacked. So that would lose a piece. So bishop c6, queen f3, rook g8, rook d1, all very logical. And the computer disapproving of Arjun's last move. Yeah, how dare he even think about bringing his bishop back into the game? What a bad player, man. e6, totally on. Just kidding, of course. To me, that's a completely natural move. And it's far more natural than playing e5, which would create a big hole on d5. So again, positions this sharp, Yovi, we have to take the bar with a grain of salt.
Yeah, we absolutely do, because like you say, e6 is like such a natural move, and there's no tactical refutation at all of this move. So, and I don't understand, is the computer recommending e5 instead of e6, or is maybe suggesting something else? Okay, e5.
Yeah, queen d7 and queen e6 is recommend. Okay, no, this is really, look at this line. Queen d7, knight d2, queen e6, bishop b3, queen e5. And if knight c4, then queen takes c4. And if rook e1, Then queen h5. I mean, yeah, this gets ridiculous really, really quickly. So yeah, queen d7 is not a human move at all. After e6, and you said it, it's not a tactical refutation. I think a lot of people, they look at the question mark, they think blunder. It's got to be some immediate tactical move. Absolutely not. I think the reason is largely positional. This pawn on d6 is a long-term weakness, and a good way to exploit it is to play knight d2, followed by a very quick knight c4. If the bishop comes out to f4, this pawn, it gets concerningly weak very, very quickly.
Yeah, that looks very scary, actually. And Black's attack has yet to get out of the starting blocks as well. So, that. But can I just also say, Dania, that I really wanted to comment on the computer's analysis of queen to d7, queen e6, queen e5. That felt slimy. I mean, no human would ever have thought of that one.
I mean, queen d7, queen e6, queen e5, and queen takes d4. It would be the first time in history where this sequence of moves is like non-ironically played in a game.
Yeah. But okay, that's actually. But the more I look at it, your knight to d2 move, very calm, simple chess, is nasty, yeah. And you cannot allow a knight onto c4. If that appears, bishop f4, it is all eyes on the prize of d6, and there's no defending that one. So how to even stop knight to c4? I mean, you've got to take radical measures, such as either you don't want to be going d5, because d5 you might be able to get away with it for one move, but in the long term you've literally just exposed your king, and nobody wants to do it. And also the white rook is standing against the black queen, so just on general terms, without any calculation whatsoever, I would not even go there. So instead of d5, I would be looking at b5, just to throw a spanner in the works, so to say. And the evaluation bar again rising for white. So a4, a6, you've got to bolster that square.
Tactics alert. Here. This is my territory. Yeah, I think rook a6. It sets up ideas like rook d6 or e5. Sign me up for this one. Can I have this type of position against Arjun every time I play him? If bishop b7, not that I ever play him. Rook a7, bishop back to c6, and yeah, this type of position would be. I mean, Arjun with white here would be a force to be reckoned with. But I feel like the pieces just keep coming out. You can go knight b3 and knight a5. So the problem is that black has marshaled his troops on the king side. If the queen side opens up, he's just sort of woefully unprepared, to put out all the fires at once. White could also start with bishop f4, of course. Also a very viable candidate move, I think.
Yeah, and either way, d6 is a target, and there's nothing really black can do to justify this weakness that he made. And ideally, he'd just like to castle kingside, have a pawn back on g7, some miracle resurrection going on there. But yeah, as it stands, not an easy position to play. And can we just look at what happens if, for instance, black just plays normal developing moves? So say you go knight d2, you say I can't do anything about a knight coming to c4, so I just go bishop e7 just to protect f6. And whoa, you can see black is in huge trouble.
Yep. b5 runs into, I believe, knight e5.
Knight e5.
Everywhere. I mean, knight takes d6 and bishop f4. If you want to actually calculate that I think just wins the game. I mean, this literally takes 2 moves to set up. It's not just a long-term positional plan. If the knight gets to c4, you are in huge trouble if you're Arjun Erigaisi. So this is actually a very big moment. We're only on move 13, Yovi. I feel like we're talking about it like it's the late middle game, but we're barely out of the gates here. And Warmerdam down to an hour, taking a long think here. If he can get this right, I think he can really put the heat on a struggling Arjun Erigaisi, which is the worst thing when you're struggling to begin with, is to have a position like this out of the opening. Can't catch a break thus far.
No, he can't catch a break. And, well, that means that Arjun has to play some really unconventional chess. And what is the move to survive? Because the things that I'm seeing are rook to g6 or something, which, like rook c7 to kind of curl up in that ball and defend d6 with all your might. But it feels completely weird.
No, it's bad. It's bad, and I think Bishop F4 is a move we don't have time to talk about, so we'll let Max make his decision, but whether he plays Bishop F4 here or Knight D2, as we've been recommending, the situation is concerning. For Arjun, we know how resilient he is, how creative of a defender he is, so I'm sure he's up to the task of making this difficult for Max, but definitely his resilience will be pushed to the max. But we've got other games unfolding at a rapid pace, so maybe one more quick look at the bird's eye view. I want to go to Fabi's game. Maybe we can just go very quickly to Fabi's game there on the top right, because you see pieces getting exchanged. We see also Praggnanandhaa has chosen the right line of defense against Van Forest. So as we said before the break, that game likely to end in a draw. And I see a blue arrow. Things getting really exciting in Fabiano versus Caruana. Alexei threatening mate in 1.
And it's a smothered mate. So yeah, you don't want to be falling into that one. But wow, some serious changes happening in the position, because a knight did appear on e5, and there's been a change in pawn structure, knight to g4, given a question mark. Now, one of the things that is pretty important to note is that knights, when they go out there on the limb, they gain in power when they're supported, and this knight is not supported at all. But I'm sure Caruana has something up his mind. And the first thing is with what happens after queen to g3, as the engine is highlighting, because basically you have to defend against knight takes f2. And you can't go queen takes d4 and get greedy, because this bishop on g2 will capture on c6.
It might be Black's best bet is to give up the knight for it, but no, this is obviously not what the doctor ordered. Knight takes f2, Yovi, king g2, rook takes... Maybe this is what Caruana's aiming for, but the point here, of course, queen f2, queen e5, and Black has 3 pawns for the piece. I'm actually not sure that White needs to rush this move. Maybe e3.
e3.
And I'm not even giving you that pawn. And more importantly, the king's going to take on f2 in some cases, opening up a mate threat of White's own. Or queen b6, queen takes f2, guarding b2, and Black can resign. You don't have nearly enough for the minor. So wait a sec. What does Black do after queen g3, if not queen d4?
Yes.
Is the question.
Yeah.
No, there's no other move. Caruana is suffering the slings and arrows of a rook on g1 and a queen on g3. If Black tries to support the knight, I mean, unless I'm missing something, this just loses. Bishop c6 and then h3. Very prosaic. Goodbye, knight. No, I think Caruana will have to go queen d4. I don't see another move. And after bishop d6, maybe something else.
Okay.
Maybe something else in this position.
But you can't do anything with the knight. You can't rescue it. Maybe you want to go knight to... No, but...
Yeah, knight
no. The bishop on... Yeah, but the bishop on c6, if it is allowed to retreat to f3, it's going to really hold some of those light squares very beautifully. So you don't... That doesn't look great.
No. And even a move like rook a d1 can be considered here. So, but yeah, we're laying out the candidate moves because rook c6, e3 is just like game over. B takes c6 needs to be considered to maintain contact with the b2 pawn. Maybe bc is the lesser evil. The point being, if White still plays e3, Black can play a move like queen to d2, aiming for the b2 pawn. And if Black can at least get 3 pawns for the knight, he gives himself serious defensive chances. Maybe this is the way to minimize the disastrous consequence of queen g3. And the consequences are pretty darn disastrous. I wonder, is Caruana going for this willingly? Did he miss something? Because there were alternatives in this position. He did not have to go knight g4.
Yeah, this is what I was actually going to ask you. I mean, was he feeling uncomfortable in this particular scenario? I mean, can we actually backtrack a few more moves? Because there were some big decisions, like for instance, the capture of a piece on e5.
Mhm.
So this one to me looks very balanced, but there must have been some concern, I think, because of this rook on b6 and the fact that Fabiano is just utilizing play down the G line.
If I had to hazard a guess, I think Caruana might have seriously underestimated or even missed the move knight e5, which leaves the b2 pawn on free. Bobby's setting that up by getting his rook to g1 a few moves earlier. And here, it's easy from the side to say, oh, well, why didn't he just go knight d5? But if you look at the position with human eyes, after bishop d5, you have to take with the bishop. You can't lock your own bishop out. White plays d4 with tempo. The bishop drops back. Not only does white have d5, but even something like rook g3 with rook g1 coming, how scary is this? You've got no pieces on the king side. White's bringing all of the heavy-duty boys over to attack the king, and then the queen will join in as well. Apparently, the only move here is f7, f5, activating the bishop at all costs. But this is a very, very hard move to see from a distance. So if I had to guess, the roots of Caruana's kind of uncomfortable position lie further back than it may appear. I feel like he's underestimated the power of White's kingside play, and now maybe trying to overcompensate. But a very creative defensive approach. And that position we were looking at with 3 pawns for a piece is still very, very unbalanced. So I certainly would not overstate the case here. I also don't know why Fabi's thinking, like, is there any alternative to queen g3?
Well, rook
No.
af1 is going to be met by queen h4.
Resigns, yep.
So no, it makes no sense. I mean, they're just being careful, Dania. How many games have they saved by just taking their time, not rushing, and playing the first move that comes to their mind? I have this motto when I'm playing. Sometimes, do you ever do this? Like quick moves, bad moves, and I just make sure that everything is checked, and I'd go through that verification procedure that often one can miss, because it's so easy to think about your own move and not think about what your opponent is planning.
My motto is don't blunder mate in one, but I don't always live that motto, although queen g3 is pretty automatic, and Fabi will play the move. He's obviously calculating queen takes d4, but there's no question. Yeah, he will make this move. He's been thinking for 7 minutes. It is absolutely, I think, the only feasible move. I mean, knight d1 also exists, but walking into queen h4 voluntarily is a very unlikely scenario indeed. So we will get an explosion here after queen g3, because Caruana will have to give that knight away. We will get lots of tactics as this game moves toward its climax. And other games, they are not stopping either. We saw Max Warmerdam taking a look at this position. He did play knight d2 in his game against Arjun Erigaisi. So Max, I think he's feeling really excited. Not even 15 moves played, and yet already a big advantage against the struggling Arjun Erigaisi. Where to from here, Yovi? The center opening up in Vincent's game as well.
Yes, that also catches my eyes. It's like the fire is happening on the bottom row, barring the Van Forest game. But
ooh,
let's head to that one actually, and then let's cast our eyes on Giri against Abdusattorov.
Indeed, and the world champion Gukesh also developing a nice advantage. We'll look at that game as well. But let's give some love to Vincent Keimer, who's demonstrated some fantastic opening knowledge. Not easy to get this commanding of a position against Fedoseev with black. What do we have here? So as we sort of predicted, after b5, Vincent did play g4, kicking away the knight. He followed that up with e5, softening up the d4 pawn. Fedoseev rerouted the knight to e3. And after e takes d4, white is thinking, what's going on? All the players are just like frozen on what you would think are obvious moves. But here actually knight takes d4 is absolutely a possibility, isn't it?
It is, because the pawn on c6 is hanging. So there is possibilities there. Look, the question remains though, is it good for white to put a knight on d4 and allow c5 to become a vulnerability? So
like, no.
yeah, I kind of feel that way as well because, you know, if a knight comes to d4, the first move you calculate is like knight to e5, the move that you're allowed to play because of that capture. So
Yeah. Conversely, e takes d4 has its own drawback, doesn't it? Because choosing between a lesser evil like this, I struggle with this a lot. What's the problem with this move? Well, here you're giving black essentially carte blanche on the king, saying h5, bishop h6, right? And black's pieces are super harmonious here. The knight could come back around to f6. So which is less unpleasant? They're both bad. Which is less bad?
Difficult. I think I would probably choose knight takes d4 on the basis that activity usually trumps quite a lot of things. E takes d4 feels a little bit too easy for black to play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say there's no questions whatsoever to the black pieces. You know, you can just almost like do what you want. Put the knight on f6, h5, bishop h6, come out with a light square bishop anywhere it wants to go. But then again, you do have safety and the solidity of the structure. So there's something that you can fall back on. I'm being indecisive here. That's not normally a trait that I have.
So is Fedoseev. I mean, he can't decide either. That's the thing, because both are bad, and you know you're going to get buyer's remorse here. I always do that. Like, you make the move, and then 2 minutes later, why didn't I make the other move? And no matter which move you make, you will go through this cycle of regret. Knowing Fedoseev, he usually prefers active defense. He's a very dynamic player. If I had to make a prediction, I would say knight takes d4, and I've got a 50% chance. The fact that he's been thinking for this long, given that the automatic reaction is ED, tells me, you know, he's leaning toward knight takes d4. Vincent, like, all right, I've thought about this position enough. I'm happy with my position. He's going to let Fedoseev stew in a really, really unpleasant outcome of the opening here.
Dania, I'm going to say, let's put a pause on this game. Let's leave Fedoseev to his troubles because I see some beautiful action happening in the game adjacent to it. So we quickly go to the bird's eye view, and I want to draw our attention to the game between Gukesh and Harry. Oh, you read my mind.
Direct flight. Gukesh International Airport. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Non-stop daily flights from Fedoseev to Gukesh.
Exactly. No need for transits. Okay, so G4 happened, as we saw earlier, and this was met with H5. Maybe we can just rewind and see how the pawn just made a direct run for the G6 square. So G4.
The best move, I just have to point this out. This was not my error. This was the best move. Did the computer just take a walk, please? And apparently, and rook takes c3. And bishop e3, there's rook takes c3 with tremendous compensation. How did Hare Krishna miss this? He should be banished back to the challenger section. Knight c takes c4 here. What could be more natural? Kidding, of course. Instead, he played the normal knight e7. And positionally, his play makes perfect sense. Carving out the f5 square. Normally, you're very happy. If he could play g6 himself, I mean, you can never lose. Literally, white is out of ideas. But by a tempo, Gukesh squeezes his own pawn onto that square.
G6. Wow. Sorry, that you know something? That computer suggestion, knight c takes d4, just made me gasp in astonishment. It's unbelievable stuff. But G6, well, yeah, it's a common theme in this position. You give up a pawn, but you open up lines, you give yourself some squares, and now it is suffering for black. How are they going to defend their G6 pawn? Because, I mean, to me, it's no-brainer. You kind of have to grit your teeth and take on G6 and hope for the best. But even then, I'm a little bit reticent to do this type of stuff to the position because this bishop on f8, maybe it doesn't need a home just yet. Maybe you can get creative.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the problem is, and a lot of players, and when they see the move g6, the sort of automatic follow-up is, oh, let's put a knight on g5, right? Because that's a very thematic idea. I actually think that's not the point. If I have the right read on the position, it's just to play rook g1. It's really straightforward. I'm just trying to crash through the file, and you don't have the firepower nor the space to protect this pawn without making other very serious concessions. Like either you have to play knight e7 here, hemming in the bishop permanently, and white can now potentially switch his attention to the queen side. Our old friend knight a4 maybe having patiently waited its time to make an appearance. Knight a4 and knight c5, trying to get the bishop pair. But white could also play slowly, bishop d3, really any move because black is paralyzed. If you give the g6 pawn away, white takes it, and then knight g5 becomes pretty devastating. So this is very bad news. Very bad news for Hare Krishna. And what excellent recognition by Gukesh. Driving the pawn from g2 to g6 in the span of 3 moves in really not even the middle game.
Yeah. Opening up lines and keeping the black king caged in the center. It's, I also think that white isn't in a big rush to win back the g6 pawn because you can just simply sit on your space advantage. I mean, the double g6 pawn is the double g pawns rather. They're just not going to go anywhere. They can't advance. They're simply targets. And then the question remains, well, if you let that pawn live on g6 for white, then what next? Do you want to be playing... Do you want to go all gung-ho and go bishop e7?
I was going to propose that, or f6. Definitely on the table. Bishop 7. And the point is, maybe it's even better for the king to be out on f7. Or maybe not. Because, takes. The problem is now knight g5 is always a resource. I'm very partial, Yovi, to this knight a4 maneuver. The evolve are not as partial to it. Maybe more partial to a move like bishop d3. Just kicking away this knight. Do not open the f file. That is forbidden by the laws of chess.
I think your move, f6. Okay, I think that was the best shot, actually, because everything else just looked dire. So f6. Questions?
Not a move you play because you like your position, but it keeps things tactical and dynamic, and at the very least forces Gukesh to make a decision. My instinct here, Yovi, would be to trade on f6 and again play this move bishop d3. You pointed out a long time ago as a very effective manner of kicking this knight out of this poor knight, which has fought so hard, to earn its place on f5, and only to meet, an ignominious fate after this lazy bishop lets all the other pieces do the work and then takes all the credit by sliding up to d3. Takes bishop d3. What is black's move here? Do you go knight g7? Knight c e7? Maybe knight c e7. Because now the bishop can develop via the f8 h6 dag. Ooh. This I like. This is okay for black, actually.
But my issue is that what's happening next? Because I don't see the connection between the two rooks, and that's something that I always strive to have. The king tucked away in a safe corner. And so say, for instance, white can go rook to... There's no threat, so rook to g1, I'm thinking. Queen to d2, I can't quite make up my mind. So rook to g1, bishop to g7, and then I just connect the rooks, because let's stick to the stuff that I like.
Absolutely.
Yeah, queen to d2.
And then, rook e1, bishop f4.
I know you highlight... I forgot about our old friend, knight to a4. So let's get that into the game.
I actually like queen d2 as well. One benefit of keeping the queen on d1 is that if black castles, you have contact with the h5 pawn. But your point is well taken. What is black's plan? Again, castling is scary. If you're not castling, what are you doing? So a move like rook c1, keeping the holding pattern can be very effective, as well as knight a4, essentially forcing black to take. Do not want this knight to land on c5. But this is just one of Gukesh's possible options. And Yovi, we're exploring this. We could spend an hour exploring this. He's got 45 minutes on his clock. Let's not forget that time is becoming a factor here. It's Tata Steel. There's very generous time control, but you got to make it to 40 moves.
Yeah, you do have to make it to 40 moves, and then you get an extra 50 minutes time bonus. So it feels like you got all the time of the world. Well, it feels to a spectator, you got all the time in the world to come to those decisions. But once you're there in that environment, I tell you, time goes by very quickly. And yeah, and we also saw that the chat do approve of White's position, knight to a4 also being suggested. So yeah, Gukesh, extremely promising position here. Just very comfortable. I don't think there's a direct knockout blow, but certainly very promising in the sense that he can put his pieces on great squares and then just take it from there and just keep putting the decision to black. What are you going to play?
Yeah, I really like Gukesh's approach to chess. He really should try to fight for the world championship title one day. I mean, I know that he's still young, but I think he might do well in a potential match. Oh, wait a second. Wait, already did that. Gukesh is the world champion, and he hasn't lost a game yet as a world champion, despite coming very, very close, including yesterday, saving a game against Nodirbek from what seemed like surefire defeat. 4 minutes to 25 in a lost position. Doesn't matter. I'm the world champion for a reason, and it comes with 9 lives attached. Okay, big decision for Gukesh here, and we will keep a close eye on the progress of this game. Speaking of progress of other games, Warmerdam versus Erigaisi going down the line that you outlined, Yovi. B5 was played by Arjun, and if Warmerdam plays A4, which he will, because it is as close as a move like that can come to being forced. Like your hand plays that move because before your brain can even give permission. We might see that line with a rook landing on A6. More bad news for Arjun. He's on tilt. He's just not himself, and you can see it very clearly.
Yeah, things are not working his way. I think he's just trying too hard in this game, playing too aggressively and unconventionally in the opening, because often you need that solid foundation to then play aggressively from. And Arjun, he's known for just playing those extremely risky, extremely attacking openings right from the word go, but then the risk factor gets very, very dicey indeed. And I can also see that there in the top right between Caruana and Sarana, there's no progress made whatsoever. Fabiano still thinking about how he's going to defend against that checkmating idea of knight takes f2. Well, the queens have come off in the game. Adjacent to it, Giri Abdusattorov. And what else is there?
I'm worried about Fabi. He still hasn't moved. And I really don't get it. I mean, the lines that we were looking at, the question was not, White has to find a sequence of moves, otherwise he loses. The only question was, does Black have full compensation for the piece that Sarana's planning to sacrifice? And okay, now I'm relieved Queen G3 has been played, because the more he was thinking, the more worried I was becoming that he was psyching himself out or seeing ghosts. But Queen G3 indeed has been played by Fabi, and we will enter the lion's den as Sarana sits down. He will not take long to capture on d4. We are going down that crazy, crazy complicated line with bishop takes d6, likely to appear on the board next.
Woo. Yeah. We're looking for fun times ahead, Danya. And, well, adjacent to it, we haven't really checked in too much on Giri against Abdusattorov. Maybe we can head there and see what is happening. And
yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going down the line that we spent a long time analyzing, so we'll let Alexei make the important decision down the road. But this endgame definitely worth looking at and trying to understand who is pressing for the win here. I think the Soviet schoolboy inside me says White. Absolutely, no other answer is acceptable. With such a knight on d5, I mean, how can you ever complain? But there's something known as the pawn structure, which might be a small factor here as well.
Mm-hmm. And just because I'm a curious person, how did the queens get traded off?
Yeah, so if we rewind to this position, knight to c4 was technically the novelty. Excellent move by Giri. And Nodirbek says, all right, I'm down. Trade. And of course, bishop d4 runs into rook b7. Rook b8 allows the knight to land on d5. Maybe bishop d5 deserved attention, but in any case, f4 by Anish, trying to open up a second front using his piece activity to create dynamic play. But Nodirbek very calmly situates his bishop on f5, tempo move. Where are you going? Rook. Well, definitely not to b3 because that gets forked. And rook. Whoa, there's our answer. All right, Anish.
Nice move. Nice move. And saying to black, hey, if you attack me, you give me the b6 square. And that's something that you don't want to be doing. So the rook to b5 is going to be living there for a while. And the question is this bishop on f5 offside? Is it loose? I mean, tactically it's vulnerable, but at the minute there's a pin along the d line. And it's an interesting battle between dynamics and pawn structure, because I can see White's plan is to perhaps relocate the rook on d1 to b2. And then you got tactics galore.
Yeah, please let me move like a knight just this once. Yeah, for sure. The onus is on Nodirbek to play accurately, because if he falls asleep for even a single move, and White extricates the rook from the pin, suddenly there's a million threats. There's a lateral connection between the rook and the bishop. There's the diagonal. So Nodirbek is looking for tactical solutions. He doesn't want this to drag on, because the longer White's initiative drags on, the higher the chance that something bad happens. He's definitely considering moves like knight b4, a6, concrete tempo moves. Nodirbek is not known as a time pressure junkie. Like, he rarely gets into acute time pressure, but I could totally see him experiencing some heat on the clock here. He's calm. He's been playing good, solid chess after that disappointing game yesterday, but it stings at you. There's nothing you can do. Like, it's like your tongue worrying that spot when a tooth falls out. It's like you just can't help it. And Nodirbek doing a good job so far, but he'll have to keep waging the psychological battle as well as the battle on the board.
Yeah, and talking about the battle on the board, you suggested some really interesting ideas. Can we just quickly take a look at the most forcing continuation for black before we put this game on pause? So I was just thinking a6. Let's continue with the aggression. And then the rook moves. Again, not to b3 because of bishop c2. And now your knight to b4.
b4. Wow. Apparently,
these are your moves.
Yeah, no, knight.
But I'm executing them.
And I'm looking at the computer, and rook d2 here apparently is better for White. But the move is a6, and now the obvious sequence, Yovi, which of course is the first thing that you see, is bishop a3. I mean, totally natural move, but putting the bishop on the square that all the old grandmasters advise you to put it on during the endgame. Bishop f2, and now knight c6 to a5. Knights on the rim are amazing. So black violates every positional rule known to man, and this is the way to equalize. That's a disquieting thought. And if that's the follow-up to a6, then I'm tempted to play a different move with black. Maybe knight b4 right away. Did not factor in
bishop
the
takes
small
a7
detail, after which black can resign.
Yes. But go back to a6. I feel like a6 could be something because you do want to move the knight. And a6, rook to b6, and then I think bishop a3 is like, no way, Jose, never going to happen. So maybe knight to a5.
You exactly on the same page. Why not go after this pawn? Maybe just rook c1. Maybe just rook c1, and their bishop a3 already runs into rook c3. I think that's the idea, Yovi. I think we've unearthed the concept here, because if you play bishop a3 now, rook c3 simply chases the bishop back, and you can't go bishop b2. There's a rook on b6. So by starting with bishop a3, you're taking away the move rook c1, and it's actually a threat. Like, knight a5 is now a very serious threat, because White has no other way of defending the c4 pawn, because rook d4 will run into the 4. What a deep move. And rook b3, bishop c2.
Yes. Wow. Yeah. But bishop a3, I mean, it's a shot in the dark, right? You're just never going to be looking in that direction. And it's only after you played knight a5 and you think, maybe I should have gone bishop a3 first. I mean, human minds don't really work that way. So I agree with you. If a6, knight a5 is not going to be working, then that's not necessarily what you're going to be going for. But what about b6 here as a move? Just banking on the fact that there are some pins.
Yeah, I think b6 is very practical.
But I'm worried because suddenly there's a lot of loose pieces. The knight on c6, the bishop on f5.
Yeah, and white has this very kind of straightforward plan, bishop back to f2 and e4, reinforcing the knight as well. I think Anish is very happy. Like, if you showed him this before the game, he'd say, sign me up. Right? White is not really risking here. And there's no question, 9 out of 10 GMs would prefer the white piece. Probably 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 indeed. Well, okay, Anish's position has our stamp of approval. Well, we should probably put this game on pause and come back to it and see whether Nodirbek manages to find the best move, which is a6, followed by the amazing bishop to a3, and go back to our bird's eye view. And I can see there on the bottom right that Max, of course, found the move a4. The A line has been opened up, and
Rook
we're just
A6.
waiting to see whether
A6.
it goes rook a6.
Rook
Yes. Daniel's pounding the table for this deadly move, coming in with the rook. Where else can we go? I saw that Fabiano Caruana, well, they are following the line that we were analyzing. And there we see Fedoseev in the top right come to a decision as to how he should be capturing the bishop with the pawn or the rook.
Look at our timing has been pretty good. Look at the crowd that is, and it's crazy. This will be studied later by, I think, mathematicians or psychologists. How, like, when one player comes up to a board, how a crowd just like instantly forms. Players just sniff out the action, even if they have no idea what's going on in a game. They just know where to look. And now the crowd disperses just as fast. But a6, rook b6 played by Nodirbek. Will he find bishop a3? That's actually a pretty important move. And he starts with knight a5. So he goes for the direct knight a5. And after rook c1, I think Anish will be sitting on a pretty serious advantage here in this super sharp endgame. But as for the other games, Gukesh and Hare Krishna, they're going down one of our prescribed lines. With Pentala dropping his knight back to e7, I'm starting to warm to his chances, especially given the time situation. And Yovi, what else do we have? Okay, Pragg's game is going to be a draw. Fedoseev's game heating up. Can they just pause for a second? I mean, geez. Do all of the games have to heat up at exactly the same time?
We might even see a result coming soon from Van Forest and Praggnanandhaa, because there is a big threat there with King stepping back to c1 that Pragg just says, hey, let's get rid of the rooks and let's agree a draw. So we could see a draw incoming anytime now. It's up to Jordan whether he wants to stop that or not by dropping the bishop back. So not so exciting there. And you mentioned that there was fireworks happening in Fedoseev against Vincent Keimer. Should we have a look?
Let's have a quick look, because a big decision by Vincent. And then I want to catch Alexei Sarana's decision as well, because we know that it's very easy to blunder in his position against Bobby, and he's been taking his time. So we'll bring you his decision as well. In this game, Vincent has made the, to me, surprising decision to take on c5 with the queen, walking into a discovered attack and saying, I dare you. I'm saying you don't have anything. You're bluffing. Is Vladimir Fedoseev bluffing, or does he have something up his sleeve?
Well, the first thing that you need to calculate is something that I try to drum into myself and into all my students, is those checks, those captures, and those threats. No checks. So go on, put that capture on the board. I know that you were jumping the gun there, Tanya. And now, okay, now we have to look at those no checks, no captures. So let's have a look at those attacks. So knight to b5 is one, knight to e4 another. Anything else?
Maybe you can combine positional play and tactical thinking. Like, you can use the discovered attack and try to eventually access that f5 square UV. I can't take my eyes. Like, imagine a knight on f5 and how nice that would be. How knight that would be. So either black has to give back the c6 pawn, or allow the knight to circle its way around to f5 with what to me seems like great compensation for the pawn.
Yeah. But could you corral that knight? Could you make some funny move like c5 and say, hey, I dare you, put the knight on f5 and let's see whether the knight on d6 will... Okay, so you're taking.
Yeah, dirty, but, effective. And queen e6 here, unfortunately, there's bishop takes g4. And if queen g6, there's bishop takes g4. No, there's knight e7 with a royal fork. This is a royal pain in the you-know-what. This knight on f5. Never fun knight to deal with.
No, it's a good knight. And there you go. Sorry, it was the worst that it wasn't very good.
You remember who you're dealing with. Actually, you know what's crazy, Yovi, is queen f6 here? No, then rook takes c5. I'm just trying to find a way to stop this move.
You got queen a5. Okay, so rook a. I was also wondering whether you could take your chances in one of these imbalanced positions, but I don't think that kind of works.
I mean, also, we should point out that black can play queen e7. But here, black runs the risk of being worse, because white takes twice, suddenly d5 is weak, and now the knight has access to the perfect square again. This time it's d4, the blockading spot.
Yeah.
I don't like this decision by Keimer.
But maybe, I was just going to go back to the queen e7. I just wanted to show that after knight takes c6, maybe Keimer just thought that he could go bishop to d7. So after knight takes knight, rook takes, and then bishop to d7. And you think, well, hang on a second, there's stuff happening. But no, you're right. Nothing happening.
Yeah, it's like rook c7 maybe gets into some trouble with the queen d, but even something primitive like rook, that was a mouse slip. But even this move, rook c2, maybe was better than rook c1. And white certainly cannot be worse. It feels like Vladimir, as a dynamic player, he will be breathing a sigh of relief because now he can do what he does best, calculate, very concrete task that's in front of him. Whereas if Vincent had played a move like h5 or f5, the position remains like amorphous, and I wasn't clear on what white's follow-up actually is here. So we'll see how this unfolds. But a big moment here for Fedoseev as both sides are eating into their time. Man, a lot of time pressure here today in the future, I think, in the near future. As we see Gukesh at 40 minutes, Caruana Sarana, it rhymes. I don't think anybody's over an hour. Okay, just Jordan Van Forest.
Yes, Jordan has had a pretty simple endgame to play. So let's go back to the bird's eye view. And you mentioned it. Big decision on the board from Caruana and Sarana, because Sarana has to capture the bishop. And he's taking his time. So maybe we can delve into which one is the most precise. Because initially we looked at rook takes bishop. But actually, we should also point out that it's not obliged to capture the bishop. You can step back with the knight to g4, but this allows the white bishop to live a charmed life there on f3 at the very least.
Yeah. I want to look at Caruana Sarana, Unana, and Alexei now with the decision. Let me just spotlight once more for players and fans just joining us that rook takes c6, the most natural move. Black will lose the knight. That's beside the point. The point is, how does Caruana get the best version of this line? And it's not to play queen f2 because black has 3 pawns for the knight. Very respectable compensation. It's to play this intermezzo e3. This is the problem. And this is why if black is taking the bishop, it's best probably to take the pawn. And Yovi, you're right. If the bishop drops back to f3, you could end up 2 pieces down. So you need to make sure you get at least something.
Yeah. And that leaves only one choice. Pawn takes bishop. No other way to sell the knight. And we have the same issue again of e3.
Yeah. Queen d2. Queen takes f2. This looks pretty bad for black, this endgame, because white's attack continues through the endgame.
Also, black's extra pawns, they're doubled. They don't really have too much of an impact. They're not able to advance very easily. So,
And I would say even Queen F2 looks good for it.
But here you'd feel a bit of hope, because after Queen takes e5, you're like, well, the rook can swing into b4. I'm attacking b2. Everything is still going to be happy days.
Yeah, I mean, maybe White can play e4, try to shut down the connection between the queen side and the king side. But your point is well taken. I feel like at least Serrano would know that he's not losing. The brunt of the fight is still ahead. Anything can happen in these imbalances. But something is either bothering him or he's investing time in the alternative knight g4, which leads to an even more complicated position. It's move 21. I could totally see him sinking like 30 minutes in this position easily. He shouldn't do that, though.
Yeah, he's sinking a lot of time, and he's desperately trying to think of ways that he can get the most compensation for the sacrificed piece. Well, it's an interesting moment here as we see the players deep in thought, and you see also Fabiano Caruana seated at the board. He knows he has to be razor sharp if he wants to press home this advantage. And we are going to go on a short break. We're going to leave the spectacular sight that is the Demurian and head on for a few minutes, zoom out, and when we return, we are going to dive into all of the action, so don't miss it.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long, and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin, or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th, and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
Do you think that you're a better player than I am?
Of course not. Like, your achievements are way higher.
He's lying, yeah?
He's lying.
No.
No.
It's true.
Especially after this move.
I got him.
Yes.
Wow.
Do you care about your legacy?
Yes.
True. A lot.
Once again, we're getting somewhere, Danny. Exposing the guy. Exposing the lies. Once you told me that your peak lasted 10 minutes. And you told me it happened during your game against Tomaszewski, in a game that you managed to draw.
Absolutely.
Do you think that a chess player like yourself, a genius, can have many peaks?
Yes.
True.
But not in this game, obviously.
Do you hate anybody in the chess world?
After he answered and I gave him a true, he was thinking a little bit about that, so maybe there's some mixed thoughts.
No, I can explain. So this was because I think Levon is a case of someone who had quite a few picks in his career.
Thank you for the compliment. So my following question is, do you hate anybody in the chess world?
Probably yes. Hate is a strong word, but probably yes.
True.
Oh, we have to get to is who that person is. Is it somebody who's playing actively currently?
Yes.
Is it somebody from the top?
Yes, why do you need all these questions? Like, you want one single guy. You're not getting that.
We are back to the Wimbledon of chess. That is Tata Steel, and there you see the amazing tournament hall where you have a festival taking place, some amateurs locking heads against each other on the chessboard, and also let's not forget that there is also a Grandmaster tournament happening alongside the Super Grandmaster event. So let's check in on them and have a look at their bird's eye view. Because, as always, there's a lot of fighting chess happening there, a lot of decisive results, primarily because this is a beautiful blend of youth, experience, and of course, players with fighting styles. Now, there is one person I really want to highlight there, and it's the one on the bottom right. It's bottom left, rather. Let me get my left and right correct. It's the bottom left between Benjamin Bock and Vaishali. And the reason why is because, okay, Vaishali is an incredible player, but it is Benjamin Bock's birthday. So let's dive in and have a look at how he's doing. Will he be celebrating later on this evening, or will he have the birthday blues? What do we think, Danya?
Benjamin Bock Day or Benjamin Bock's birthday? I think it depends largely on the result, you know, and I found that to be the case, not just with your mood overall, but with the food and how it tastes. You know, somehow Dutch cuisine acquires all sorts of flavors when you win a nice game. Amsterdam becomes all the more beautiful. So if Benjamin can squeeze a win out of this end game, he'll be a happy birthday boy indeed. But we wish him the warmest and happiest of happy birthdays to Benjamin, a name known to anybody who's spent any amount of time in the online chess sphere. He streams, very active in the online world, great blitz player, and of course, proving his worth in classical chess. He's dipped a little bit rating-wise, but, you know, we should erase that 2583. This guy is a 2600-plus career player. He will be back where he belongs very soon, maybe even after this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently lying in second place behind Erwin Lamy. Challengers. Have you ever played in the challengers section, Danya?
No, I've actually played in Wijk Aan Zee twice, called a Cultural Village tournament. It was a qualifier. Back then, this was like 2010, 2011. There were 3 groups. So this was a qualifier for the C group. Unfortunately, I did not win either time, but I did experience the town. So I sort of played a trial run, rehearsal of Tata Steel. Unfortunately, never quite made it to the tournament itself. But what a beautiful seaside town. Very windy. Very, very windy, but a perfect place to play chess.
Everyone says that about these tournaments with great traditions. We have Wijk Aan Zee, they say very windy. Hastings, they go, oh, also windy. Is this something that, you know, we can expect from tournaments with long-running histories?
Just wait until the
That
Chicago
they should be
Open.
held in. Oh,
So-
okay.
Although
It's the windiest.
it's the Windy City, but actually the term Windy City, it does not, contrary to popular belief, if I remember correctly, it is not because of the wind, although Chicago is also very windy. But the term windy in that context, I think, refers to, I think, something like politicians in the 1890s gossiping a lot, and, you know, spreading wind around. But I don't think it has to do with the weather phenomenon, believe it or not. But maybe somebody can fact check me on that. I learned this in this book that I was reading recently on the World's Fair in Chicago. Savory character known as H.H. Holmes. I'll let people do their own research. We got some chess to commentate.
We got some chess to commentate. So let's wish Benjamin some birthday greetings, see whether he can eke out a win. We'll keep an eye on the big results in this section, but let's go back to our just main event, our Super Grandmaster event, and go back to the bird's eye view there. And still decisions, and there I just want to highlight on top right between Fabiano Caruana and Serrano. Serrano did capture the bishop with the pawn. So the knight on f2, it's not long for this world, but Serrano is simply saying he's going to get as much as possible from that exchange. So what else? What are the decisions? And also, again, I want to draw your attention to the game between Van Foreest and Praggnanandhaa on the bottom left. This time I've got my right and left correct. And what you're going to see there is that with king to e3, Jordan is saying, hey, I'm allowing rook to b8. I'm allowing this trade of rooks. So you're going to get an opposite color bishop endgame. Now, instinctively, I thought that this might be just a straightforward draw, because opposite color bishops, there's a high margin of draws than that one. And now my calculation gaze is on. So, okay, but that should be finishing in a draw. And where else have there been some developments?
Yeah, there's just so many games. I also almost referred to the bottom right as Van Foreest game. So don't if right to my own devices, I definitely get my get my moves confused and get my queens blundered. But we see a queen on h5 by Max Warmerdam as he continues to press on the gas pedal and cause major anguish to Arjun Erigaisi, who had that opening mix-up and has not managed to recover fully. The position remains very sharp. I'm looking at Anish Giri, who is nurturing a nice little advantage against Nodirbek. Nodirbek really needs to stop the bleeding. A loss would be really painful in light of what happened yesterday. And Alexei Serrano has finally made a decision. And it is indeed as we expected, Yovi. B takes c6. Not a move you play because you love your position, but really I think the best way to guarantee that the position remains, at least practically speaking, very combative, although Fabi now has a significant objective advantage.
Yeah, and I also see the game between Fedoseev and Kaymer that's headed in the directions that we predicted, except White didn't capture the bishop. So interesting scenario here where White has put the knight on great squares, and that leaves one game which we haven't really paid too much attention, and that is between Wei Yi against Mendonça. That's in the top left. Maybe we can go in there and make an assessment and then see what's happening.
Sure, and then we can. I also wanted to check back into the Warmerdam game because to see just how bad it is for Arjun, but things are actually not looking great for the Chinese Grandmaster. This is actually a big game. Imagine if, what a win with the black pieces would do for Mendonca's confidence. Wei Yi is on 50%. He cannot afford a loss of the white pieces. And yet, how did this happen? How did we get this from this? Right, that was the question. We saw a plan carried out by Wei Yi that we did mention, which is this plan of c2, c4, you called it. And knight to a5, Mendonca responding so well, putting a bishop on d8 a la Fabi. And when the smoke clears, somehow black plays the move c5, carving out the d4 square for his knight. Wei Yi says, not on my watch. Mendonca says, yes, on my watch. Trades, plays rook fc8, and suddenly these pawns are there under very serious fire. And there's a serious positional threat of a5, Yovi. White could simply end up a pawn down here.
Yeah, a5. That's unpleasant because every time you step up with b5, the knight jumps into b4. And it's to do with this bishop on a2, which is such a bad piece. Someone once said to me, the key to understanding these Italians and Lopez's is judge the light square bishop. And the problem going is that you have to judge them with thinking about the future. And the bishop on a2, really not good. And you compare it with its counterpart on e6, hitting at c4. Problems. Okay, So in light of that, one mustn't be fatalistic. How does one defend? Does one simply have to grit the teeth and go queen e2? At least the rooks are connected.
Yeah, and a5 then can be met with b5. I think queen e2 is a very deep prophylactic move. And also, way you should remember that, if he has to give up a pawn, but he can liquidate all of these pawns that I just highlighted, probably he should be able to hold a draw. I mean, it's move 20, though, and he's under 30 minutes. He is not happy, to put it mildly, with this course of events. So queen e2, I'll still play a5, I think. b5, knight b4. And to make matters worse, this is such bad luck. That poor bishop. Bishop b3, a4, and white can resign.
Yeah.
That bishop is in the way of everything.
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. It's such a bad piece. Okay, so what happens if instead of going a b5, you go b takes a5?
Yeah, I guess knight takes a5 was sort of my instinct.
And
knight d2,
can you start pedaling backwards? Yeah, knight. I didn't really want to defend passively, even though it might be enough.
Black can play positionally with bishop g5 and get rid of white's only good minor piece, queen a4. Mendonca's pieces are just like all on the right squares. He's doing, a Soviet master proud. Just somehow he's so well equipped for this sudden opening of the center, whereas Wei Yi's pieces are stumbling over each other. And a5, that's a pair. I mean, it's a horrifying prospect, this move. It doesn't look like anything special. It's a very special opportunity here for Mendonca.
Yeah, it's the bishop on a2, which is bad, and also the fact that the queen, she's not ready for action either. a5, really. But it's surprising, I'm going to give you that, Dania, that white's position can just start to crack so easily. It doesn't feel like white has done too much wrong.
Exactly. This is the thing. It's like, well, you look at your score sheet, like which move didn't make logical sense? That's the cruelty of chess. That's how you get outplayed. And that's how, someone like Karpov won the vast majority of his games. And there's sort of a famous semi-joke that in his best games collection, like Paul and Karpov were very different. Paul would criticize all of his moves and all of his opponent's moves. We both suck. I just made less mistakes. Or as Tartakower famously said, the winner is the player who makes the next to last mistake. But Karpov, every game he won, his opponent never made mistakes. His opponent played perfectly. It's just I played even more perfectly, according to Karpov. The different ways of approaching your own games. And Wei Yi tries to limit the damage by involving his queen in the defensive effort. But still, a5 is very possible. Even knight d4 can be considered.
Yeah. And tough times ahead for the defending champion of Tata. We'll see whether Leon pushes the a-pawn and whether he manages to maximize his chances. Let's go and check in on that other incredibly sharp game between Varmadan and Erigaisi, because there we can be quite clear-cut about things and say, hey, if black made a mistake, it's to do with g5.
Yeah. Let's go straight there, because the last move spells even more trouble for the 2,800 plus Indian Grandmaster. Had his struggles, and they're continuing right now as he falls behind on the clock. Just not even like this is what makes Arjun Arjun. He plays fast, puts pressure on his opponent's clock, but he needs to put every minute to use here. One more mistake in black's position will get pulverized.
Yep. Is your unsafe king, lack of development, and as you've highlighted, pawn on h7 up for grabs.
Ooh.
Okay, how to play, how to fight. So it's not obvious.
Sorry, Yobi, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought queen f6 maybe is Arjun's idea, but I think if I'm calculating this correctly, white can get away with this move. Because rook h8, there's knight h5.
h5.
Wait, why is this not winning for... Why is it 0.9? I guess... Let's figure this, because I thought that this is winning on the spot, right? Rook h7, knight f6. There's some counterattack.
Is there a bishop to g7?
Oh!
I'm freestyling here, but...
And then knight f6, bishop f6, the queen is still trapped. But I can then move my queen up for the rook. And I'll
Okay,
be
so
up in
go
exchange.
bishop e7 first. No.
I'll take it, and then I'll desperado my queen.
Yes.
But I think maybe knight f3 and queen e5.
Oh.
And shifting again that queen. Remember queen d7, queen e6, queen e5. All roads lead to Rome. Bishop f4. This still looks lost to me. I don't understand.
Queen takes knight.
X-ray defense. Queen takes knight. Queen takes, rook takes. Bishop takes. World record for most number of captures in a row. And suddenly, like, black is actually okay here. Takes, and king e7, I think. And with a bad bishop and some counterplay against white's king, I've seen Arjun turn games around like this.
Yeah. It kind of feels criminal that black is still alive after all of that, you know. But such is the nature of chess.
I've lost so many blitz games to Arjun exactly like this. It's like pieces coming out, you're feeling the win, and then suddenly you blink, you just made a bunch of natural moves, and nothing remains of your advantage. So I can give almost a guarantee that he's calculating this right now. Queen f6 is the most natural move. If you don't play that, either you give up h7 for nothing, that's unacceptable, or you play a move like h6, the OV, and that move smells. It doesn't smell like roses and, fresh lilac.
Yeah. It's not pretty. Okay, so after queen to f6, we saw that queen takes h7 was massively complicated. Can we kind of just go, let's not go in for that? Because some of us are not numbers inclined, don't want to calculate everything. Can you just make an improving move like rook a7?
Yeah, the joke's on you. You just spent 20 minutes calculating queen h7. Imagine the psychological effect of blitzing a move like this out.
Yeah, and then I guess black will go bishop e7.
Yep.
And
Now white needs some way to keep the fire burning. Maybe b4, maybe something very subtle like bishop e3. But, I mean, for all this to happen, Arjun has to realize that he has knight f3 check. Like, if he doesn't see this resource, he might conclude that he's lost after queen h7, Yovi. But you have an idea here.
No. Actually, I just want to stress that there's a lot of deep calculation that needs to be done, right? So let's go back and let's run through those lines again, because that was still incredible. So queen takes h7. You have to see that after knight to h5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rook h8, sorry, knight to h5, knight to f3.
And the point is, it would be great if you had queen g5 check. Unfortunately, this bishop on c1 makes all the difference. The point is simply to vacate a square for the black queen to escape the fork. And maybe f4 is a better version of that endgame. What do you think, Yogi? How should white maximize the advantage here?
We can try it, but bishop f4 does look very natural. So let's try f4.
Pawn f4. Something to f4.
Yeah.
You tell your opponent, you decide. You just put whatever you want in f4.
Yes.
Queen h5, well spotted. The crucial resource as well. After the trade, white is up a pawn here. Obviously insufficient compensation. Obviously winning chance for white. I think Arjun would be okay with an endgame like this. He would be okay with this.
Yeah, this is something that you feel like you're able to drum up some kind of compensation. So for instance, you can go bishop to h6 as black, you can step up with your king, you can slide the rook over to g8, and you can have some fun there on the king side. It's not all just one-way traffic. So I think he would be happier, because in the middle game with the queens on, it just felt like he was grimly holding on.
Yeah, he's still grimly holding on, and he's holding on to 26 minutes now because his supply of time is dwindling rapidly. They haven't even reached move 20, and Arjun, it's just one of those events. And everybody's human. Everybody has those nightmare events where literally just nothing, cannot catch a break. For me, 2015 U.S. Championship was like this. One game after another. Can't get out of the opening. Good position, you blunder. And sometimes there isn't even one reason. Sometimes it's just the the wind speed or the weather. That's what the early world champions, they love to blame bad tournaments on the weather. Steinitz' favorite thing. Lasker and Capablanca actually got into a fight in the newspapers because Lasker, he got crushed, but they played in Havana, Cuba. So Lasker, of course, started with the excuses. It was too hot. It was the climate. I'm not used to it. And Capablanca accused him of lying. Capablanca actually pulled the records of the Havana Meteorological Society to show that Lasker was exaggerating how hot it was. True story.
Wow. But you know something? I'm with Lasker on this one. As a Brit, you know, you're allowed to complain about the weather. This is literally our conversation starter. Like, how's the weather over there? And they'll go, it's always chilly. Okay. Well, we stayed on this game long enough because no queen to f6, rook g7 played. And this is not the best move, according to the engine, awarded a question mark.
Indeed, and we stayed long enough to find out whether or not Arjun played rook 7. And Max Polderdam returns to his chair. A little bit of surprise there. He cast a glance at his opponent. And this is giving me chills. It feels like White is sort of knocking on the door here. How do you proceed? You need to be precise. And Max has had his struggles, especially last year in Tata Steel. Some people might remember his game with Farham Makhsoodloo. Maybe some people watching today, crazy comeback by the Iranian GM. Max has to demonstrate precision in the stage of conversion. What is your instinct here, Yogi?
The same as yours. Bishop h6. Bishop takes bishop. Queen takes h7. Thank you very much. I think you'll find that White is a pawn up. Now, obviously, you need to calculate very deeply here because you have to assess whether the queen is getting trapped after queen to f6. Rook h6 very much there in the air.
Yeah, and if you have to evacuate, if you have to play a move like this, okay, it's much better. And maybe this is even White's best approach given the time situation. You just want to be practical. But I feel like if I were Max, I wouldn't feel like I was maximizing my advantage here. So I would also be very tempted here to at least consider the move bishop f4. Unfortunately, Black has queen f6 in response, and you're just not quite in time to dismantle this Gordian knot, this pawn on d6 and the knight on e5. So bishop f4, I suppose, is a mistake for that reason. Maybe you can combine bishop h6 and then bishop back or something. Or no.
Okay, let's try it. Bishop h6. But there's still queen f6 at the end of it.
Okay, the best move, I did check, and it is... I mean, not only was it not on my radar, I was going to point out why this move is a blunder. And the computer is pointing out why the commentator is a blunder. f4. Who cares about the knight on g3? We don't need defended knights in this house. If rook takes g3, f takes e5. If the knight drops back, who cares? Take my knight. I mean, I'm made of knight sacrifice. Rook takes g3, and look at this. F takes e6, knight e5, and now the bishop comes out. Double attack on the knight and the rook. This is just devastating. Black's position collapses. Knight f3 check is beautifully sidestepped by the king. Woo! So,
yeah.
But bishop h6 is also very good.
No, okay, but let's run through the f4 line because I feel like this is a move that's very typical of the younger generation. You just go f4, counterattack.
Mm-hmm. Arjun would play f4.
Yeah, Arjun for sure. Arjun, Gukesh, Pragg, they would be there playing f4, and you're like, whoa, I don't think that was possible because a rook takes knight, and then you kind of calculate, and you're like, oh, yes, should have done the calculation beforehand. So knight to f5.
Yeah, and if Black doesn't play rook g3, let's say Black plays e5. What's so bad about this? Well, what's not bad about this, I guess, is the more appropriate question.
I guess you can just go king h2 or something. You can...
Lovely. Just all hands on deck. All hands on deck. As long as you avoid queen h2.
Yeah, don't do that because of knight to g4. But yeah, and then look at this. You're in prison as the black pieces. You can't hold on to your d6 pawn is vulnerable, your b5 pawn, the queenside. Ironically enough, it's now the queenside that falls apart. Yeah, positionally.
Nimzovich talked about this in my system. It's like, you think that queen e2 is a bad sign, but this is often the natural part of converting. It's saying, okay, I did my job on the king side. I provoked weaknesses. Now let's switch to the second side of the board. And he said that the side with the space advantage can trampoline from side to side, while the defending side is so cramped, you just don't have the mobility to protect all of your weaknesses at the same time. I think king h2 is a great find, Yovi, and something like this would spell massive trouble for Arjun. My prediction, though, is that he goes bishop h6. I just find this move to be too tempting in a practical scenario.
Yeah, but I mean, you win a pawn, you can play risk-free for the win. So absolutely, I agree. Bishop h6 is tempting, but yeah, if you're up for the fight, if you want to win in very short moves, what moves are we on? We're 18. I was going to say, if you win under 30 moves, then f4 is the way to go. Well, okay, spice is the how to say? Something is the spice of life. Anyway,
Variety?
I forgot. Variety is the spice of life. And yeah, that's exactly what we are looking for. So maybe we can take a pause from this game, keep an eye on it. We'll update you if there's any big developments. But let's go to our bird's eye view.
Indeed. I just Googled Warmerdam to find out how old he is. And Warmerdam Packing LLC came up. Apparently, it's a packaging company, Kings County, California. But he is 24 years old, is Max Warmerdam. And Fabiano is the second oldest player, which tells you all you need to know about the direction in which chess is shifting. If we look at the bottom left, I do think that this will be our first result. White is pretending to press. Black needs to be careful, even with the rooks off the board, to prevent White's king from traveling to g7. But Black's king is absolutely capable of managing that. I think we're going to get a draw.
I think so too. I mean, the goal is so simple, right? You just got to stop the white king from infiltrating on g7. And if you do that, easy draw. And okay, then adjacent to it, we have the Gukesh, Hare Krishna, Gukesh. It's a cagey game. You called it. You said, okay, Gukesh has an advantage for now, but you felt like this was a position that Hare Krishna could worm his way out of trouble. And it looks like he's just doing that, his last move there, preventing the white knight from jumping into c5.
Yeah.
And moving along, we see Fedoseev, Keymer.
Bad news for Vincent. He's lost control of the game a little bit.
Yeah.
He's allowed all sorts of counterplay as Fedoseev advancing his pawn to f3. Look at those knights. You know what Carr would say? These knights on d6 and f5. But Fedoseev has to follow up accurately. So between Gukesh and Fedoseev, I think those are the two spiciest games. I'll give you the final say. Where do we go first, Yovi?
Maybe we check in on the world champion Gukesh and Hare Krishna, because okay, this one's tense. And I just kind of want to recap a few moves, because when we left it, yeah, there was still, it wasn't over for Black, but it wasn't particularly pleasant. And here it just feels like Black is holding.
So bishop d3 was played. We considered this move. Apparently knight a4 was better. Knight c7, excellent recognition by Hare Krishna. Cannot afford to vacate f5. That is integral to Black's defensive construction. Bishop g7, knight a4 was played. Queen d6, and apparently Gukesh missing the train here. Knight c5 was natural. Instead, he played b4, trying to set it up. But too many hands spoiled the broth. b6 by Hare Krishna. b5 by Gukesh. Okay, where's he going with this? I have a feeling he might put a knight on c5 anyway at some point.
Well, that would certainly be spectacular if it did. But okay, so first up, Black has the choice to open up the b line with a takes b5 or just go a5. Yeah, you and I instinctively close it up.
Mm-hmm.
Do not let the white rook on b1 start sniffing around the action anytime soon. So that's it. Knight c5. It's
No.
not possible because of knight takes bishop.
I'm good at sacking other players' pieces. I'm not good at following up with logical ideas. But here's the thing, Yovi. Okay, queen d2, I thought, oh, that's his idea. He wants to go bishop f4. But bishop f4 isn't really a threat because black can meet it with e5. So you don't necessarily need to play knight takes 3. Maybe it's a reasonable move. I don't know. But even if black castles, like even this is not unthinkable, although I would be very scared of leaving the h5 pawn unattended. And I wouldn't be shocked if Gukesh fakes him out and plays queen back to d1 and says, JK, you can't uncastle. That would be kind of a mind trip. But
yeah,
what a complex position. When I think complicated position, if you had to represent that pictorially, like this is a complicated position, folks.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, the reason why it's so complicated is primarily because there's no easy point to attack. Yeah, if black castles kingside, then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, I have a plan. You can just attack h5. And if black doesn't do that and just waits, you're suggesting rook c4. Now that
I
is
want to draw down my exchange sacrifice.
wow. That is such a classy move. Okay, let's put it on the board.
Spoil my, come on. So obnoxious, Eva. All right, I set this up with all the fanfare, interrupt your train of thought just to propose a losing move. And it has to rub it all over my face, how losing it is.
No, okay. But let's have a look at why this is losing, because bishop takes rook.
Wow, it's not bishop takes rook. Okay, so I feel partially redeemed. The reason is bishop f4 first. Now it seems to play into black's hands. But the problem is after d, e, f, e, suddenly bishop takes c4 is much scarier because d takes c4 walks into the queen trade, and the whole point of the sack is to keep the center closed. When the center opens up, the fact that you have one rook and your opponent has two becomes a little bit more significant.
Yeah. Okay, but it's a nice idea. If rook c4 is not working immediately, it's something to keep in the back of your pocket. So, okay.
But Hare Krishna hasn't played a5 yet, so he's clearly taking the other options seriously, whether it's ab or short castles or e5. Well, probably not e5. The b6 pawn will fall. Maybe knight takes e3. How do you even make a decision here? I feel like I would lose on time in this, just in a state of complete analysis paralysis.
Well, this is actually one of the things that you'll often find when a lower rated opponent plays a higher rated one. I'm not saying that you are, Dania. I'm actually talking from my experience, playing some Grandmaster Norm events, is that you double check and you triple check absolutely every single possibility there is, right? You're like, why are they playing this? Let me go into extreme calculation mode. And what often happens is that you will match the stronger player up until move 25, but then you've burnt too much time on the clock. And before you know it, then you're having to make decisions and time scrambles, and that's when it all goes to waste. So something like that might be happening to Hare Krishna. He's just being extra cautious here, just thinking, what is Gukesh planning? He's a direct player. He's always going to go for very active resolutions. I'm going to calculate a takes b5, make sure that that doesn't work, and then end up playing a5. I don't see anything else. Knight takes bishop doesn't really make so much sense because the knight on f5 is such a good defensive piece.
You've nailed it. He's the world champion. No matter what he plays, just by definition, you're like, okay, he has something up his sleeve. And it reminds me of this quote by Yefim Bogolyubov, one of Alekhine's challengers. Thought very highly of his chess. And he has a quote that goes something like, when I play white, I win because I play 1d4. When I play black, I win because I'm Bogolyubov. There's Faustino Oro, the golden boy. He steals a glance at a game that will result in a handshake momentarily. You can just see the way they're making the moves. Just going through the motions.
Oh, and talking about handshake, I see a handshake happening. It is a draw between Jordan van Foreest against Praggnanandhaa, and it is a peaceful result draw. Do you think both players will be happy with that? For Pragg, it consolidates his lead there at the top.
Well, Jordan, we might remember, won Tata Steel with a crucial victory over Nodirbek a while back. So he's not going to be too happy, right? He's always ambitious. He's not one of the highest rated players. But with the white pieces, he was hoping to generate more chances. But that prep by Pragg, incredible. The sack on h5. Jordan also, he remained calm, found the most practical option. This was a fighting, combative, high-quality game. And both players should, in the end, have their head held high. It's our first result. We're 3 hours into the round. A combative draw between Pragg and Van Forest. And in the meantime, we get a trade on b5. Hari Krishna throwing us in for a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. Now,
Okay. Bot is ball.
okay. Well, I guess he wants your plan, Rook c4.
Never
And then
trust
he's saying,
washed up
if I
commentator.
can, if I can distract. Okay, we see the moves come in very quickly now, and more trades. Knight takes bishop.
Yep, knight take, pawn take will happen. Rook c6, defending the pawn on b6. That's what Hari Krishna is aiming. Get moves updating momentarily.
What do you think, Dania, about these trades? I mean, it certainly relieves the tension in the position. So
I'm confused. I don't like the look of this for Hari Krishna. I don't understand why he didn't play a5. I feel like this gives white a direct target on b6, and b, what is black's next move? Because castle's, again, not recommended with a pawn on h5. So even if white plays a move like queen e2, where's Hari Krishna going from here?
well, I thought presumably it was something to do with knight to f5. Stepping up. Or maybe, hang on. Now this is really inventive, and I'm not using an engine. So I'm going to go king to d7.
To d7. Fake me out. I thought you were going to go one way. You go the other way.
Well, no, I wasn't going to go there. I was just live the life in the center, and then rook to c8, and then
yeah, just try to
but the
go.
problem
I mean,
is I'm not defend. No, no. I miscalculated, because it would work if I'm very quick with rook c8 and rook c1, but as it is, nope.
Maybe if Hari Krishna had played a5, no, maybe if he had kept the b file closed, then his options would remain open. I was thinking maybe knight f5. That's not it either, because this walks right into b4 maybe, or rook b1.
Rook b1.
I keep forgetting this pawn can just be attacked and picked up and eaten for dinner by Gukesh. You won't even have to go to the pizzeria that all the players like. Not too many dining options in Wijk Aan Zee. But 22 minutes for Hari Krishna, and I feel like after a5 he had the practical edge. Now I feel like Gukesh, from a practical standpoint, is in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Could it be that he's arguing? Okay, I'm going to put this to you, Dania. He's simply arguing this: win the b6 pawn, I will win the g6 pawn. So after a move like queen to e2, rook h6. Now, the gods may later say that this was a mistake, as the evaluation part.
Yeah, but I mean, it's impossible to, these types of positions, not a single move by the players keeps the evaluation part of what it is. I think there's just so many options on every move. But your point is well taken. If you can eliminate this pawn, the king side becomes a safer place to be. Rook b1 maybe.
So maybe it might work if you go h4 first, because is white going to play knight to h4? If white's not going to go knight to h4.
Yeah, I mean, I probably will go rook b1 anyway, I think. Like, even if you play rook h6, I think Gukesh might be just fully focused on this pawn. Because once it's captured, I mean, the queen side is abandoned. It's like, those $5 homes in a ghost town. Like, it's all yours. Push that pawn down the board.
That's true. I give you that. But I was thinking there might be some solace in, like, rook takes pawn. on g6. And then you can live the life with some pieces defending the king with king f7 or something.
And use the king side counterplay. So.
Yeah.
But let's see what Gukesh decides, because queen e2 is just, I just chose that as a sample move. I mean, queen b3, queen b1, there's a gazillion candidate moves here that make some degree of sense.
That is true.
Yeah.
Gukesh could play very directly and start playing for winning the b6 pawn immediately.
We will give him, I mean, he's got time, 26 minutes. I don't think time pressure really, in the players' minds, happens until they hit about 10 minutes. Although it has different definitions depending on who you ask. So maybe a good time to zoom back out to a bird's eye view, because we have nonstop development on the other boards. In Fabiano's game, he has sort of consolidated what I would say is probably objectively a small advantage against Anish Giri, 3 pawns for a piece. But Fabiano definitely pressing and probably happy with what he has. Warmerdam followed your advice, Yovi. King h2 was played in his game, and he has played f4, so he's doing everything right, is the Dutch Grandmaster. Keeps driving this advantage down.
Okay, and look at that. We are seeing some moves being played in the Anish Nodirbek game. So that one looked very level. And oh, well, talking about level, we've come in to see the handshake. So yet another draw.
Lamonley's just as surprised as we are. That game ended so fast.
Okay, we have to go back in time, Danya, and have a look at what actually transpired, because there we see the players in analysis mode. I always like this about Tata Steel, that the players actually analyze after the game and they don't just kind of march off to their rooms.
They agreed to a draw. I forgot that that was a thing that could happen. So in this position, after king takes f3, Anish accompanied this move, as he sometimes does with a draw offer. And it was accepted by Nodirbek. I mean, the position is about equal here. I had a feeling, and I wasn't trying to overhype it, I really thought that White was close to, close to causing some very serious problems. And I don't think I was wrong. Maybe c5. Apparently that was not the secret sauce. I don't know what the secret sauce was. It was definitely not bishop e1 walking into the fork. Maybe there was a resource here, and just in the interest of time, the resource was bishop h5 check. This was the only way to keep the initiative going. g6 obviously runs into rook f6. Bishop g6, look at that dance macabre with the bishop. Bishop g4. If f5, the bishop is shut out, its bishop returns to home base. And if rook takes c4, takes, and then White's initiative rages on. So this was the narrow path that Giri could have taken to keep his advantage. Instead, once Nodirbek got his bishop, king back, and traded the bishop, he stabilized the situation.
Okay. Well, that needed some agile thinking, right? When all the action is happening on the queen side, to suddenly flick in a check with massive consequences there on h5. So that's kind of understandable why Anish didn't see that. But it does mean that Nodirbek and Pragg, they are still tied for first place. And, well, 2 games down. 5 games remaining. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at the other situation, because you were mid-flow in the game between Caruana and Sarana, and you said that Fabi had consolidated the other knights on an outpost, not an outpost, I meant a post supported by a pawn, but the white king, it is fragile.
Yeah, there's a kind of a noticeable paucity of pawns around the vicinity of that king. It's like, please give me those pawns on g2 and f2. I get that we're up a piece, but I need my security blanket. I need my security detail. So I think it's a small advantage for Caruana. If we may first, maybe we can pop into Bedaseyev's game very quickly, because things are unfolding really, really fast there. I feel like Fabi will push for an advantage until the time control. So I think that position's stable. This position is anything but stable. And Bedaseyev has gotten his horses out of the stable. And he might be stable to cause a lot of problems for Vincent, which is not how this game started.
No, it started with a battle from pawn structures, and suddenly it's kicked open. I would never. Dania, would you say that this position had come from a semi-Slav and White had closed down the position with c5?
Yeah, I mean, not even in my top 5. Like, I would not be able to identify the opening. Like maybe a Caro-Kann, literally could be anything. But I'm slaving this play by Fedoseev. He can create chances out of any position, no matter how passive. This is what he does so well. This is why he's so good at Fischer random chess. Such a creative, dynamic player. But what is he going to do here? Why is queen b4 a mistake? Is it because of e5, Yovi, or is there something more tactical?
Well, e5 does cement the knight on d6, which is on fire as we speak. Knight takes pawn. Well, then there's... Okay, in for the penny, in for the pound. Bishop takes pawn.
Oh, bishop takes pawn. I was like, which pawn can the bishop capture? And if I take...
Oh.
Wow.
So this is the beauty of commentary. You can suggest like these gutsy moves without backing it up with too much hard concentration, and it works out.
Is that they're correct most of the time, as it is here. But what's the follow-up? Is it queen takes g4?
Okay, right.
Okay.
No, I didn't think it was that. There's rook takes knight in the air. I just need to decoy the queen.
Okay, I just want to look. I love this position. A3. Oh, A3. Decoy the queen, as you said. None of the squares on the 4th rank are accessible. And what is the point of this move? Well, let's say I take on A3. Or actually, let's say I play queen B3, try to force the queen trade. Is it now time for queen G4?
Yes.
Oh
yes,
my god.
Now it is. And it's demolition time. Oh,
there's some like beautiful mates here. I mean, there's a million ways to win. Like you can go here, but I have a feeling that the best move is probably something a little bit more spicy.
This looks good.
Okay, just knight.
This looks good enough. Knight to d4. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that is always a winner in my book. So, wow, what a beautiful line. That's something that we could be seeing if Vincent gets greedy and grabs a pawn on f4.
That's really, really good instincts, bishop g4. My question, Yovi, was like, can white play a3 immediately? Can white just try to win a piece here? And maybe the answer is yes, but like you play the Serrana style, you just like, oh, apparently not. Maybe because of bishop g4, transposing to the other line. That's hilarious.
But just show why you can't go rook takes knight after queen takes a3.
I think you can. I think that's also possible.
Okay.
And I think the key here is that black can go queen b3. Forget I said anything. Maybe not moving the queen at all. Queen b2 and queen e5 is also... queen b2 and queen e5. And I'm not trying to be a slave to the eval bar here, but this is important. This is very important because, I mean, a3 looks like it wins the game, so it's crucial to uncover black's resource. And I think it's this, Yovi. It's queen takes e5.
Yeah. Queen... Okay. Well, it's interesting, actually, because you might be thinking along that line. You might be thinking, oh, a3, queen b2, and then I'm going to come in and I have enough defenses. But as you see there on the live board, the e5 has been played. Now, Vincent Cummings should not get greedy and grab the material on f4 that's on offer. That would be one step too far. Ooh, well, things are getting spicy as we head closer and closer to time travel. But everyone's favorite weekly event, Title Tuesday, just got doubly exciting. With more and more titled players joining the likes of Hikaru, Magnus, and Jose Martinez in the weekly Blitz tournament, we've decided to double the prize pot for the first Title Tuesday that reaches 1,000 players, which means players who finish in the top 30 will earn a cash prize. Will it happen this Tuesday? Use !2x in chat or visit go.chess.com/double for all the details. And there we See, we go back to the playing venue and we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, we are going to dive into absolutely everything that is time travel.
I became a grandmaster not just by playing great moves, but by making them subconscious. I used the woodpecker method for drilling tactics into my mind, such that they would just jump out of me over the board. But you cannot play crushing tactics without being in the right position first. So I adapted the woodpecker method to train positional play and strategy just like tactics, so that they become embedded in your memory, helping you to find great moves and play better strategic chess more easily. I'm Grandmaster Axel Smith, and I invite you to my new Chessable course, Woodpecker Method 2, Positional Play.
What are your favorite countries to play chess in?
For chess, for me, any country is fine.
You don't mind that much?
Yeah, I don't mind. But as a person, I like Luxembourg very much.
Spain.
Spain.
Because I have the best memories there. So. No, not that, but
What
general,
is that?
They throw him into the swimming pool.
after general, like, I have
Punishment
good
for winning.
results. So.
Okay. You have any favorite countries to play with?
Greece is one of my
You like
favorite.
Greece?
Yeah,
Okay.
I won my World Youth, made my second GM now. Like I've got good result and also love the place.
Good. And Pragg, what's your favorite country to play?
Like I said, room, like, country doesn't matter, just the playing venues matters.
Yeah,
With
the hotel and the venue.
Yeah, with the
nice
correct
one.
room temperature.
What is your best game and the most memorable one and the weakest one?
Best game is not easy because I'm always torn between the Iranian game in Wijk Aan Zee and my game with Lothier. Weakest, it's hard to beat losing in 6 moves, right? So my game with Zapata in Beal, my game with Caruana in Wijk Aan Zee 2020 is definitely one of the most awful ones.
How exactly
and then
did it
some
go?
other.
How exactly did it go?
I'm not going to relive it with you now.
Oh, sorry.
You can look it up.
And it's a painful.
Otherwise, I can act out your draw with Pragg. You get up, you go. All on video, boy.
No, this will be
That
like.
was a classic. He gets a very confident jacket and all he's putting, and he goes and then he turns around and comes back. Because this guy is not moving.
Yeah, no, okay, before making the move, I was checking the score sheet. I just missed that there was this move that. Okay, let's not talk about that.
You know, in this video, they will be doing this.
What was that game,
comparison,
Gukesh? What was the position? Huh? Okay, so we'll do a team thing. Each one of you will impersonate someone, some chess player that you can think of.
Who starts? You start.
We are the same team. What is?
Yeah.
You start.
It's okay.
Actually, I can start if you want.
No, wait, I'll start.
I just
2 minutes ago they were fighting. They made me draw locks and all, and now they're saying.
I can start.
Guess under.
Okay, very
I
good.
could have done like this, but okay, it is easier.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to be back to Tata Steel again.
Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of chess.
Such a prestigious event that all the great players from the past have played in this event.
I hope that my play will send a message.
My ultimate goal is to survive till the end.
I think I'm ready to play again, yes.
I'm very happy to be in Wijk Aan Zee. I'm extremely excited for the tournament.
I'm very excited to be a master this year, and I want to do my best and prove to myself that I'm capable of playing at this level.
For everyone, it's a really important step in their career.
I hope I'm very well prepared and looking forward to win this tournament.
I feel ready to fight for the win.
The game is on.
We are back with round 7 of Tata Steel Chess, and there we see the playing hall, and it's true, some players are surviving, some players are thriving, but we are in for a feast of chess and so much tension, excitement, all the feels there in the air as once again Wimbledon of Chess is there, round 7 in the middle, and here it is. This is the event that we have all eyes on the prize. Of course, it is the Super Grandmaster event and the Grandmaster section. So let's go to the bird's eye view. I can hear that tiny clock ticking. And there you can see the players. We are nearing time pressure, and there are some things that immediately spring to mind. Keimer, Arjun, not much time. And also, according to the evaluation bars, in big trouble there on the bottom right.
Yeah, just a very disappointing sequence of events, particularly for Vincent, who had such great preparation and just an own goal with queen takes c5. But don't get me wrong, Vladimir Fedoseev, he has risen to the task again and again. He's got a huge initiative and a big time advantage. Vincent has his back against the wall. But obviously, on the right, all eyes have been on the Arjun game. Max Warmerdam, the one thing that concerns me, he has burned a lot of time on decisions that seem pretty obvious, but I feel like he thought, is this too good to be true? Is Arjun actually giving me that pawn on b5? The answer was yes. And at this point, I'm going to be straight up. Yovi, Arjun's only hope, because we've got 15 moves until the time control, is the time. He's got to go full, Naroditsky Bulla Brawl mode and essentially go for the flag, because he's dead lost on the board.
Shall we have a look at what's happening right now? Because if desperation is the order of the day, then whoa, look at that Rook A7 on the board. That was already a checkmating threat of queen takes knight.
No, what are you doing?
And now,
Wait a second. Wait a moment. And let me tell you, I've played a lot of blitz with Arjun. I can't tell you the number of times I've had these situations. Looks completely winning. He is so tactically tricky. And Rook A7 was a very impulsive move by Warmerdam. Now he starts thinking, and that rook, it could get targeted in like a million different ways in a lot of lines with a move like Queen F2. So you see the blue arrow showing Bishop takes D5, which is winning. But what if Warmerdam drops back to F3? He loses his whole advantage if he does this move. Why?
Wow.
Well,
presumably Queen G3 check, or Queen F2. And now Queen F2?
Hitting the rook. That's the move.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and Rook G3 next. So this is how easy it is to lose the advantage. Rook B7, and I think it's Rook G3. Threatening Rook takes F3. And if Bishop H5, there's something called a mate in 1. And it's all because of that Rook on A7 getting targeted. Great call, Yovi. Warmerdam has to find Bishop D5 or he loses his whole advantage.
Okay, but it's the move that is screaming to be played, Danya. It's the first move you look at because you want to open lines against the enemy king. And here it's all coming. So you can't go, just to point out, because of this Queen G3, Queen takes G2 idea, you can't go Rook takes D5. And that would be unfortunate. But as Danya's pointing out, Queen takes D5. And the pressure against the knight is just insurmountable. If you move the knight, you got Queen C6 check.
Can I go
What
here?
else do you have?
F5?
Yeah. e6. What else is there? Bishop to e3, but e6 is the move that
Jeez, it gets so
springs to my
complicated.
mind.
E6, I think, is crushing. Yeah, I think. Very good call, Yovi. I thought maybe some knight e5, and this is very important. And do not play queen, like queen takes e5. Again, queen g3 is so important to always remember, but queen b5 check here. White always has one of these moves as soon as the knight moves out of d7. But Arjun, he has something cooked up here. I can guarantee you he sees something, because, and Warmerdam does too, because he hasn't made his move yet. This is really, really concerning.
Yeah. And this all kind of stemmed from the king h2 f4 plan. It just feels like we haven't actually been away from the board too long, and suddenly the queen is out there on b5, sniffing around. It's just
the move is knight
disaster
b8, by
for
the way.
black.
I looked it up, knight b8. And believe it or not, I don't think this game is, I have a feeling that this game, well, first of all, he hasn't played bishop d5 yet, and he's under 10 minutes. I feel like Warmerdam is close to losing the thread here, just due to the nerve of being this close to beating a 2800. Knight b8, the point is you just go back to d7, and the winning line here is very convoluted. Queen c6.
Rook
Now black can
g6?
get... Yeah, if rook g6, queen d5 back. Come on, this is not easy. No, Warmerdam definitely, he missed something.
But then you got the same idea of knight to b8.
But now there's amazing. This is ridiculous. So all of this in order to make the f7 pawn undefended. Are you kidding me?
That's
Wow.
geometry for you, Danya. That is incredible. Hang on. So queen takes d5. You
do queen d5, queen b5, queen c6, queen d5, queen f7.
Beautiful. And again, just to drum home the point, in the original position, bishop takes d5, only move. Bishop to... And he finds it, of course. A demolition job is happening in the center. Oh my goodness.
All the Dutch fans
Arjun,
were holding their breath. And they still are.
he looks to the crowd. Do you think that there's some noise there from the spectators? Because you can't help it when someone plays a fantastic move such as this. We tend to kind of go,
Well, he obviously, he saw it. I just think he's like, oh, can I catch just one break? Can I play somebody who doesn't always find the right move in the right spot? Or as I like to say when I'm tilted, of course he sees it, which is my favorite phrase, and the favorite phrase of an exasperated GM. Of course he does. It's Max Warmerdam, 2650, opening specialist. This guy is no stranger to the highest echelons of chess. And now it's up to Arjun. If he doesn't find knight b8, he is totally dead. He has to find knight b8 to keep this game going. Got to keep his head up. Got to find it in himself to not think that it's over, it's lost. And it can get into your head no matter what your rating is, Yovi. And he's played queen e7.
he plays quickly queen e7, which was going to be my question to you. No, it's not it. If you curl up into a ball, this is not enough. But okay, the question remains how to do it.
Bishop e3. Bishop e3 is extremely natural, but Warmerdam has to play quickly. He's got over 10 moves to make in under 10 minutes. The problem with Arjun's move, don't get me wrong, queen e7 keeps the game going, but I just feel like black is utterly paralyzed. You go bishop e3, the queen slides to b5, and black will crumble one way or the other if Warmerdam avoids any big blunders.
Right. Bishop e3 also has a nice point that you're threatening bishop b6.
Very well spotted. Rook a8. Warmerdam is like rushing these moves and rushing them not on the clock. He's not that he's playing them too fast. They're just, he's trying to force this game to end, but now maybe Arjun can take and play queen d8. Unless I'm missing something?
Yeah. Maybe he can, but don't be fooled. The position is still really difficult for Arjun. Rook takes a8. I agree with you. Get rid of the attackers.
Queen a8, queen d8, queen b7, still lost. Rook a8 feels like a nervy move, but white is so dominating here, he should still win this game. I mean, Black's position is collapsing on all fronts. And Arjun pulled this game out. What a miracle that would be. Look at Max, how nervous he is.
Yeah. And move 29. Max 9 minutes and 21 seconds. Yeah, rook to a8. It's so difficult though, Dania, to defend this type of position. Because everywhere you turn, you'll be worse. And how in principle, can you make a snap judgment which is your best chance at saving this?
Glance over at the crowd, look at the exasperation of Arjun. Everybody he is queen e6 poses some rather uncomfortable questions to white. You can't trade off too many pieces. Let's not forget, Black is up a piece.
Yeah. Arjun. After queen e6, rook a8, what is the difference? Are you, in terms of assessment? Are we talking one is easily winning and the other one, it's going to be an effort from white to win it?
Rook a8 is by a quite wide margin is winning. Queen e6, I think it's very difficult conversion. I can try to explain why very quickly while Arjun's thinking. If I can just quickly put this on the board. Here's the point. After queen e6, and Arjun's getting ready to make a move soon, if white plays rook d8 and queen a8, then Black has the e7 square for his king. But apparently that's not the move either, because it blocks maybe the access to d6. Oh, so king c... No, but this is so hard. Or is it just me, Ovi? King c7 allows rook takes d7, allows queen a7, and yet this is the only way to stay alive? If white takes it, then it's a draw. Wait, does Black have king d7, queen f8, and even queen g6? And suddenly, that queen starts to infiltrate white's territory. White cannot forget about his king. Wow. Oh, but come on. King c7 is so unnatural to me.
Yeah, you'd run with the king to e7, right? You're like, okay, well, at least the king has shelter among friends. But here,
This is
e3.
the other idea. You use the king to prepare queen c6, and white's attack starts to fizzle out after queen a7, king c8. If Arjun finds queen e6, I mean, what a moment that would be if that begins the comeback in this game. But incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult.
Incredibly. And there we do have a split screen because we have our eyes also on the world champion Gukesh, who is making quick moves against Pentala Hari Krishna. Hari Krishna does seem to have survived the worst of it, but still very complicated position. And Dania,
but
on the board to the right, rook a8 played.
And Hari Krishna, I mean, I forget the eval bar. His position is crumbling. I mean, queen b7 is threatened. That pawn on g6. I mean, he does have 7 extra minutes, so that is maybe the biggest worry for Gukesh. But when I look at that position, ignoring what I see to the left of it, I mean, there's so many different tactical patterns there. Hari Krishna has to stay cold-blooded, and bishop takes e3 is what I'm trying to figure out. Bishop takes e3 seems too good to be true. Can he get away with that dastardly, greedy little move? No, queen b7 there looks terrible.
Queen b7. Yeah, but queen b7 is coming regardless.
Oh!
How to...
Queen b7, knight g7, rook e1, queen f4, queen takes g7 is an easy detail to miss. Sorry, there's a
Oh. There's a crazy, crazy line there. So
not even that good for white.
Okay.
Krishna.
But
water.
Well, stuff is happening everywhere, Dania. So keep your eyes fixed on both of these boards. So we are pondering on the board to our left what happens after bishop takes e3, but maybe this is not a human response. Maybe it's much more human to kind of put a rook on b8 and stop the white queen from ever infiltrating on b7, and then you can try and do some repair work.
And yeah, rook b8, bishop takes e3, definitely the top candidate move. Now, bishop takes e3, if I can put this on the board. We can wait for Hari Krishna's move. What people have to see is this queen b7 idea, setting up the lateral checkmate. Famous example of this type of tactic. Polov missed it in Kramnik in their 2006 World Championship type of pattern. Queen b7, and if you play knight to g7 here, White's position is commanding, but it's not entirely clear-cut. Rook e1, queen f4 is the line that I was referring to, and this looks beautiful, BEA beautiful. But when all is said and done, and the checkbooks are balanced, and the money is counted, White is not even up a pawn. This is just a draw. So my vote, Yovi, is bishop e3 or rook b8. Anything else looks too suspect to me. Do not go.
Well, knights are needed to protect the king. I absolutely think that that's one thing that you shouldn't be going for. Okay, Hari Krishna. He's got time, though. He's on 12 minutes.
Arjun, in the meantime, he did capture the rook. Max Warmerdam correctly dropped his queen back to b7. I'm keeping an eye on that game. But Max Warmerdam is 1 or 2 accurate moves away from dealing another devastating blow to Arjun. But that's not over yet either. He's got 7 minutes. But this is where the action is at.
Right. Maybe we can keep an eye on both games whilst Pentala is thinking. So
give it another second. It looks like he's about to move.
Okay.
And Yovi, Pentala seems super exasperated. I'm really worried because bishop takes e3 to me. I'm playing it quickly if I'm him because I'm trying to use Gukesh's clock against him. The more he thinks, the longer Gukesh has to calculate bishop takes e3 and figure out a response. There's something Hari Krishna doesn't like about it, and I don't like that he doesn't like it.
Right, and you can see the frustration on his face. He's showing some tells. He's frowning. He's looking at that pawn on e3. So I'm suspecting that we might see him grab material. Just focusing on the fact that the queen coming to b7, it's promising, but it doesn't put the boot in, and he reaches
with the knight.
It's a knight. No, knights are good defenders.
Queen
no,
b7,
don't
bishop
do that.
g7. Wait, queen b7, bishop g7, and then apparently there is just a win. I'm trying to figure it out.
It's rook e8, rook e1. Sorry.
Queen f4 and queen g7. Oh, and that one works. Great spot, Yovi. Queen b7, bishop g7, rook e1. And look at Gukesh. He does this thing when his opponent blunders. He leans back a little bit, like a lion or tiger. When it's spotted its prey, it knows that it's faster than its prey. He sees the line. Queen b7, bishop g7, rook e1. Queen f4, queen g7 check. Unbelievable. Just a collapse by Hari Krishna.
Just a total oversight. Dania, he did not see the tack at the end. The sting in the tail that is after queen to b7, there is this beautiful trick of queen takes g7. Oh, and there comes queen.
Here we go. Queen. The world champion ain't missing that. And Yovi, what surprises me is even if you don't play rook e1, even a move like a4, I think Hari Krishna just hallucinated and forgot that queen f4. He missed the concept of queen takes g7 check. This one is going to end if Gukesh plays rook e1. That's curtains right then and there.
Wow. Big moment for Gukesh. With the victory, he will join the leaders there.
I can guarantee you he plays rook e1. I know by his body like that lean back, and now he leans forward. We all know it too well. He did that when Ding Liren blundered into the pawn endgame. That exact sequence. Subtle tells. The world champion knows he will notch another point momentarily.
Yeah. And you can just, Gukesh doesn't give away too many emotions except when it comes to moments like this. And sure enough, he slides the rook to attack the knight. And now,
poor Hari Krishna, he's had his chances that game. That game could have gone either way. If he made a couple more a5 instead of ab, Gukesh was in time pressure. You know, Yovi, this one, another close affair by the world champion. Hari Krishna will be kicking himself.
Because of the oversight. I think he could have forgiven himself if he'd been outplayed from the opening, but to make such a big oversight such as this, and to be so close to having a fighting game, you know, he was one move away. Capturing the pawn with the bishop would have been sufficient. Attacking the rook with the queen might have also given him some chances, but here the position is going to start to fall apart, and Hari Krishna realizes he cannot defend the knight with the queen.
Knight takes c6. Knight f5 is tantamount to capitulation. I think knight takes c6, clearing the f7 square for the queen. And we'll have one of a million checkmates. On the right side, Warmerdam under 6 minutes. Eval bar all the way up, but he cannot play e6. That is the last trap that Arjun is setting because of queen c7 check, forcing the queens off the board. So he still has to be accurate. Does Max Warmerdam? My vote on that board is like rook d6. I don't know exactly where the win is.
Is there some bishop to f4 as well? Just,
covering the diagonal?
Cover that diagonal and then go e6. After all, black is completely tied down. You can't get out of those pins.
King h1 is the best. Rook d6 is a blunder. I just checked because of bishop c7 just dropping back. It plays right into black's hands. That game is not over, folks. King h1. What a prophylactic move that would be, just stepping out of the checking zone of black's queen and setting up e6. Easier said than done.
Yeah, okay, you still have to be precise until the very end. That's something that we've seen time and time again in these events. It's that grandmasters, they're just super resilient. You have to be on guard every single move of the game. And there, we've gone back to the bird's eye view.
Warmerdam under 5
because
minutes.
stuff is happening everywhere. I mean, I can also see there's action galore in Fedoseev against Keymer. That's going Fedoseev's way. Keymer, no time on the clock.
Yeah, that's Vincent just collapsing there. And I think Fedoseev, he should take this game, but I'm getting nervous for Warmerdam because King h1 there, right? You look at the eval bar, you look at the arc of the game. These top players, you nailed it, Yovi. They don't die. They can have the worst tournament of their lives. They do not die. It's like you got to keep finding moves and finding moves. And it gets ridiculous at some point. You're like, how can this not be easily winning? But they manufacture their own luck, and Max Warmerdam needs to keep his nerves under control as he falls to 3.5 minutes. This is the last hurdle he has to cross. What a hurdle it is.
It would be his first win of this event, and it would be such a massive boost to defeat Arjun in such style. It has been a brilliant game, though, from Max from start to finish. From the opening choice to the way that he handled Arjun's aggression there with g5 and the bravery involved in sacrificing the piece in the middle of the board.
Needs the cherry on top. He needs to cap it off. Speaking of the cherry on top, wow. Gukesh has knight h4. That would be a cherry on top in his game, deflecting the knight from f5 and winning on the spot. King h1 has been found. Cold-blooded Warmerdam. That might be his last name, but he's got ice. He's got ice making up his veins. Look at the man go.
He suddenly does, but you know, I tell you, someone else who needs to have ice in their veins is Wei Yi, as he has less than a minute on his clock, and he still has several moves to make. He's on move 33, so he has to keep his composure as he holds this white position against Leon Mendonça. So everything is happening at once.
30 seconds to 15 minutes. Come on, Wei Yi has. He is preparing for the bullet brawl. And if he makes a blunder here, he might make it in time. But he needs to keep his position stable. It's equal with Mendonça controlling the dark squares. But he's actually a pawn down. But all of the action right now on the bottom right, Gukesh, he's taking his sweet time to find the crushing blow against Hari Krishna. Knight h4 would be a brilliant final move if he can find it.
Yeah. And casting our eyes on Vincent Keimer, we have to keep an eye on the clock because he now has less than 10 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Timer, he's collapsing, I think. Where do we go? I think we should maybe at least keep an eye on the Warmerdam game just because of the payoff. D5.
But everything is happening everywhere.
Yeah, we can stay here. I mean, Gukesh will find knight h4. I have no doubt about that. That's the game with the least amount of intrigue. White has a million winning moves. Max Warmerdam is crushing. He's found queen d5. e6 is coming. I don't see a move for Arjun.
Okay. Okay, that leaves a time scramble. Fedoseev, Keimer, and Wei Yi. Wei Yi's game is very balanced. It's just the clock situation adding some drama. But Keimer is really dancing on the edge there.
Yeah, 30 seconds in that wild position with a huge, huge attack. Black. Let's go to the Arjun game. I have a feeling that that game is about to end. And I feel like we owe it to Max Warmerdam to catch the handshake just because this has been a momentous attacking display. And he's crossed the last hurdle, that move, King H1, POV. This move, just the skill that it takes to play a move like that, not to play E6, Queen 7. No. Move the king back, move the queen back, and you're ready to play E6.
You are. You're ready to go E6. You can do whatever you like, actually. White doesn't need to rush this type of position. You can go bishop F4 and then like amp up the power of E6. And there's no coordination at all. Black's position just never got started.
Yeah, and this position says it all. You're up a piece. Congrats. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Knight e5, queen a8 is just crushing. Queen e5, queen d7 is made in one. Black literally has no move. And when I say that, obviously you can play a move like queen a7, but you would much rather not make a move at all. I would not be surprised if he resigns in this position. And for Arjun to resign, it means every resource has been exhausted.
Totally. And, I just glanced over at the engine to see whether there was any kind of Hail Mary in the position. And it's literally suggesting that Black's best moves are bishop to g1.
Oh, no.
And rook takes pawn.
Oh, no. No, that's the worst sign of all. And Vincent Keimer, in the meantime, you cannot leave yourself with 30 seconds for a position like that. There's just no chance.
No. And the rook on e3, it's a swinger. It's going to move over to g3. And once that gets involved into the game, it's over.
Red Rover, Arjun's got that time cushion. It's not going to help him. He might extend his hand in resignation any second now. In the meantime, Gukesh taking his sweet time. Maybe I can very quickly show... Well, I think we're going to get a handshake here momentarily. Gukesh has a really lovely final move. He hasn't played it yet, but I have a feeling he will find it.
Yes, he's found it. We have to show this one.
He's played a different move. Actually, not the best. Not the best. The move that won on the spot was knight h4. This ended the game immediately. Gukesh is down to 50 seconds. He spent all of his time on knight takes g7. Still has to be careful here.
Okay. Well, the plan is, I assumed it was rook to e7. And then after rook to g8, tie Black down.
Yeah, rook to g8 is forced, I think. I mean, knight h4 after a 5-minute think is a move he should have found. But it's easy for me to say. He's found tougher moves than that. He's still completely winning. But Black just curls up into a ball and says, okay, now what?
Yeah, now what? That is always the question. And now your knight h4 isn't possible because of queen to f4. And, Black only has one active piece, and that's the queen, and that will be enough. Okay, so still some play left here. Maybe we go back to the Arjun game. Okay, there we see a quick move. Rook to d7.
Okay. But Gukesh, he's left himself playing on increment. I'm still really stunned that he didn't play knight h4. I don't mean to be Mr. Monday morning quarterback here. There is a beautiful idea, Jovanka. Queen f4, queen takes d5 threatens queen takes h5 and rook h7 mate.
Mm-hmm.
But what you can't do is queen takes g8 and rook d8 checkmate, because it's not. That's not a pawn on g7. It's a knight, and it can clear the g7 square for the black king.
That is true. But the thing is, though, there's still some hope alive for black, because you can just still wait. I mean, yeah, it's winning for white, but still some moves left in the position. Although you do have to remember that beautiful trick of yours. Queen takes h5 at the right time and rook h7 checkmate. That is a beautiful one.
Problem is when you can be completely winning, but the longer the game drags on, when you leave yourself with increment to play 4 or 5 moves and your opponent has 10 minutes, you have to be perfect, because any mistake you make, Hare Krishna can pause and ponder the situation. So queen f4, queen takes d5, black can play f5. He just needs to drag this game out, does Pentala Hare Krishna, and try, maybe he gets an opportunity to get his rook in the game. Gukesh
Right.
needs to be accurate.
It does, definitely does. And with an active queen, there's still hope. And, maybe a perpetual will be in the books as a miracle resource there for Pentala. I don't see this game ending immediately now. So let's go to the Warmerdam, Arjun Erigaisi, where things just looked desperate for Arjun. Not only was it bad, but the computer wasn't even happy. So rook to g3 played.
e6. Black's position will spontaneously combust after e6. And so will Arjun's chances to come back from this nightmare tournament that just keeps getting worse. It's checkmate on all sides, Yovi. Literally queen a8, queen takes e6, e takes d7. Black doesn't even have an iota of counterplay on the king side. Not a scintilla.
Yeah. And yeah, we should just highlight the checkmate once and for all. Once the knight moves. Okay, well, Arjun delaying the decision once more. Pawn takes e6.
Queen takes and bishop
simply
f4.
going to be met. Bishop f4. That's just being cruel, Tanya.
Rubbing
That is
it in.
effective. Okay,
He's going to do
he
it.
takes.
I think we will see bishop f4 as one of the easiest winning options, ending all hope and winning all of black piece. And he's played it. That's it. Now the clocks will be stopped.
There's no way back from this one. And there's the handshake. And Max Warmerdam scores his first win of the event as he defeats Arjun Erigaisi. What a game from the Dutchman. From start to finish, it was perfection all the way through.
Arjun he's not all right. Things just going from bad to worse. That piece blunder against Fedoseev. And now hoping to stage a comeback with the black pieces. He went g5 as a brave effort. But Warmerdam, he smelled blood. And sometimes you just have these nightmare events. And every professional with a long career as illustrious as Arjun's certainly has been and will be, has to deal with tournaments like these. He's losing a lot of rating, but there's still games to go. You feel for Arjun Erigaisi, but you congratulate Warmerdam on one of the most impressive wins of his career.
And talking about games to go, well, look at there. We see on our screens the game between Gukesh and Hare Krishna, but it is the time scramble between Fedoseev and Vincent Keymer. Vincent Keymer, well, he's suffering on the board. He's also suffering on the clock. But the good news is he's getting closer and closer to move 40. But can he survive to that point?
Fedoseev, he had maybe a more forcing win a couple moves ago. He's still very much in charge of this game. He should win. But Vincent getting closer and closer to the time control, as you said. And if he can keep his king alive, he can keep his position together, the material is equal. Like, white is winning because he has to crash through on the king side, not because, of some other reason, of some positional static reason.
Well, king safety is everything. And in comes a rook. And decision time for Vincent.
Excellent move. Excellent move. Sitting on the position.
It is, and you can see the panic from Vincent. One eye on the clock, one eye on the position. And he has to make a move that does not throw away.
Wow, best move.
Okay.
Best move. And the point is to use the back rank. White can't take the pawn because he gets mated on the back rank. Bedisev has to move his queen back. But if he moves it back to e3, then knight e4 becomes available. Now you might ask, well, why didn't Black go knight e4 first? Well, then White could have slid the rook up to g7 with checkmate of his own. Bedisev is like, wait a second. The fact that Wei has gotten up means he's made move 40. Wait a second, this ain't easy.
No, this is not easy, but you do have moves like queen c3. You can also be mindful of this knight fork.
Yeah,
And you can
C3,
also throw in a knight trade.
actually, queen c3, Black might be able to go knight e4 in spite of rook g7 because of king h6 in that position, which is insane. 3, knight e4, rook g7, king h6. Vincent staying alive. Hare
the name
Krishna
of the
and I,
game.
let's team up. Let's keep fighting.
Until the end, Danya. It's not over until it's over. And okay, decision time. And Bedisev shaking his head. But he does have many promising continuations. He can go knight takes knight. If it all becomes too much for him, he can also drop the queen back. Just, again, being mindful of the fact that knight to e4 is going to come with some power against the rook, and also knight to f2 check.
Very easy to psych yourself out here, especially if you missed a detail. It's easy to catastrophize, to think that things are worse than they are. But queen e3, keep the attack going, maybe even sacrifice an exchange in some situations. Suddenly that time advantage doesn't feel that crazy anymore. I mean, the fact that Vincent has a minute feels like a luxury. Got an entire 57 seconds to spend on this simple position. Bedisev.
Okay.
Trades on f6, okay.
It's a very human decision.
Absolutely. And after queen e3, Black's position still very much unenviable. Let's be clear.
It's all to do with king safety. You know, the king just does not have any cover, and everything is going to be hinging on this, because White can use this idea to kind of give checks with the queen on h3. The bishop can step to the b1, h7 diagonal and start putting pressure on f5. And every single move, Vincent has to be super mindful of White's attacking possibilities.
Has gained another 30 seconds with that automatic recapture on f6. Rook takes c5, rook b1 check is probably bad. I mean, you have bishop d1 there, but I don't think Bedisev will flirt with catastrophe in that way. Even queen takes f4 there. The question here is, where does White go with the queen? Or does White actually start with rook h5 check? Bedisev is the one who has to answer the questions here. This is the frustrating thing. Vincent has made automatic moves the last few moves. Vladimir has burned almost all his time advantage. Queen e3 played 2 more moves until time control, Yovi. Vincent is close to coming out, for the time being, very much alive.
Well, it's difficult though. He's not out of hot water. There's still bishop to d3 in the air. There's also many moves, such as the queen coming to h3, queen to g3. Still checks aplenty. So Vincent has to be razor sharp here.
Time ticks a lot faster when you're sitting at the board. I mean, I experienced this just recently. 10-second increment, 30-second increment. It feels like so much time. You blink once and you're down to 5 seconds. The most terrifying feeling is when you don't have a move planned out and you're under 10 seconds. Your blood freezes over.
And I suspect that Vincent's going to push one of his pawns. Perhaps stop the bishop getting to d3 and go c4. Actually, and then rook to b8.
By the way, I'm keeping an eye on Gukesh's game. Nothing significant has happened. He has maintained a winning advantage. and he's about to make time control. Definitely not the most convincing path chosen by Gukesh, but the position hasn't really changed. This is where the action is at for now. What's the move for Fedoseev?
What's the move for Fedoseev?
We should ask Fedoseev.
Maybe we should. So we have moves like, okay, what about queen to g3 first? I like the idea of having the king caged there on h7. Threatening rook to g7. And then I'm obsessed with this idea of introducing everyone to the party. So bishop d3 and start attacking the f5 point.
I agree. Bishop d3 is an excellent move, and the common wisdom is don't make a forcing move. When you want your opponent to suffer the consequences of his time trouble, moves like bishop d3 or queen g3, perfect. Queen h3 check, no. Do not do that unless you're sure it's winning, because it forces a response. And we all know move 40 is when most mistakes happen. It's the cruelty of the goddess of chess. This is move 40. Vincent has 40 seconds to make it. But the position might be beyond salvation. Great call, Yovi. Queen h3 is such a huge threat now.
Massive threat in the position. Winning a pawn, and if that pawn on f5 falls, that's it. It's game over. The black king cannot survive anymore. 22 seconds.
I don't see a move. He's losing all his pawns. All right, Flexo say if he gets up, says, I'm on vacation. I got an extra hour to watch you suffer. 10 seconds for Vincent. No move yet. Position's falling apart. 5 seconds. He's got to move. d4, not bad.
But what's wrong with queen h3?
I mean, rook h6, bishop takes f5 check, and maybe bishop takes f5 there offers some hope. And it's definitely not over.
That's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, it's true. Can't argue with that. There's also, wait, is there bishop take? No, bishop f5 doesn't quite work. Although it's very, very close.
It's super close because I was also instinctively looking in that direction. But unfortunately, the black king at the end of that one can step up and defend the rook on f5 by playing king to g6. So, okay, he's going to slide the queen over, queen h3.
Definitely winning. And okay, thank you, blue arrow, bishop takes f5, because I'm sure none of us could. Yeah, Captain Obvious steps in, swoops in to take credit. Bishop takes f5 already played. And I think between king h8 and bishop takes f5, which move offers the most practical chance for survival? And the answer might be neither. King h8, rook h5 looks devastating. Yeah, have to take.
Okay. And the problem with c4 is that it came just after the time control, right? You know, he made his last move, seconds left, and then he could calmly work out the consequences of queen h3 and say, yep, it's all good. But there's something, though. How is this double rook endgame if white gets really greedy and grabs all the pawns after bishop takes bishop?
Yeah, that's really the question. And I would be very reluctant, if I'm Fedoseev, to trade queens here. Just out of principle, because we know how endgames can be. It can be hard to evaluate them. And the pawn on c4 is a far advanced passer. So something tells me if the bishops are traded, when they're traded, because Vincent will go bishop f5, Fedoseev might choose to make a slower move like h3, solving the problem of his back rank. So to summarize, as the hours are added to the clocks of the players, some technique required, but by and large should be a straightforward win for Fedoseev, as it should be for Gukesh. As we zoom out to the bird's eye view, Gukesh has made time control, and he's essentially maintained this extra pawn and this vice-like grip on black's position. But kudos to Hare Krishna for staying in the game.
Yeah, he is groveling big time, but he still remains in the game, as you say. Let's do a little status update on what's happened. Wei Yi against Mendonça. Well, we saw Wei Yi had some time trouble, but he's made the time control. And what do we think of this position there on the top left?
It's basically the same position it's been for the last 15 moves. Mendonça is just sitting on total dark square control, but he's down a pawn, and he's down a pass pawn on b5. I would not be surprised if this game ended in some sort of a repetition, because neither side can really make any progress, which would be a great result for Mendonça, but Wei Yi surviving some insane time pressure. And the worst
surviving some insane time pressure, and the defending Tata Steel champion doesn't look like he's getting that elusive victory. After all of that activity, well, we're gonna take a breather, and I recommend you guys at home do the same, because we have been treated to some spectacular chess so far. So grab yourself a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, some snacks, and join us as we come back again in a few minutes.
Do you think you could beat Ding in a World Championship match?
Probably.
True. Are you happy that Ali Reza is representing France?
Yes.
Live.
Oh, now we're getting spicy.
If I may, I asked him to play for us in the Olympiad, and he didn't want to. So, like,
I understand. The unhappiness comes from the point that Ali Reza is not representing the team.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself as a family man in the near future?
No.
True, but you had to think a little bit about that question.
I mean, we wouldn't have to think about that.
Let me elaborate on this. Are you afraid of commitments?
Yes.
True.
This is where Maxime lays down on the couch and we do therapy.
I don't need therapy over this. I've fully embraced this fact. I think I can resign now. Yes.
And so our healing session is complete. Maxime, do you think you will be a world champion someday?
No, but I'll try.
True.
Have you ever destroyed anything or acted in an aggressive way after a chess game?
Not destroyed, acted in an aggressive way, yes.
True.
Have you ever considered quitting chess?
At some point.
True.
Yeah. When was that?
A couple years ago.
Well, we're glad you didn't quit.
I'm also glad.
In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop E6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
And we are back with round 7 Tata Steel Chess, and there you can see the playing venue of Demorian. It is dwindling down because there has been drama aplenty. The time control has been made. Some games didn't even get that far, but let's have a look at the standings because 3 games have finished already. So not the standings, but the results, because 3 games have finished. 2 of those games were peaceful results, I would say, and peaceful games. But one of those, Max Varmadem defeating Arjun Erigaisi, Danya, in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, struggles upon struggles for the Indian Grandmaster who broke 2800, but obviously it's part of the brutal chess journey as he is experiencing one of his worst tournaments in recent memory, but there's a few rounds left, and it doesn't take away from an incredible achievement by Warmerdam. What a confidence booster, and just a beautiful win with a piece sacrifice to top it all up, and some incredible positional play. 2 draws already recorded. I think likely we're going to get Wei Yi versus Mendonca signing a peace treaty at some point. It appears to be moving in that direction, but the games we thought would finish decisively by now, they're still going. We got some players refusing to leave. Like, no, I'm staying in the playing hall. Thank you very much.
And talking about players playing, of course, alongside the Super Grandmaster event. It is a Grandmaster event, and as you can see, 3 games finishing there, and some notable results. We have Liu Miaoyi. She is just 14 years old, and she beats Divya Deshmukh. And also a draw between tournament leader Erwin Lamy against Suleimani, and also a win for Gurel against Yakubov. So lots of games in progress, lots of excitement happening here at the Challengers.
The Birthday Boys game is not one of those, is not a source of excitement. Just kidding. Rose Benjamin, he's done his best, but Vaishali is just too solid. I think that one will end in a draw. Faustino Oro, however, I know much to the chagrin of a lot of his fans, and he deservedly has so many fans, such a bright future ahead for the Argentinian prodigy, but the Czech Grandmaster Nguyen says, I don't care. This ain't the online sphere. I'm 2668 for a reason, and he's kind of flown under the radar. Very strong player. He has been slowly outplaying Faustino Oro and has a winning endgame with not just an extra pawn, but also complete domination over White's bishop.
Yeah, complete domination. The bishop is locked out of the game. And you know what they say, when a piece isn't working on one side of the board, just introduce the action to the other side. That's where you can have the most fun. So it's going to be nice for Van Wyn here. He's got all the time in the world just to enjoy advancing some pawns in the king's side, making sure that his bishop on a2 isn't locked out. But there is some hope for Faustino, because if he manages to swap off rooks, well, the tendency for opposite color bishops endgames to finish and draw is very high.
Yeah, Black needs to be patient because if you play an impulsive move like b4, if Van Wyn plays that and allows bishop c4, then he might Van lose most of his winning chance. So as long as you keep this bishop at bay, poke and prod, make some cracks in White's structure with a move like g5, should eventually seal the deal, I think. Man, imagine sitting here with 4 hours into the game, 4 hours and 30 minutes, and you got to defend this. I mean, these kids, I mean, for their age, their patience and resilience, we take it for granted, Yovi, but it's honestly pretty incredible what they're able to withstand, you know, at 12, 13 years old, or like 2, 3 years old. I feel like that's the average age of title players now.
Well,
younger.
It's getting younger. I mean, it's scary, right? We have the 3-year-old who's like, was it 1600? And
It's like, is he supposed to eat the pieces? Like, he actually is moving them?
and beating people as well. I mean, they can barely sit at the board. But anyway, well, that is the action of the challenges. Is there any other, before we leave it, is there anything else? Everything seems to be doggedly in the middle, although I see that Frederick Stvana is playing Irina Bulmaga. Irina struggling a little bit, according to the evaluation bar.
There's a lot of Russian language puns because bumaga, if you take away the L, means paper in Russian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Irina Paper. She should become
Okay.
a best-selling author after her chess career.
So what is the strangest Russian surname that you've had? Or
Bulmaga-
non-Russian surname?
Bulmaga is a very unusual. I mean, she's Bulgarian, but it's just a very unusual last name in general. The strangest Russian surname I've heard, honestly, Sarana. Out of the players just in this tournament, Sarana is very, very unusual. It sounds like the word. If you add a ch, Sarancha, it's locust. So it's if your name was John Locust. I guess actually I've heard that last name, funnily enough. But I'd have to think about it. I'll take a rain check and I'll go through all the GMs in my mind.
Sarancha. I never knew that was a locust. It sounded like sriracha, something that
Sarancha.
I know you like to say.
I love my
Spicy.
sriracha and I love my sriracha. Well, I don't love my sriracha.
No, you don't.
But I do like my Alexei. And he
Yes.
doesn't like his position.
Okay, and well, hang on a second. In the meantime, we do see that there was an end to the Wei Mendonça. You called it, Danya. It did happen. A draw was the result. Maybe we can dive in and have a look at what transpired in that one.
Yeah, so exactly nothing in the last 20 moves. They were just shuffling. But Mendonça had a chance for a pretty big advantage. So, you know, if I were like his coach, probably I would say, you know, why didn't you go for it? But still, let's be clear. Draw with the black pieces from a position of strength. You can hang your hat on that. He had some chances around here, but Wei managed to stabilize the situation. They repeated. It was Wei who declined the repetition at first, but then Mendonça with an excellent heads-up decision. Night before, he did end up playing a5, sacking a pawn, and getting, look at this total dark square domination. You're never going to lose when you've got pieces like this. And basically, that was that. Finally, they repeated moves. Wei making time control with just 30 seconds for his last 10 moves. The Chinese Grandmaster, he needs to find that gas in the tank. He's still at 50%, Yovi.
Yeah, he's still in 50%. And well, now he's reaching the second half of the tournament. And this is where endurance plays a factor because it's a long one, 13 grueling rounds, very long time controls. Is it now where he needs to start making his bid for winning the event, notching up some points, playing a little bit more sharply?
Yeah. Would be nice, but it's just so hard. Everybody's good. Mendonça won the challenger section. He's getting his feet under him. Speaking of getting his feet under him, the world champion playing his first tournament as a world champion and sitting on a decisive advantage against Hare Krishna. That White King, it's done its 10,000 steps for the day. It's currently on G3.
I have a quiz for you. Do you think that knight, the king, will run all the way up to H6?
I know somebody who wants me to vote yes. Jan Timman would want me to vote no. Nigel Short, King H4, King G5, King H6. It is possible to get yourself mated on that square. Oh my gosh, Yobi, but Queen F4, there's Knight G5. So let me try to set this up for the
So
chat.
King F4. You got to run for King F4.
let me just hypothetically show what I'm talking about. Wow, king g5 is like the best move in this position. Oh my gosh. King h6, look at this. Queen takes, first of all, queen e3, there's knight g5 and white went. But if queen takes f3, not only do you have queen takes g8, you can even go queen g7. Look at how beautiful this mate is. And g7. Oh, lovely. I'm a sucker for these patterns.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Daniel, for showing that. That's exactly what I had in mind.
You put this in
You're
my
welcome.
mind. I didn't even think about it, but it's very much in the cards. And you probably don't even need the services of your king. It's done enough. But some incredible patterns whenever you have these pieces clustered together like this and you have a pawn in the vicinity, that means you've got all sorts of shenanigans going on.
Mhm. Yeah. Actually, okay, so how to play and
Yeah.
find the path of most resistance. There's problems here in the sense that the white king is untouchable. But okay, I can think of something. Queen e2.
All right. Mining for
I have an
gold.
idea. h4 is my idea. I'm just going to give you an advance warning.
Oh, thank you. I'm perfect. Queen f6. I was, in all fairness, I was going to go rook e5. That was my instinct. Still h4?
Well, apparently it doesn't work because of king f4.
Oh my gosh. And again, and it's actually realistic. We actually
Yeah.
could get, in this scenario, this is the best line. Queen g2 check. And you can play king takes h5, but even better is to go king h6 in amongst the trees.
Yeah.
Wait. Knight g7. Don't go queen g7. It's mate in 3. Where's the... Oh, rook e8! Another incredible move.
It's beautiful.
That's that. No matter which way you take. This is wild. I'm actually glad Gukesh didn't find knight h4. He opened the doors to these types of patterns. That's actually why he did it. He felt the commentators didn't get their tactical practice for the day. They need to earn their dough.
But you know something, Daniel? I just really want to drum in on one point, and that is the knight on f3 is such a good defender of the white king. Like you can see how it stepped up to f4 and covers, the knight covers the d2 square, the h2 square. There was hardly any checks. And in conjunction with the rook, the white king just became a brilliant attacking piece, and there is really nothing that black can do.
Oh. There's a crazy idea that I'm trying to set up, but I can't quite figure out the logistics of it, which is stalemate. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but if you can give away both of your pawns, you've got this idea to go knight f5 and rook takes g6. So I'm trying to set up a scenario where white's queen is ultimately on g6, and you can do the renegade queen. But there's too many pieces to give up, which is a funny problem to have.
Yeah, you need the white queen to be on f6. So, okay, there was an idea that I had, h4. Don't take my pawn.
So, okay, so you're using reverse psychology. Wait, so what do you want me to do?
Wait, you shouldn't, if you take my pawn, king takes h4, queen f2. Does that not?
Oh, and black wins. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
That's how
it was a genuine warning.
Oh my gosh. I was it's like, okay, so you want me to take, so it means you don't want me to take, which means I should take. If I go the other way, no, that was awesome.
I had no answer.
That was awesome. If I go the other way, it's amazing black doesn't have any checks. Like there's queen b8 and there's knight h5, but there's no useful check. What if you start with f4 the other way? Then just queen f4. Then just queen
f4. And then queen h6 is coming.
Good. Is there a move here? Does black just resign?
Not sure.
And neither is Hari Krishna.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Hari Krishna does have 45 minutes, though, to enjoy this position. So we're struggling for a move here for black. And maybe we should just let Harry just do his best and
he's
come
not
up
in a hurry.
with. No, he's not in a hurry here. Let's see what he comes up with. Maybe go back to the bird's eye view, because I also see that Keimer is in huge trouble. He's been in trouble for a while, but it seems to have gone up a notch against Fedoseev.
Yeah, that eval bar has been ascending like a mountain climber. So I say a mountain climber. But Vincent's position, definitely less pretty than a Van Gogh painting. And I think you called it. Like, white has too many pawns on the king side, and black's pawns that were supposed to act counterbalance are themselves crumbling because the forces are stretched thin, defending the pawns and protecting that poor black king. And all of this can be traced to one move. I understand this sounds simplistic, Jovi, but in my opinion, if we rewind for a second to move 16, it's queen takes e5. This opened Pandora's box. Literally, it is what allowed Fedoseev to get the knight to f5, and it was like a chain reaction from there. That's what allowed him to open up the king side, and it was some brilliant attacking play that ultimately resulted in the black king never recovering once the position opened up.
Yeah, completely agree with that. And just to kind of, I just wanted to share with you some principles that I was taught when I first got my trainer. I was quite old actually, but anyway, he said to me, "You never expand on the wings unless the center is stable and secure." And the center was pretty fixed with a pawn on c5, but it became wild as soon as you grab that pawn. And Vincent's king, it just proved to be incredibly weak. And Fedoseev, he's such a big fish when it comes to tactics, attacking.
Very good, very good.
You've been getting the puns in with Van Win, Van Lose. I've been just admiring them all. So now I'm going to try my hand at some of them. But yeah, incredible player, good at technique, good in attack, and actually from I would say dubious opening, he just turned it around as soon as he was given the opportunity. As soon as the game livened up, he played fantastic chess.
Oh yeah, he is the slayer of the top guys. He beat let's not forget, for Team Slovenia, he beat Carlsen in the Olympiad with black. He defeated Fabiano Caruana in this event, and I've been friends with him for a very long time. I've known him since 2009 when we played a tournament in Kirishi, Russia, the Young Stars of the World. That's when I met him, and he's watching him grow and watching him develop has been very inspiring, because it hasn't been easy. He was stuck in the high 2600s for a really long time. He had to change his style, change his approach to chess, and then he got to 2730, dropped back down, had a tough tournament in Qatar, got back on his feet, and now once again at his peak, gaining rating, likely winning this game. And you can just sense the energy and the confidence in his play on the heels, particularly of his freestyle success. He's making moves, literally and figuratively.
It's very difficult, right, to be such a good player in a country where there are several amazing players. It's very easy to kind of fade out of the limelight. You're first up, everyone goes, you're promising, and then somehow or other, it's like India. You have Gukesh, who's world champion. Then you have Erigaisi, then you have Praggnanandhaa. They're all like making waves. For the next talent to break through, they're going to have to go that next level up. And that's going to be very, very difficult. And it's a kind of funny situation that you sometimes get in chess, is that when you have these big chess countries, that the talent actually finds it difficult to shine through, the rising talent, that is.
Yeah, that's such a good point. You think there's a culture of chess, and that's great, but there's the opposite side of the coin. As you said, it's hard to stand out. So Fedoseev definitely has managed to do that. He's a veteran, and he's he still has so many great years ahead of him. Now, by the way, I should point out in this position, as we see a bored Alexei Sarana, like, all right, make a move already, Fabi. We'll get there in a second. If black plays d4, this is why Vincent is so despondent. Queen f7 is a fork, and one threat is checkmate on 7. The other is the pawn on c4. So black can play queen f6, queen takes c4, queen takes f4. Do not play rook g4 and lose to queen takes g4. Something I would do in like a Title Tuesday game. Or rook d5, rook takes h3. What's the winning move here? What's the most clinical?
Well, you've got to stop rook takes h3 if you can. Because rook takes h3 is going to be met by after pawn takes rook, queen f3, and suddenly whose king is unsafe? Yeah.
Queen c5 is possible, though, I think, if I'm not calculating. Because if you take, you have this, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook and block. If you take, then king is at the mercy of. I'll leave the following as an exercise to the readers, viewers.
Yes, it's a good one, even though queen e2 prolongs it. But yes,
Can't go there. What if you go c3? Try this.
Then rook takes d5, or is there some issues? There might be issues actually.
You know,
queen takes rook.
Yeah, this type of endgame, my coach actually gave me some exercises like this. It's like, well, obviously it's winning. I can stop the pawn, but it's not that easy because the rook is tied down. And even though you have 3-on-0, like those 3 pawns can get blockaded by the very active black king and rook. So even though I'm sure it's winning, it would take, an uncomfortable level of precision to actually convert. So maybe this is Vincent's best chance. Can Fedoseev sidestep that somehow?
Okay.
If so, how?
Well, there's no threat just yet. So yeah, I like your queen f7.
I feel like a Jovanka move is like rook e1. Improve before you impulsively blunder away the win.
Do you know, it's a bit creepy, but I was thinking rook e1. So, but then you suggested queen f7. I was like, oh yeah, just threaten checkmate, and then threaten rook takes. Because one of the great things about queen f7 is that rook to d7 isn't or queen to d7 rather isn't possible because of rook to g8.
Oh, I was gonna say one of the great things about rook e1 is that the rook actually has a job, but it's like the power of suggestion. Yeah, queen f7 is
Rook h7.
There's no squares. You have to go back to f5.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that amazing how the eval bar like barely dropped, even though White can just waste a whole tempo? Like that's how winning it is. Top computer move is rook d4. That's not possible. Even rook d3.
And what about my instincts? Rook e1. Let's get a new guy into the game. Oh, it drops.
Not the most precise because of d4. But I wouldn't pay too much stock to slings and arrows of
queen f7.
Yeah. Gets a little bit messy. Like rook h7, rook e8 is made, but black can drop back to f8. No, definitely Vincent should go for this. I think this is by far his best practical chance is to just play c3. This apparently is the only winning move. Blah. No, this is computer nonsense.
That's not easy because any queen checks on e5 is going to be blocked by queen f6. But yeah, I agree with you. c3. You can't do anything else.
Vincent feels like he's been thinking for an hour, but he's only been thinking for 9 minutes. Let's take this opportunity. There's no sense in speculating until he makes them. Yeah, d4. That's not where it's at. No, he should have played c3, and I really feel like c3. Were black's chances significant? No. But, with fatigue playing a role, have I seen these types of comebacks? Absolutely. After 5 hours of play, you go crazy. d4 lays out the roadmap very clearly for White. Queen f7 he's going to play, and it essentially forces White into the right option. I don't know if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. No, absolutely. Queen f7 now is a no-brainer, right? You make that move, you pick up one of the dangerous passed pawns, and again, you start enjoying the fact that The king on h8 does not have cover.
Yeah, and easiest thing for these top players is process of elimination. When you can eliminate all the wrong options because of tactics, it's too easy. And that's exactly the kind of dilemma that is in front of white after queen takes f4. Everything's a blunder except queen c5. So I can almost guarantee get those moves. Fedoseev is very close to winning a really important game, a really hard-fought game. And what about Fabi? He's still playing.
He is still playing, and the queens have come off, and now it is just a knight and rook against rook. But what a game it has been, from the decision by Caruana to give up material knight to g4 all the way back, almost straight out of the opening. Now to get this position, Dania, I'm going to have to ask you to do a rewind, because there were so many twists and turns in the other games that we neglected this one a little bit.
And I think we rightfully neglected it just because this game is like I don't know, keep trying to light the candle and you think and then it immediately extinguishes. And then you try to light it again, and extinguishes. Like, this game could have gotten wild, but, as a result of these trades, what happened was queen takes f2, Alexei got those, 3 pawns for the piece. e4 was excellent by Fabi, but he really was unable to prosecute his advantage. Like, he shuffled his pieces around. A lot of subtle maneuvering. I don't mean to suggest that the players weren't working hard on every move. They were. And some incredible defending by Caruana, let me just say. He's been worse like the whole game. And we take it for granted, but he didn't blunder. He sat on the position, forced Fabi to prove it. Infinite patience. Somewhere here, apparently white had a better option. Doesn't matter right now. They traded rooks. A little bit later, aren't you glad we weren't looking at this game? Yeah, chat's going to be thinking, aren't you glad we didn't have to analyze this? Alexei centralizing his rook. This is the current position. Are white's winning chance still realistic?
But rook c1. That's an interesting move, in my opinion, because it does invite rook to d2.
Yeah, it abandons this pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
What is Fabi's next move, I guess? First question. Or is he purely like trying to provoke Alexei into something impulsive?
I think
sorry to answer a question with another question. Told not to.
No. It's fine, but I thought.
One.
But when you do that, you abandon the a pawn.
Pawns aren't the soul of the game. Philidor was wrong.
Okay. In that case. Okay, so I understand Fabi's plan. So he just wants to hold on to the b2 pawn. The b2 pawn, and then keep that one alive, and then pick up the c pawn, the a pawn, the rest of them. Okay, so I'll just let you do that plan. I'm gonna go h5.
So, and I think h5 is actually an excellent. See, your instincts in this position, h5, it's not a move that you can arrive at by a calculation. But I was going to say that if the rooks get traded, one of the most important things for black is to be ready to create a pass pawn. Because knight versus pawn endgames work much the same as pawn endgames. You want to create a pass pawn, and the best type of pass pawn is an outside pass pawn, because the knight will not be capable of handling black's king all on its own. So h5 puts black in a position where you can play g5 and h4. Let's say I go knight d1, following through on my plan. Now the question is, do you take on a4 or something else? Or do you just sit
C4.
king e6?
Well, the pawn on c5 is not up for grabs, but it will be.
It will be.
After knight to e3. So let's...
Can you go g5 here and just go after the e-pawn?
I was thinking g6. Oh, but I like your plan, though.
You heard what they said. The EPA will be renamed to the EPPA, the Environmental Pawn Protection Agency. But Caruana's about to disband it all on his own. He's just taking all his pawns. Here's the crazy thing. All white needs is a single pawn. So maybe king f2 is better. Maybe king e2 is better. That's not the point. The point is that at some point, rook c4 can come. And all Fabi needs is this a-pawn. That's all he needs. Once the rooks are traded, the knight just mops up all the pawns and the outside passer decides the game. That's how easy it is to lose black. So I'm not sure g5 is the right approach.
And can you try G? Oh, hang on a second. Fabi's going to go B3. He's going to do it very slowly, right? No, he cannot do it slowly because of rook D3. Oi. Hang on a second. What are the consequences of B3? Is rook to D3 ever a problem? Because then you block with knight E3.
Yep.
And you pick up C5. So actually B3 is a really serious idea.
It's a very serious threat. Yeah, B3, knight E3, and you cannot afford to lose A5. So the clock is ticking. Figuratively more than literally. I mean, you've got an eternity of time because of our lovely time control.
Yes. Okay, so you take on A4. Let's just get rid.
We'll revisit Gukesh's game because, oh no, there's still no move by Hare Krishna, so never mind. Fedoseev is going down that line, by the way. Okay, rook takes c5.
And now let's attack the rook, the knight, sorry, knight rook to d4.
But now I complete the transformation with knight e3.
And here I was hoping. I was hoping to get rook d2 or something.
And then like checkmate me with g5. Actually, that's a serious idea. But
no.
I think what's important to realize is, first of all, we could end this game with rook and knight against rook. And in that case, they might as well just stay in the playing hall until the next game. Might be more efficient. But the thing to realize is 3 pawns for a knight sounds really impressive here. But Fabi is so good at maximizing his pieces. You know, the move rook c1, nobody's going to pay attention to it like a month from now. No, nobody's going to highlight this as the move of the tournament. But Fabi, he made his career for moves like this. He played a tournament in Charlotte recently, 8 out of 9. He won a lot of endgames using these very small, subtle maneuvering ideas and planting the seed of doubt in his opponent's mind. You're like, wait a sec, draw is not guaranteed. Before you know it, that knight is like, going around the world, taking all of Black's pawns.
It's such a sophisticated move. Very classy. Knight d1. I mean, I don't think I would even have thought of this idea of stepping back with the rook and allowing the black rook to infiltrate on d2. Would not have been on my radar. And sometimes we have this tendency to kind of fixate on protecting our assets. Like don't go knight to d1 because it lets go of the a4 pawn.
Yeah. Refusing to admit that Caruana refusing to take off his hat, not just yet, and that knight gonna have made off with all of Black's pawns, real pawns. Feel the Bernie, says Fabi to Caruana. Fabi walking around the playing hall, looking at the other 2 games that are going. Let's check back into Gukesh. Finally, a move from Hare Krishna.
Okay, and it is h4. The check. Now remember, I fooled you into taking h4, but remember, Gukesh cannot capture on h4 because of the queen sliding over to f2.
Yeah, that king is going to be on the lam after king f4. One more of these puns. The producer might have a serious beef with me. King f4 has been played. You called it, Yovi. Right off the bat, that king is 2 steps away from h6.
What a glorious ending it would be.
It would be
in the King Run book. I think Yasser did a King March book, didn't he? Yasser Sarouan.
Oh, he did?
I haven't read it. Yeah, he did. Like the best king runs of all time. I mean, I once attended a lecture when I was a kid by International Master Bob Wade, and I remember it had an impact. There was like the king run for aggressive reasons, and there was the king run for defensive reasons.
It's funny. Sorry,
no,
go on.
No, you go on.
I wasn't going to say anything interesting. So my coach, Lev Sahis, he had a famous king run against Mark Hebden, British GM, in the 1980s. that game later became famous, the king in the middle game running from the king side to the queen side. But I feel like Bob Wade probably had more interesting examples.
I think that might have been one of the ones that because it was a long, long time ago. I think that was the ones he showed us. I mean, he was a great collector of information. It was, he was one of those people who the top players actually went to get the latest games, because I like in the 80s, 70s, it was a question of knowledge. It was a question of finding out where these games have been playing, and it was important to have someone who was doing the research, doing the footwork. Now everything's available at the touch of our fingertips. We can just type, tell us this answer, and it will. But different type of chess then. And well, we have some incredible stuff happening on our boards. It looks like we are going to be seeing 2 further decisive results as we see Gukesh. His king is marching towards glory against Hare Krishna. Will it get to its destination? Will it falter? Well, we are going to go on a short break, and there we see a check from Hare Krishna. But when we come back, we'll be ready with the end game of this round 7 of Tata Steel Chess.
Do you think if we had been playing, instead of normal chess 960 as the main competition, would you have become world champion? No.
It's a lie.
It's a lie, okay.
You know how arrogant I am.
I wanted the people to
I
know.
was shocked when he said no. I was like, yes, he does.
Do you enjoy reading Vladimir's tweets about cheating? Is it a passion of yours?
Yes.
True. Very true.
Yeah, I mean,
who doesn't? It's good theater.
I mean, it's a bit too much sometimes, but especially because, like, we're all concerned about cheating, and there's definitely a lot of good points in what Vladimir says. So, it's a pity that it gets drowned in a sea of too many tweets.
I think generally, if you have too much content, I mean, if you publish too much stuff, then even your serious stuff that is actually good is not going to be taken seriously.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Now we know how proud you are of your style, fashion. But I have a question. Do you think your shirts are better than Gucci Reza shirts?
100%.
True.
It's a statement. I like it. Do you ever have regrets for not playing for your Armenian team?
Yes.
True.
Then follow up. If you had a standing good offer to come back to play for Armenia, would you do it?
No.
It's maybe true, but there are some mixed emotions there.
Yeah, but I can understand. Like, you played for what, 20 years or so? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I do believe that some chapters get closed, in our lives, and you just have to move on.
Yeah.
C4 knight b5 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan is getting closer and closer to a win.
Jordan is just playing marvelous chess. He's lost 0 games, so he's not taking risks.
Jordan van Foreest with impressive, amazing performance, amazing games, wins the last round. We are in for tie breaks, people. We have tie break between 2 Dutchmen, Anish Giri and Jordan van Foreest. We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
Basically comes down to a lot of luck, so I don't know. He played the better chess, but maybe I played the faster chess in the end, and full credit to him. He played a really good tournament and he really deserved to win it. I mean, could have won both of his last games too, I think. But yeah, this is just how it goes.
And how do you feel?
Yeah, just on top of the world, I think. So a lot of feelings, but going through my head. But I think it still has to, still in a bit hit me, And I think that comes when all the interviews and stuff is done, and when I'm like at night in my bed trying to sleep, something like this.
We are back, and there we see Tata Steel Chess round 7. We are fast moving into the second half of the event. And as you can see, the players, they have left the playing hall, but in the Super Grandmaster event, there are still games remaining. 3 games in progress, and 2 of those look like they're going to finish in decisive wins for White. But the other one, it is a long haul. So strap up, guys, buckle up, get yourself refreshed, refueled, because we are in for a treat. And there we see the bird's eye view of the remaining games in progress. And it's at the bottom where we are predicting that the evaluation bar is not lying about White's chances. It's all to do with King's safety.
Give me a second here. I'm hearing voices, and I don't know if I opened something. Okay.
Yep, I also heard it too.
Okay, good. So I have gone partially crazy, but I'm a grandmaster, so I've come to terms with that, but not completely crazy. Good. In terms of the long haul, it's 7 p.m., 7:07. I'm not talking about the Boeing. That's the hour in Wijk Aan Zee. The pizzeria is open until 10. And I think Hari Krishna and Gukesh don't need to worry about it. But Fabi and Caruana, they might want that pizza delivered to their hotel rooms, because that game, that might go on for a while. And you see Gukesh, he could have gone king g5. And he could have gotten that king to h6. But instead, he went for the more clinical rook 5, shutting down the last sources of Hari Krishna's counterplay. Got to take your hat off. Bentala, he pulled out all the stops. He fought longer and harder than we could have imagined, but it's too hopeless, it's too passive.
Yeah, this is the thing. There's no solace for Hare Krishna anywhere. He cannot trade off queens and seek some kind of redemption in the endgame because he's simply too much material down. And this pawn on g6, it's both crippling in the endgame and also right now in the middle game. And once again, there we see the beautiful view of Tata Steel, the playing hall Demorian. And there, also going back to the bird's eye view, we see that it is decision time for Keimer as he thinks about what he's doing, and they are following the lines that we predicted. So we exclusively looked at Rook taking the pawn on h3. It's very tempting to do that. At least you perhaps ask yourself or try to get some grain of activity. But the problem in all of these variations for Vincent Keimer is the king. His king has no safe place. And then finally, at the top of the table, we take a look at the very sophisticated move from Caruana, where the rook slid back from c2 to c1. And sure enough, Caruana came up with pushing the h-pawn, and we're going to see some finesse in an endgame here.
Like you called that when like Steinitz and Zukertort were playing their World Championship match. And, Alexei took his time, but he still has half an hour left and a very difficult defensive task in front of him. The more we analyze that rook c1 move by Fabi, he means business. And that knight on c3 means business, especially if it lands on the square, 2 squares to the right, e3. That's where it wants to go. But in terms of which game will end first, queen c5 found by Fedosseev, just as we discussed, Yovi, there was no doubt. It was process of elimination, and unfortunately for Vincent, he just didn't choose the most practically resilient option. I think he's running out of resources. And those 2 games might end at the same time.
Knowing our luck, they will. They will end at the same time, and we are going to be treated to in-game grinding from Fabiano h5. Other players have plenty of time left on the clock as well to just ponder over exactly what is the most accurate way. And endgames like Caruana against Caruana, they really require a high degree of precision, because we saw so many times that if Caruana slipped up, then the knight and the pawn and the rook could combine very nicely in order to get a passed pawn that White could just simply escort to promotion. Fabi has to be precise as well, because if he lets too many pawns get traded off, it might be rook and knight against rook, and that is an elementary draw.
That would be another, anybody who watches Title Tuesdays knows that the longest game is always either rook versus rook or rook and piece versus rook. The longest games in my career also 150 plus moves precisely in those end games. But we won't even mention that until we cross that bridge if we get there. But we have an interview, I think, one of the best dressed players. This guy always comes in style, whether he plays well or not. He's a classy dude, isn't he? Jordan Van Forest, Yovi. The guy to listen to.
He certainly is. And yeah, of course, he's 2021 winner of Tata Steel. He's been struggling a little bit, actually, in this tournament, hasn't he?
He has. But that's the great thing about Jordan. He's always open with his thoughts. He has won this tournament before. In a tough spot in his chess career, trying to get back over 2,700. Let's listen in to Fiona, our indefatigable on-site reporter, hearing Jordan's deep thoughts. Take it away, Fiona and Jordan Van Forest.
I'm here with Jordan Van Forest, who just drew his round 7 game against Praggnanandhaa. Jordan, you had some very interesting opening prep, very uncompromising, as is your style. How do you feel after this draw?
Yeah, I mean, it was like interesting opening phase, I would say, but of course with White you want to push, and didn't really happen much after that, unfortunately. But he was very well prepared, and so was I guess. So that's like normal modern chess.
Yeah, a big opening battle here. I've pulled up the position after g4, where we get this interesting black knight is trapped, but your bishop gets trapped Maybe you can talk us through some lines.
Yeah, so actually this specific position is pretty new, but it's a very common position actually, with colors reversed. So via the English with 1c4. And there I think, of course, white, or in this case black, wins a tempo, but even here apparently it's possible. So black loses tonight, but the bishop on b5 here is in trouble. And I didn't really expect this line, but I was aware it was possible. And then actually, I didn't have any great idea prepared, just something quite safe, because there's a lot of stuff to prepare, so cannot be in detail everywhere. But yeah, it looked all very impressive, but basically it was just a lot of engine play. So
did you know that these positions tend to fizzle out if you get this?
Well, I think if I want to be more sharp, I knew knight takes b5 here is more interesting. But then, of course, my king is quite weak, and without being super well prepared, I cannot really go for this. So I knew that here at least the queens come off, and white retains a marginal advantage. But yeah, he defended. Actually, he also knew the line all the way until the end, basically.
Wow.
So yeah, it looked more exciting on the surface than actually it really was.
Yeah.
But it was interesting that this line basically hasn't been played so far, but only with reverse colors. It's really popular. So that's...
Yeah, I think I saw on the broadcast that Kulauts has played one game in this line as white. I'm not sure. I think up until age 6, actually.
Oh, could be. Yeah, I don't check the database enough. Yeah.
That is actually a role for your second, I guess, which brings me to my next question. You're helped here by your brother Lucas. Is it the first time that you guys have worked together?
Well, in this setting, yes, but he has helped me from afar before, but now he actually joined me this time. And it's, the result of the tournament hasn't been going too well, but our cooperation has been really nice. And actually he showed me also this whole line in the morning up to rook b6. So, he is doing good work in that respect.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I think it's one of the first times that I hear from a player, who's being helped by a family member. Is he also, providing the support that you need outside of the chess, or how is it?
Yeah, we know each other for a long time, so it's all pretty okay and natural. We get along very well, so that's nice. And he has a lot of qualities that I don't have. He's much more organized, and his opening work is really good. So it was more than natural for me to bring him along this time.
What are some qualities that you possess that he doesn't have?
I don't know. I mean, maybe only bad qualities. I'm very impulsive, for example. I'm not that ordered as well. So I think in this way we complement each other exactly.
The impulsiveness, does that show on the chessboard as well?
It used to be worse, but it still happens from time to time that I make a move too quickly or something like that. But I try to restrain myself. But of course, it's hard to prevent what your inner nature wants.
We're now at the halfway mark of the tournament. You're on 2.5 out of 7. How do you reflect on this first part of the tournament?
Yeah, not amazing yet. I didn't really basically get any chances to win, and I got outplayed by Fabiano and Nodirbek. Of course, they're really strong, but you always hope for more. But what happened in those 2 games, it can happen, of course, against the world's best. So I'll just keep fighting and hope for better things to come.
You have played here so many times, of course. This year there have been, as usual, but so many exciting games. Do you have a favorite one that's been played so far?
I'm probably not going to remember any now.
Not of your...
No. In general, I actually thought the Nodirbek against Gukesh fight from yesterday. That's one I can remember. Was quite fascinating. A lot of twists and turns. And probably Nodirbek's game against me was pretty good as well. So yeah.
And actually, just a final question to come back to your second, Lucas, and your preparation. Can you tell us a little bit about A, what your preparation looks like here in Wijk Aan Zee, and B, what is your routine during the tournament here?
Well, I try not to prepare that much, actually, just to keep the energy before the game. And Lucas, he does a lot of work in the night. He somehow doesn't need a lot of sleep in general, so that's good. Just keep high spirits. We hang out a lot with Max as well, for example. Plenty of family members coming by. My parents came by, for example, good friends. So in general, just try to stay in good spirit. And I mean, don't over-prepare, but, you know, do some work at least.
Do you feel it helps you here playing on home turf, having, you know, friends and family come by?
Well, I do like Wijk Aan Zee. It's a special tournament, and I guess it just helps, you know, being so used to, you know, what's going on here. And I don't know, like, how good my results overall have been. Of course, I won once, but I've had, like, my worst tournament here was as well. Like, you know, I've been here playing since I was 9 years old, so it's just special tournament, but I don't know if I'm playing like actually much better here or not, but I do like to play here, of course.
You say it's a special tournament. What makes it so special in your eyes?
Well, you know, coming here since I was like 9-year-old boy with my granddad, playing in an, I don't know, Group 8C or something of the amateur section. My eyes are quite bad, so I used to not be able to see anything when I wasn't wearing glasses. So when I started wearing glasses, you know, I could come up to the, you know, to the top boards and watch from afar at least what's going on the live boards. And now playing in the Masters, of course, it's been a long journey. You know, Wijk Aan Zee also hasn't changed a single bit. I still know the house we were staying when I was like 9 years old. So, you know, it's it is special, of course.
Jordan, thank you so much for sharing those anecdotes with us, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Fiona.
Involved. Jordan van Foreest, you know, he's been an excellent player, done extremely well at Tata Steel, won it in 2021, but also he was the second to Magnus Carlsen. And talking about seconds, well, we see here Pentala Hari Krishna, who was the second of Gukesh. Now, these two have been locked in a fierce duel, but it is here, you see it. You see the pain in Hari Krishna's face. He has an lost position, barely able to make a move. And after some minutes' thoughts, he just almost out of inertia, almost like throws the queen to d6. You can just tell that he has given up here.
Yeah, I mean, King G5, King H6, really the most interesting question is, will the game end with a white king on H6 or not? Because there are alternate methods of winning. You can play A4, but I feel like King G5 is just begging to be played at this point. It's the safest square on the board is King H6. And I squeezed in a blitz game during the Jordan interview. So you got to do what you got to do to keep yourself alert. And all this time, you know, Hari Krishna was thinking about his move. Just like, it's like that famous story. Not like all famous stories, totally false. But Mikhail Tal was playing some Russian Soviet IM. And the guy spent, like back then, the time controls were essentially like the Tata Steel time control, even longer. And rumor has it that Tal attended a production of The Marriage of Figaro, or The Barber of Seville, when he came back as a opponent, still thinking about his like 10th move.
I heard that story as well about Morphy, that he was a very quick player, but they were playing chess in a time where players used to think 2 hours, 3 hours per move.
I'll tell you what, that's not only is that a true story, I can find primary source evidence that that's a true story. And while you're making your next comment, I have a certain book that I can share a passage from. But go ahead, Gukesh. He's got 32 minutes to savor this position, and I feel like he wants to make sure Hari Krishna won't get his pizza, because Gukesh's dad is probably, you know, checking the eyes. Hari Krishna, if he's there alone, that's no way to treat your second, Gukesh. What a meanie. Just.
But in fairness, Hari Krishna took a long time to play Queen to d6.
True.
And I gotta say that this position is almost beyond rescuing for Black, because you cannot trade off queens. That's going to be a completely lost endgame. White has just too many passed pawns. In the middle game, not the middle game, in this particular position, the Black king is completely hemmed in by its rook and knight. They cannot move because of White's checkmating threats. And when you're tied up like this and barely can make a move, there's really nothing to be done. And yeah, as Dania mentioned, the question is, will the king finish on h6 for poetic justice? Oh, there you go.
Bingo.
It's come in for the kill.
And for younger players seeking inspiration, as we see the handshake, look at Gukesh, professional until the end. He never hurries. He's so deliberate in his motions. He takes his time, he double checks, and he just controls the game start to finish. Does he play perfectly? No. But every part of Gukesh, and this is why I'm such a big fan, he's a consummate world champion, and he's freaking, 18, 19, and yet he acts like guy's been world champion almost as long as Lasker was world champion, longer than Gukesh has been alive. But what a career ahead of him. And what a game. What a rich, rich French affair. He avenges his loss in the first game of the World Championship match, does Gukesh. But Pantala Harikrishna, he had his chance. That was a spicy one.
That was certainly fire on the board on occasion, and some brilliant decisions actually by the pair. And there we do see the players analysing and discussing perhaps where Hari Krishna went wrong. But still, 2 games in motion for Gukesh, a much needed win as he goes up the leaderboard into tied first. And there we see Fedoseev, Vincent Keimer. Vincent!
Like we said, they end exactly at the same time. What are the odds?
What are the odds? What are the odds? This one is also finishing. And there you can see the position. I mean, it is commiserations to the poor king there on h8. It really does need some protection other than a rook.
Now I'm invested in finding this Morphe passage, and I'll explain what book this is in a second. But I also have to commentate the game. So what is the winning move here? Is it queen d5?
Queen d5 is a beaut, because you can't take the queen because of rook to g8. Checkmate. What else can you do? It feels like you can do anything.
He's doing the tiger, straightening his back. And look at that hand. He's fidgeting with the piece. He's just waiting to make the move, but forcing himself. No, double check. One last time. Do you want 6 hours of effort to go to waste? No. Look at his eyes shifting from the queen side to the king side to the center. Queen d5 is the move. I've just confirmed. Rook f3 also leads. Much simpler. Queen d5 and rook f3 are equivalently good.
Okay. But those aren't the only moves. You can literally probably play anything else as well and still enjoy a tremendous advantage. But queen to d5 is such a beautiful way to end the game. The queen is untouchable there in the center and has the bonus of threatening rook to g8 checkmate. And he's reaching.
Bingo. Still no move, and rook f3 is what he chooses.
Rook f3.
That is the functional win, isn't it? The functional move.
Yeah. Big threat of rook f8 on the board. And here we have a handshake. And Fedoseev goes back to his winning ways. What a game. When the position sharpened up, Fedoseev was relentless. And for Vincent Keimer, he will look back on this with some disappointment because he had a great opening, but still a long tournament. Now the second half has begun, and there we see the players set the pieces up, but an important victory for Vladimir Fedoseev. Nice comeback win after yesterday's disappointing loss.
Indeed.
And that means there is 1 game remaining, and well, maybe we can do an action rewind here because we left it. We were praising. Sorry. We need to head to the game. 2 warriors left there in the Super Grandmaster, in the Masters. And here we can see this is the game position, but we did leave it when we were praising Fabiano's magnificent technique, finding this idea of dropping the rook back in order to relocate the knight to this square on e3. But a lot of pawns have left the board. And Dania, I know you're looking up a passage.
No, I'm going to resign this particular game. It's this book that I'm holding is a first edition of Morphy's biography by his friend who traveled with him to Europe. It's called Paul Morphy, the Chess Champion: Exploits and Triumphs in Europe. It was written in, I think, 1860. I don't know Roman numerals. But there's a passage where he describes how Powelson, Lewis Powelson, one of the top players, the US, one of Morphy's rivals, spent 2 hours essentially stalling because he had a hard time admitting Morphy was better than him. And Morphy sat motionless for 2 hours. I just need to find it. It's a great passage. And then after the game, Morphy started raging to his friend. He held it in and he was like, this Powelson guy, I don't like that guy. And Morphy was the consummate gentleman. For him to say that, for him to talk any trash to anybody, about anybody, it took a 2 hour thing. Just imagine, you'd be able to sit, no phone, no nothing, just sitting and waiting for your opponent in a lost position for 2 hours.
No, I don't think I would have held it in. And well, it sounds like a fascinating book. And I definitely can't wait to hear his account of the opera game, because I heard that Morphy loved the opera. And the reason why it was played so quickly was because they'd actually seated Morphy with his back to the show. And he was not happy. But anyway, let's do an action rewind.
Do it. Okay, so
And
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Let's find out what happened, because an awful lot of pawns have disappeared from the board, and it all stemmed from this knight to d1 retreat that we were very impressed by.
Indeed, but it seems like it's all kind of amounted to nothing, and of course now I found it. But more importantly, let's see how Alexei Sarana, who has been defending forever, and this is what makes a defensive effort impressive, right? It's not just individual moves, it's the fact that you do not budge. You encounter so many different types of problems, the last of which was the prospect of the knight getting around d3. h5, great call. Yovi, knight d1 played. I thought Fabi had chances here, and apparently knight e3 is a mistake. Now, I understand that pawns are not the soul of chess, but pawns are the soul of chess. And it's time to capture some of them with rook takes d5. Fabi, he delays that with knight e3, and for whatever reason, he just gave up the b2 pawn, and this is something you cannot afford. Right, you need at least one pawn on the queen side to preserve realistic winning chance. Now, Sarana still has 3 pawns for the piece, nothing on the queen side, and so knight f5 is not that scary. I think Sarana is knocking on the door of such a well-earned draw.
He certainly is. And the problem with knights is that they're short-range pieces, and yes, the knights will be able to defend against the advance of the c-pawn, but the pawns, they can advance. And remember, and there you see the frustration there on Fabiano's face. Rook to h8. Now, be careful with how you defend that pawn. Don't play pawn to g6, because that would involve a rook check on h7, and there would be problems for the black king and rook. But of course, the king steps up to g6.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things as well with this endgame is that if all the pawns get traded off, a rook and knight against a rook is just an easy draw.
Yeah. I mean, it's much easier than rook and bishop versus rook, which by now most of the top players know the proper technique, but it's far from a guarantee. Rook and bishop versus rook, after like 6 hours of play, you can lose it. Rook and knight, you don't need to know a specific technique other than do not blunder your rook, do not pass go and collect $200, but you just basically keep your rook as far away as possible from the enemy knight. So that's a great help to Sarana, but I don't even think he needs to give up a bunch of pawns. Like, he just sits, and there's nothing that Fabi can do here. It's a completely watertight construction.
Yeah. Even the black king can find itself on g5, and g6 can start creeping up the board. And there was a question which asked us, is there a universe where black can win this one? Well, yeah, if white takes too many risks, and say for instance black starts advancing the c-pawn and white doesn't handle that particularly well, then you can see that it is possible for white to lose the threat, but it would take a lot, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. And I found the passage. If you'd like to, I don't know if people want to hear it. I've been tempting people for so long. But you know how it is. You try to find something in a book, and it's like the last page that you possibly turn to.
Mm-hmm.
And I found it online, but now I want to find it. Now I know the chapter, and I know where in the chapter it occurs. And I just have to find the chapter. Keep going. I'm almost there. I promise. This will be worth it. It's such an interesting window into the endurance that these guys had in the late 19th century. Okay, 197 at the end of the book, just like we're at the end of the game. There we go. Ah, warmer. There we go. I found it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Have you found it, Dania?
Well, I'll just read it from the computer.
Okay.
So his friend writes this. I have seen Morphy sit down in New York at 9 a.m. and beat one antagonist after another until past midnight for many successive days, yet without weakening his play in the least. And when Powelson would take half an hour on a move, an hour over the succeeding one, and on a certain occasion reach the unparalleled limit of 2 hours, Morphy sat calmly looking on without the slightest evidence of impatience. The readers must also be satisfied remembering Morphy's 10 hours of blindfold play at Paris without taking even a glass of water and in bodily pain too. Because when Morphy came to Paris, let's just say the water supply, even by 19th century standards, was not particularly sanitary. So, yeah, Morphy was in great pain, barely got out of bed, and managed to play blindfold simuls for 10 hours a day. Unimaginable.
That's
Take that,
insane,
2025.
actually. I know. 10 hours of blindfold chess, and blindfold is one of the hardest versions of chess there is, you know. And, well, impressive stuff there. Well, and it's nice that you have an original as well. First edition copy of, I can't remember the friend. The name has escaped me, but I'm aware of the person who went traveling with Morphy
Frederick
across to Europe. Which is the name?
Frederick Edge is the
Frederick
name of the
Edge.
chaperone that Morphy's father insisted come with. Morphy was only 21 years old. And the descriptions of their dialogue, it humanizes Morphy. You're like, transcribes Morphy going to sleep late, like their arguments, and the travel, which was, of course, crazy, like 10-hour trains between, they oversleep their train in France to come to England. They confiscate Morphy's underwear, which is insane.
Fascinating.
Yep.
And I wonder what the
it's
historians are going to
uncruel and-
write about these guys.
Well, I think they're writing the history right now. We got the time to do it while they're going back and forth.
And they certainly are going back, and they're making a lot of moves. And we saw Fabi drop the rook back to C1. He's got his eyes of just perhaps putting the knight on E3. But the problem is that there's no plan of improvement for white, and G6, such a fantastic move. He's getting ready to liquidate the pawns. And there the knight drops back. C-pawn under fire.
And, I mean, realistically, you can play a move like rook b3 and then h4. So, as you said, if you really want to get rook and knight versus rook, you can play h4. Would Fabi play that for 50 moves? Absolutely. He would give it a shot. I wouldn't do that if I were Caruana. There's no reason to give up the c5 pawn. I think if you want to trigger a draw offer, keep that pawn protected. And he does.
Yeah,
he does.
He does. He does, and again, there's no way for white to corral the c5 pawn. He needs the whole army to work together there. And the problem is, there we see knight repeating to c4
Wow.
and handshake.
5.5 hours. No, 6.5 hours of play, and frustrating for Fabiano Caruana, who such a great maneuvering game, survived the tactic, won a piece for 3 pawns, but couldn't drive the point home. And let's just shout Alexei Caruana. This man is a hero to defend for at least 4 hours as he did, almost flawlessly, Yovi. He basically didn't give Fabi maybe there was one concrete chance, but that is just defensive heroism. And this is what makes players in our modern era so scary. I mean, Morphe would be proud of Tirana's endurance here.
Absolutely. And I want to also highlight the gutsy nature of Tirana sacrificing a piece, wanting to unbalance the position, take his chances in that particular endgame. That was also a very good decision. Especially in hindsight, you saw how it felt effortless, the way that Tirana managed to maintain the balance. And there we see our two final participants leave the playing hall. So after all of that action, let's have a look at the results. And there you can see it was a decisive day. 3 games that went for White, in White's favor.
Wow. Quite all right. Quite all right. And Max Warmerdam, 4-7. What a victory for him. Probably the proudest of his chess career thus far as he defeats a mightily struggling Arjun Erigaisi. Your heart goes out to Arjun, who losing rating, but beside the point. Obviously, one blow after another. Arjun just not himself. You can feel it in his play. But we know he has the heart of a champion. He is a consummate professional, and he will have to use these last 5 rounds, which is plenty of rounds, to try to stage what would be a pretty epic comeback. A lot of players, Yovi, need to do a lot of winning, including Fabi, including Giri, if they want to make a push to finish in the top half of the tournament cross table. And there is that cross table as it sits after round 7.
Yeah, and there you can see now it is a 3-way tie at the top between Gukesh, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Praggnanandhaa. It's like the 3 teens are up there. And as you said, Dania, it's all about those people who are in the bottom half. They need to start motoring. I mean, you can think about it. You know, some of those players on 50%, Fabiano Caruana, Hari Krishna, Anish Giri is on -1. If they manage to ratchet up a few wins, then it might not be all over. They could be well back into it. But there we saw a fantastic day of play. At one point, I thought we were going to see the most decisive games ever in Tata Steel Chess. Not ever, but in this tournament. I was being a bit dramatic there. But it was fantastic.
It was indeed. And of course, Gukesh, world champion. Does he take a couple months off, rest on his laurels? Look at me. No. Right back to work. You know, put your helmet on, fasten your seatbelts, plunge in, and now he's leading the tournament. So impressive as Gukesh is forging the next chapter of his chess career, this time with the proverbial crown on his head. But he's also got an X on his back, right? Everybody wants to be the guy who beat Gukesh. Anish Giri came the closest in round 1. Nodirbek came very close as well. But thus far, the world champion, along with 2 others, are leading the tournament. And there are games still going in the challenger section. We will not be awaiting their termination, but we have results as they currently have come in. Let's project those onto the screen in the challenger section.
Let's have a look, Dania, because as you mentioned, 2 games are in it for the long haul, and there we can see that Faustino Oro, he did lose to Van Wyn, 11-year-old Faustino Oro. A sensational result also from Liu Mao Yi beating Divya Deshmukh. She's having such an impressive tournament. And Erwin Lamy, it was a draw for him against Aydin Suleimani. And of course, well, we won't keep our eyes on birthday boy Benjamin Bock, but his game is still ongoing against Vaishali. So let's have a look at the standings so far in the challenges. Bear in mind that there's still 2 games ongoing, so there could be a shake-up here. Van Wyn and Erwin Lamy are now tied for the top of 5 points. 14 years old, Liu Miayi. I said this many times, but I just can't get over that she's just 14 years old. And if she wins this, she'll find a spot in the Masters next year. She's having a sensational tournament. And Benjamin Bock, his game is still ongoing, so we could see some shake-ups there.
Fans of Nodirbek, I mean, depends which Nodirbek you're a fan of if you're happy or sad, but Liu Miayi, amazing result. Frederick Svein has some winning chances in the ongoing game. Benjamin Bock, 99% confident that he will end in a draw. He's still pushing, but he's running out of resources. These are gladiators playing their 7th hour. I can't even imagine how. I don't know how they do it. I'm totally spent. I don't know how you do it, Yovi. Tata Steel is a marathon event to play. It's definitely a marathon event to commentate. I don't think anybody would mind it if they reduce the time control for next year. But on the other hand, this is why we get such incredible, high-quality chess from the very start to the very end of this event.
Absolutely. It is a fun tournament to follow, a lot of excitement to be had. And of course, if you're wondering when you should tune in just to catch the start of it, well, we've got you covered because check out this. The tournament begins at 2 p.m. Central European Time. But if you're in Los Angeles, it's an early morning start, 5 a.m. But the morning, yeah, it's a great time to wake up, rise and shine. And if you're there in Sydney, well, midnight is the time for you to stay awake for. But you're in for a treat, as of course, we are always spoiled with the high quality chess that we get here at Tata Steel. Now, that was quite a fantastic day of action. Loved every second of it. I just want to thank you, Dania, for joining me here and providing such insightful, entertaining commentary as you always do. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I'd like to thank everyone at home for watching. And if you're interested in more of the same, well, join us tomorrow as I continue the commentary alongside the one and only John Sargent.